Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome.
To the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the time. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany, as we have yet another iteration of Fnatic versus G2. It is simply a classic, and today one of these two teams will punch their ticket directly to our summer final next Sunday. We've seen it a lot, but today is a best of 5, and I think we can all agree that is the superior form of playing competitive League of Legends, right, Jamada Otto?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's the best.
I love best of ones. I want more.
I mean, that's the only ones you can win, probably. Moving on swiftly, yesterday we did... No, come on, you gotta spar with me. I've never won a competitive game.
That's true. You
Right?
probably never would anyway, so.
Exactly.
Wow.
Here we go.
There you
Now
go.
we're going.
Fire.
Yesterday we had 2 best of 3s. It was the lower bracket, so unfortunately we did have to say goodbye to Team Heretics and MDK. By the way, we will still see MDK in the season finals. Yeah, let's start with GX being triumphant.
Unexpected, because Heretics looked good up until the usual GX power play moment where they create some magic around the Baron Nashor, but deserved win, to be honest, because they have leveled up Jackies. This was the Jackies we wanted to see for all split long, the one where he's creative on ADCs and he just pops off. I think it was the first AD that we saw so far, and yeah, heartbreak for Trimby, heartbreak from Team Heretics, but ultimately my boys deserve to win.
They did deserve to win. They were the better team. It was really heartbreaking to see, as it always is, right? For players of that caliber not to have a shot at the postseason. But a thing a bit more positive, Jamada, KC, they are... This is what momentum is made of, I want to say.
Yeah, I am super impressed with Casey, and I hope everyone at home is too, because I think it's been in the water for a little while now. I think from regular season, the improvements there, and even though they lost 2-0 against G2, that was a positive-looking set of games against them. And I think yesterday it was just a culmination of all that coming together, leaning into their identity, going, all right, you know what? We can give Lady resources. Upset is still our guy. We can rely on him. And that was a lot of what we saw yesterday.
And they're just so likable, because we had the PGL yesterday with Vladdy and Closer, and Vladdy was really surprising me, because he's always this this shy rookie, always in the back, you know, doing his job, what he needs to do, and seeing them have fun, and it's just such a great culmination of the work they've been putting, and even the haters, because there's a lot of K-Corp haters.
Yeah, I hate watching.
Hey, come on, man.
I was
He
one of
lifted
them.
his hand. It wasn't in...
Yeah, it wasn't in frame, but I was one of them for the entire year. I had been so critical.
But now it's just so difficult to not like this K-Corp iteration of the roster. They are just fan favorites at the moment.
Yeah, they are. It's been great to watch, and we love it. We love a good momentum, a good comeback story. But today, of course, we have Fnatic versus G2, and we need a lot of data, because we've seen this match so many times, and frankly, yeah, we're running out of our own opinion. So we asked some of the players yesterday how they think the match is going to play out today.
They're both teams, good teams, obviously, but I think G2 is more like, I mean, I would not say consistent, but as well, it's like they're more I don't know, they have, in every aspect of League of Legends, they are better, I think. Fnatic is not showing, for example, versus us. I think if we play good second game, we win 2-0. And they play after versus, I don't remember. But their games, they were not that convincing. So I think G2 will win. Oh, no, then 3-1, maybe. 3-1.
Well, I think G2 is probably going to win, to be fair. I think they are way better in macro, and Fnatic look like they get back on their feet now, but I think it's going to take some time for them. So I think G2 for sure got it, and right now Caps is just kind of insane, so he's probably going to take it. I think 3-1, the classic.
I think G2 will win 3-0 probably because, I think they've been playing pretty good. Like, they only did one series since they come back from EWC against us. And I felt like they were playing pretty good against us. Like, they had really nice drafts. I think they kind of like cracked the codes when it comes to the patch. And like Caps is being super annoying with the champs he played. So yeah, I think G2 will just win 3-0.
Well, I obviously played for Fnatic for 2 years, so I would love for them to win, but sadly I have to go with G2. I think Caps is just too good right now, always. So I think sadly they have the edge over Fnatic, and they're probably going to win 3-1.
Yeah, they all agree. And I think that's kind of the public opinion as well in terms of the division of strength today. And I'm hearing a lot of Caps. Caps this, Caps that. Also, Yamada, in week 3, G2 did play Fnatic, and then Caps went on to say that they broke them, and then Fnatic, of course, went downhill for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a slacking in all fairness, and I think for a team like Fnatic, you always do speak about kind of the mentality in the camp and things like that, and G2, it's very public about their philosophy overall, and if Caps is saying it, you can probably believe it. He's been in both camps after all as well when you think about it, so I think for G2, again, it's about, like, he knows, Caps, what the mentality of both these teams are going to be going into it, being in both of those teams before.
That's a great read, and with that, if we put that quote into context, you can see exactly what he's trying to do. But Odoamne, Caps is up versus Humanoid in this matchup. Can you sketch for me the summer trajectories of both of these mid laners?
It started really good for Humanoid. I felt like, well, even in the past, traditionally, he was the one who would always challenge Caps, and when you would look at Fnatic versus G2, it would be the shining light. But right now, I feel like the trajectory kind of changed, where history doesn't really repeat itself, because it has been the meta right now of these ADC mids, and Caps, he said it himself, he won a split as an ADC, G2 has 2 ADCs right now, and Humanoid, he hasn't really adapted at all to what's been going on with this ADC meta. He's been staying on this control mage that he played in the past, and right now I think today is going to be a massive test for him to see, for us all to see if he can adapt to this and bring up more of these picks that I think he needs to bring out to win today.
Yeah, that's my worry, because it's G2 strength as well. On the other side is always adaptation, always innovation. And, you know, hell, it's probably going to be double ADs. We know that for sure. Like you're mentioning, is Humanoid going to adapt, right? That's the big question, because Fnatic, functionally, they use him as a control mage because Razork needs to be on these team-fighting mid laners that aren't these AP junglers. So it's, again, something that G2 are comfortable playing, whereas for Humanoid in this mid lane matchup, it's something that maybe he's going to have to individually change, and maybe the players around him and the team around him are going to have to change.
Yeah, it's never really something in isolation, although I think when you look at Caps, often you can say in a lot of the games where G2 is with their backs against the wall, he has just put on the carry pants, right? This is what you guys were talking about in terms of the champion pool and the overlap, and really the need for Humanoid to shift that pool.
Exactly, but I also have this sort of trust in Humanoid, because every time come playoffs, he was the monster, and even though he has not really been adapting to the meta, as we can see, maybe he doesn't need to, because if today he shows up in typical Humanoid late playoffs fashion, maybe he's the one dictating the meta and all of a sudden becomes this AP slugfest on mid, because again, it doesn't play into Razork's strengths, because he's been kind of going away from these AD junglers and empowers more Humanoid. So I guess we will have to see today what they decide to put on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing to step up in the playoffs as they progress for Humanoid. It's a whole other thing to step up and beat Caps in a best-of-5, right? So we're looking at that. We also asked a bunch of ex-Fnatic and G2 players what their predictions were. A mega prediction, if you will. We're going to see where it lands. Oof. Yeah, okay, well, okay, listen. The middle 3-1 is such a cop-out prediction, and it's like maybe it's in line with their play on the Rift, I don't know, but I'm going to just completely disregard and only look at the 3-0 and the 3-2 for Fnatic.
Well, it does us a favor, because right now we don't need more graphics. No one believes in a Fnatic 3-0 or 3-1. Only Hillysong and Dream B spot the Fnatic supports.
Yeah.
They're the ones who are still the faithful, but what a change from the week before, because everyone coming into the previous matchup in the best of 3, everyone was rooting for Fnatic and saw a little bit more of an even matchup. But right now, I do think that it's very, very accurate that we would see everyone believing in 3-0 or 3-1 for G2.
It makes sense. Come to think of it, Fnatic, I mean, they're an English org, right?
Yes.
Does the analogy work that they're kind of like England, the national football team, because they haven't won a big tournament or the European tournament here in a very, very long time? People believe in them. They actually have all the pieces to make it work, but they can't jump over that hurdle.
The systems are flawed. What can I say? I mean, yeah, I think for Fnatic is about that, right? And
yeah.
You know, you can still go the distance no matter what, but again, G2 are the hurdle of Europe right now, right? If you want to win in Europe, you have to beat G2. So again, what kind of adaptation comes out of today is about how
it's a great setup, right? It's, I think, not just for today, but also maybe a possible final, maybe a season finals. We need to see Fnatic take that step, preferably today. We had a lot of opinions already from our analysts and our players, etc., but we can never disregard also the opinions of the most important creatures on this planet. Let's take a look. Chickens!
Chickens! All right. G2 or Fnatic, what are they doing?
I don't know, they don't seem to be sure.
Kind of
I've never cast like chicken
Chicken feed, chicken race. Oh!
What a cutie.
Well,
okay,
Fnatic.
Two Fnatic.
The cats are
okay,
another one too.
Cats seem to really like Fnatic.
Disregarding G2 entirely.
Yes. Oh, there's another chicken coming in? Okay.
He wants a bit of the
yeah,
G2
he does
in
as
the
well.
Fnatic ball.
Yeah, is G2 gonna get any vote? Oh!
What?
This is my Jackie. G2.
Okay,
Yeah,
G2.
sovereignly. Yeah.
Colors match and all.
Yeah, colors match of the samurais, of course. Oh no, another chicken has joined the fray.
All 3?
Yeah, 3.
This is technically 3.
Yeah, is it 1 or is it 3?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, waffles.
Waffles.
Yeah, waffles.
Oh.
Look at waffles. Oh, he's trying to steer him towards G2, but he still went towards Fnatic. 6-1 to Fnatic. That's crazy. Is this a replay?
It might be a replay, but
or are there
the
more
animals,
chickens?
Unless it's
oh yeah, this is a replay.
It is a replay.
Yeah.
Well, animals have their eyes.
Oh, we have a kitten here too.
That's why there's no animals on this, because they predict Fnatic.
Wait, don't kittens meow? They can't speak.
Yeah.
Meow.
Okay, so who is this kitten gonna pick?
Can I speak now? I can speak?
As
I even have a tail.
Meow, meow.
Meow.
Okay, meow, meow, meow.
Okay, yeah, okay. That brings it to, what is it, like 4-2 maybe?
Yeah.
Good job.
At best. Good job.
Adorable. Meow, I guess.
Yeah, since this is the winner matchup, we are having a little bit of fun with it. Last week, I did also spot a fan in the audience. He said that it would go bald if G2 wins the series today. So the
I wish
stakes
I would
are
go bald after this
high.
segment.
Let's take a look.
I see a fan here that I saw. I don't know if we're going to be able to show him, but I saw him in the stands last time, and he said he's going to go bald if you guys get undefeated in playoffs. So let me ask you, Yai, how strong do you guys feel right now, and should he feel worried about his hair?
I think he should be a bit worried, because I think we're playing very... After we lost in the EWC, I think we're very hungry to show that we're actually still a very good team, and yeah, we want to go undefeated in the playoffs. We want to win every game, so you have to be a bit scared.
Okay, should this happen? Because it is if they go undefeated up until finals, and he did clarify they can drop a game, a content game, but they have to get the win today, and if G2 does, he will shave his head live on PGL tonight. Interesting. So, a lot of stakes here today. And now Lore is also sitting by with Dylan in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby.
Thank you so much, Shox. And Dylan, we just asked the players their prediction about the game, their pets as well, but we're going to focus on humans here. And most of them, surprisingly, predicted G2 to win. So tell me about Fnatic's current form and what is your read on the team right now?
Fnatic have had, I guess, a bit of a roller coaster of a season. They started off very strong, right? I think they won 5 or 6 in a row. Then we beat them. Then I think lost 6 games in a row, went to EWC, also lost to NA. And now, last week, they won in playoffs.
Yeah.
So it's a bit hard to say. But I think anyone who's been following this Fnatic roster has known they're a bit of a hit-and-miss team. So I actually kind of hope the good version of them shows up today, because I think when they are playing well, they're actually a very strong team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you always want to have an exciting matchup. But following up on what you just said, you tilted them last time, it feels. And that's something that Caps mentioned when I interviewed him in PGL last week, saying that we broke them last time, but we want to put them there again this time. So
yeah, us tilting them and then them losing a bunch of games is a possible interpretation of what happened the last time we played them. I'm not sure if it's actually what happened, but I could see someone having that.
Is it extra motivation for you, or I mean the players mostly, knowing that it's Fnatic, you always want to push a bit harder when it comes to
the G2 to Fnatic is a classic. I also was on Fnatic back in the day, many years ago, along with Caps, so it's always fun. It's like one of the biggest rivalries in Europe, and the thing about G2 Fnatic is I feel like the games are always very exciting as well. Yeah. It's a series where, although G2 tends to win, it's never a boring endeavor.
And a matchup that people are looking forward to, obviously, is the mid lane. A lot of players said that Caps has been smashing everyone lately, and he's been on his top form. Yeah. Any anticipation to this mid lane matchup when you think of the form of Humanoid right now?
At least for mid, it's a bit of a strange meta mid right now with all of the AD carries. I guess Fnatic have been a bit more willing to go into the mage direction. I'm not sure exactly what they'll come up with today, right? There's different directions you can go. But yeah, it's always interesting when it's just AD carry versus AD carry in the mid lane. It's not really the Caps Humanoid matchups you've probably seen over the past years.
Yeah, and the meta has been fun lately, so hope to see more fun expected today. Dylan, thank you so much. Best of luck on the
Thank you so
Rift.
much.
And Shox, over to you.
It's actually pronounced Dracos, Vedius, and Dagda, but that's an alternate version. Here we are. There's a lot of pink happening today.
Yeah.
I don't know how we ended up in this particular color combo, but
We do
wiser
look
minds.
fantastic, though.
Yes, we do. You look stunning, Rob. Both
Thank
of you.
you. Appreciate it.
You too, Mike. You're my favorite youth pastor. Tell us more about our Lord and Savior, Baron Nashor.
Well, today we are blessed by a wonderful League of Legends game. G2 versus Fnatic. A classic, some could say. Our players will walk onto the stage and onto the Rift. A rivalry that is nearly as old as the LEC itself. Not quite, but it's getting there.
Yeah.
And we're in for a banger. Now, many expect this to be a one-sided affair, and that's usually the situations where we get 5 games, gentlemen. So I'm optimistic that Fnatic have prepared some interesting stuff for us today, but let's see as we get ready for draft.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this draft tries to pan out, because we've already seen a lot of flexibility coming in from our games yesterday, with like things like the brand starting to rise up that little bit more on priority. But even when you look at like Humanoid's solo queue history, he's been spamming a ton of Lucian, all these kind of stuff. Like, he wants to try and nail down these AD mid laners. So I think we're going to see a ton more flexibility on both sides of the draft here.
And what was once Tristana, you know, maybe something else, has just evolved into every single AD showing up in mid lane, which has been a thrill for
all
the solo queue
we need
enthusiasts.
is Ashe to come back into mid, and we're back where we started.
Bring back my Scion Morgana bot, Season 1.
Look, there are going to be people watching that have no idea what we're talking about, but it's
and
true.
there are going to be people who do, and they're going to think that that was a good time.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
it wasn't.
Rose-tinted glasses. It was a bad time for League
Deathfire
of Legends.
Grass was great. I don't know what you mean.
No. Good it's removed, and good that Zeri's removed, honestly. The flex pick, obviously something that has been good. And as you highlighted, Rob, AD mids have been a big focus for Humanoid and solo queue.
That's 4 AD carry bans.
So what is going to be
mid lane
left?
bans as well.
Rumble, a really high priority champion. A lot of the AP junglers still available.
Yeah, I think it's Rumble, Corki, Brand are all kind of the 3 that I'm keeping my eyes on here to see what happens. But I do think with Rumble gone, Brand probably the high priority. Or you could go for, well, could be the Corki, but I was going to say G2 tend a lot towards the LPL and LCK style, which is definitely seen a way higher priority on the Ezreal.
Interesting. So they'll lock that one in. Of course, they have the flexibility. We would assume that it is going towards Caps, given Hans Sommer's usual champion priority, but that flexibility is something that G2 throughout their history have leveraged, and something that keeps their opponent guessing. Fnatic, though, they have a lot of options. Sejuani has been a high priority for many teams, but the Zyra Lucian gonna come out from Fnatic, so a strong AD and AP mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, and I think you just lock in the Brand then on the opposite side, match AP for AP, and more than likely you'll see the Leona come through for Mickey as well. This has kind of been their go-to support for him in a lot of situations, and also just an incredibly strong high priority support at the moment, because there's no real champion that beats her in lane, and often because we end up with the AP junglers and stuff, you're lacking that engage, so Leona slots into that being that guaranteed engaged early in that bottom side.
Brand will be the lock-in, of course, kind of just going down the priority tree in terms of AP junglers, and yeah, as you mentioned, Leona has been the high prio bot lane support. We'll be curious to see if Ezreal, as you highlighted, not necessarily considered a Hansama champion or hasn't been prioritized by him, at least in the playoffs thus far, if they are willing to flex that bot lane. And it's a similar story for Fnatic too, right? Like, while we don't see as much Lucian and Nami as we once did, there is still the potential to leverage the flexibility of these AD mids in draft.
It seems Fnatic are playing around with their options right now, and it's going to be the Renekton for Oscar. He continues to have a very deep champion pool, his 6th unique champion of playoffs. Of course, not in terms of the summer split, but Renekton is something that now they can look to remove some of the annoying options, things like Gnar from Broken Blade, maybe tank options that he may bring out to the top side.
I am a little nervous though, because I had a quick glance at BB's solo queue history, and he's been spamming a ton of anti-Renekton picks. So like the Varus top lane, which is just taken off the board, the Nico AD that we saw yesterday as well. There's a lot of these picks that Broken Blade has kind of been messing about with, so it becomes very, very difficult to try and remove all of those picks from this potential draft.
Similarly, the Twisted Fate is kind of the old classic, right? Has fallen by the wayside in terms of, you know, the flashier Varuses and Nikos we're seeing more of in solo queue, but also is something that can still come out in the context of this draft overall. Braum going to be taken away here. Do not want anything that can mitigate the impact of at least the Lucian and certainly any other AD carries. Braum is just a frustrating support to deal with.
I'm thinking about this Jace pick as well. Ezreal, Jace, Brand. Think of the poke, right? It's such an obnoxious draft to have to deal with. If they do go for the Nico, it gives them a little bit more initiation. Of course, Broken Blade, we mentioned it earlier, but he could just go for a tank too. There are plenty of Weather the Storm top lane options that he could go for. That's kind of what Broken Blade has evolved into as a player. We've talked all year about where he sits in Europe as the best top laner. And his pool just seems so expansive. He's always the innovator when it comes to new top lane picks in Europe.
Well, not just the innovator, but also kind of this backup, you know, win condition has often been the case when he's picking up things like the Camille, right? He is a guy who can lose gracefully and then come back in the game in a real way, or be the kind of player who will pick the Zax, as he did at MSI, be that playmaker, something and a role that Oscar is no stranger to either. Now Fnatic debating. Pick 4, have not revealed 100% where the Lucian is going. Still do assume that it's going mid lane, but the Alistar here would be a, you know, a decent choice as far as supports go, but would hurt the early levels.
Yeah, but I think you need Engage on Fnatic. I think that's the biggest problem that you're seeing right now. Like, you have the Renekton who needs an enabler. Alistar going to play into that role. But when you look at what G2 esports have kind of drafted already, like Brand loves when you try and play into him. Ezreal, a very, very safe pick. And now you can also pick more here for G2.
Xayah, maybe?
Yeah, where you could even play for, hey, take his eyes, something that can do well with this kite back style, where Fnatic have to play into this very, very dive-centric composition.
Yeah, they're running down the clock for now, but there's that Jace that we were talking about. A lot of poke on the side of G2. Now the question is, will they round out with that Xayah, or does Hans have something else prepared for us? Again, so many AD carries banned in this draft.
I mean, it's really tricky right now at this point for Fnatic, as you highlighted, Rob, right? Both compositions really kind of want people to come into them. The Zyra, the Brand, both want people to base check them, but if G2 are just going to outrange, then they can just poke. They don't need to be the ones to force that fight. MF going to be the lock-in here. MF notoriously weak against Ezreal, but they already took it for themselves, so they have the comfort knowing that she's pretty good against a lot of the existing meta. Now that so many ADs have been banned away.
Well, we've seen her rise up in party a heap over in the LPL, where she's just been that very heavy lane bully style where you can really start to get a lead going, and then when you come into team fights, because you've got strong setup coming through from pieces like the Leona, or even if you have to try and play into her, that bullet time can do a ton of work. So I think Fnatic going to have their work cut out for them, because a huge amount of this game is going to rest on Jun's shoulders. How good can he get that engage off when you've got so many long-range damage dealers that are on G2 esports side?
I like G2's comp more simply because I see very clearly how you execute it, right? It seems very aligned with what it wants to do. It has a huge amount of poke. It's got great objective control. It can either, I mean, I think you're happier if the opponent starts the objective first, and then you get to leverage your poke. You get to determine the rules of the fight almost. I would argue that their frontline only being Leona does, of course, increase risks, which means that Fnatic definitely have team fighting tools. If they can get on top of the squishies, this Renekton can do some serious damage, but yeah. We've also got to talk about lane priority. Top and bot, they're going to be a struggle for Fnatic.
Big time. This is where I think they're really going to struggle, because the way you want this game to go as Fnatic is you get an early lead, you get to set up an objectives and go, cool, we can look for flanks, look for creative angles to get access to this backline, because if you can get onto Brand, if you can get onto MF, they're not getting away very easily, but trying to get that control when you do have side lane priority in the beginning for G2 is going to be very difficult for Fnatic.
Something tricky to navigate. Fnatic G2 fans in the house tonight, you can hear them on the stream. Always love the passion that comes out when these two teams meet face to face as we get ready for our first game in this best of 5. The fans raring to go, of course. Both teams the luxury of an extra life if they do fall down here, but the winner going straight to finals. Reminder, the winner of the finals of summer guaranteed a spot at World Season Finals. Of course, they'll want to get a higher seed than third, but they're guaranteed at least that if they can win summer overall, and this is one step closer to that prize.
Last year, G2 were frustrated that they dropped Spring. They wanted, coming into this year, to win every single title throughout the year, including the season finals. Of course, so far, they've been on track. They had a pretty impressive MSI performance overall, considering the expectations, while they did flounder at the very end. They've made their expectations very clear, and they set that bar very high for themselves. Fnatic were a team that, coming into this split, we had high expectations for. We thought that maybe this is the final version of Fnatic that can really challenge G2, and their split hasn't gone as smoothly. They've had some ups and downs, they've had some very awkward circumstances, and we'll get to see now if this is the final form of Fnatic.
Noah extending the trade, wants to get the 4th shot off, but won't be able to as G2, just knowing the Alistar level 1, not that threatening, feel comfortable to walk up and get information on where Razork is starting. Now just returning to lane, we'll have first access, can take control here early on. But I think it's an excellent point, Vetty, right? Fnatic started so damn good. We talked to Nightshare about it. He was like, I'm really nervous about this G2 game if it just booms us mentally. And then it was a 6-game loss streak, right? And now we're in a situation where it's not one game against G2, it's an entire best-of-5 series. And while there's so much history here, right? You look at this roster and you know the Fnatic fans want to see that win. They want to see the reignition of a rivalry that has been for quite some time pretty one-sided.
And it feels like it's been an uphill battle for Fnatic to try and get that control in this matchup. It feels like G2 has always been that step ahead of them. But coming off the back of an unfortunate kind of series of losses, we got to see Fnatic revitalized in their last series, where Game 2, Game 3 really felt like we're getting back to that old Fnatic. And I think that's what a lot of the Fnatic fans are looking to see, is that Fnatic that really took on GX in that Game 3, stepping up here again against G2.
Now, as you can see, priority for Fnatic is not going great. In the top lane, the Renekton is naturally struggling against the Jace. In the bot lane, Alistar can't really do much to fight against this Misfortune Leona. And so they've stacked up an Ice Wave on the bot side of the map. There is no Brand here for a dive, so Fnatic are not going to run the risk of that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, things relatively even. Of course, 2 AD carries going toe-to-toe. Lucian is a champion that can trade quite easily. I imagine that the Ezreal may struggle in the early levels, as you can see in the slight HP discrepancy. But we'll see how Yike looks to leverage the control that he has, because early dives are always a possibility, and as I say that, he might be looking top lane right now.
Yike instead, perhaps turning his attention mid lane. Not quite sure where he wants to go. Hesitates for a moment now. Pings, wards, back and forth. And I think mid lane might be where he needs support, because you highlighted it. It's not just the health difference, it's the mana difference. Ezreal not able to push nearly as well as the Lucian. Has to queue for damage. Lucian gets to queue through everything and do damage. You see it all in on the top side. Oscar potentially overcommitting here. Hammer Stand's doing a lot of work from Broken Blade. Pops the biscuit for a bit extra mana, but won't be able to finish the kill.
Here comes Yike, though. Gonna see if he can try and stop him before he resets. Should have the pillar. Flame, there it is!
Oh, that's the combo, baby! Q flash E. Doesn't give him a chance to react. Instant one pop, no flash coming out from Oscar. No time to do anything.
Beautiful stuff from Yike. Saw his opportunity, and I love the pathing early from Yike here. He ended up trying to clear out his bottom side, finished on Krugs, so then he was there to cover if Razork went for a potential play on bot, then rotates up towards the top side as well, and then immediately is there when BB gets the outplay on Oscar in, and great stuff in the early stages from Yike.
Razork looking for something to cross map, sees the Raptors respawn, but Yike already back out onto the map. Smites are available, but it will be secured by Razork. So a small win for Razork to at the very least get something back, leveraging the control that he has in mid. As the bot lane also looking for a base. Dragon going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. The scary thing about these super fast clearing junglers is how quickly you can set up for these objectives. So So we'll see if either team looks to prioritize the early dragon, or instead if it will continue to be a grubs, as it often is for these teams.
Yeah, that's where I think it's going to be, because even look at the way bot lane set up at the moment. Hansama did have to burn his flash, but you can see he's got that slow push out coming in on the bottom side, which means he'll be able to reset in time for Void Grubs. Leona, for Mickey, has already reset, is now starting to get back out into the map, so it feels like you're looking for these plays around mid lane with Caps TPing back in to see if maybe you can set up for that Void Grub right as it spawns in just 50 seconds.
Hansama is flashless, so potentially an avenue of attack if they do want to go for it. Of course, Strut was buffed. You do need to put more points into it if you want to receive full benefits from the buffs, but a bit of extra movement speed earlier means Hansama getting to lane that much faster, happy to pick up this farm as both supports pretty content to leave bot lane and look to make plays elsewhere. Humanoid finally getting a chance to reset, waited for Caps to go first. I guess kind of the downside of the Ezreal, right? Obviously, you have to go tier early, which is really going to hurt some of those trades. And if it does mean infinite Qs, it doesn't mean infinite damage. Jun, though, now backing up, does not have level 6 quite yet. Aftershock already procced, already taken away. Caps firing a little bit more damage down. Flash coming out from Jun means he'll walk away. And G2 take control of mid, but Jun walks away alive.
Nice little sidestep there from Jun at the very end to dodge the Q from Caps. Ultimate does come through, not going to connect onto Jun. He will be able to go back to base safely. Problem is he does lose that flash, only at the expense of the ignite from Mickey, so more pressure gained in favor of G2. Fortunately for Fnatic, no major objective gain. As I say that, Yike going to be starting off the grubs.
Razork trying to punish, nice double dash through into the stun. Flat, oh, the timing there. Just a little bit off. Razork and Oscar in and out of sync, were not able to layer the CC.
Just about able to get away from that one on the top side. So already you can see Hansama and Noah, at least on this bottom side. This is where I was trying to look towards. One of the things we've noticed with Fnatic a lot is that when they move towards Void Grubs, at least in that first and second rotation, they'll oftentimes leave Noah there, and they're heavily reliant on Humanoid and Jun to try and make these plays in mid or make these plays in the fight to try and secure early Void Grubs. But I think it's a good read from G2 to say, hey, we're not going to go for that. We're going to leave Hansama there so you don't get plates onto Noah. And now just having the cover on top side, but Yike just misses on that Q.
He chose not to go for the combo there, actually started with his E rather than doing the Q into E combo. Regardless, Oscar ends up getting away. We now turn our attention to the bot side of the map. I noticed that Jun was actually walking towards top and then actually went from top lane all the way down to the bot side. The fact that Brand now appears top lane is a big win for Fnatic because it allows them entry into G2's bot side jungle. They've set up some nice vision. Humanoid is here to cover as well. This red buff going to be the objective, but not quite able to steal it.
Just in time to take it. G2 regain control, and now the engage goes in from Mickey. Cap standing off to the side, isolated in the 1v1 with Humanoid. Coling now coming out, luckily able to walk away, but now the curtain call going through. Big damage on Hansama, look for the third and the fourth bullet. Mickey trying to step up the body block, but the damage just not quite enough. The plant not targeting him. Hansama, 15 HP.
Hansama barely scraping away from that one. Didn't have the flash to try and escape, but that barrier just about enough. And even Yike's ultimate in that one did so much work on the Fnatic health bars.
I mean, we're seeing the consequences of Jun not having his flash available either. He's doing his best to keep the rest of his team alive to be able to help them get out of that situation. But then once he dives in, there is no way for him to get out. G2 secured themselves another kill.
Difficult for Jun, especially as he's already behind an XP. You can see about a half a level difference between him and Mickey. Level 4 getting closer to 5, while Mickey's getting closer to 6. Alistair really wants that break point. Wave will crash on top side, giving Oscar in the chance to reset. Broken Blade, though, still sitting comfortably. And you can see the gold across every single farming role except for mid lane. G2 pulling ahead. Humanoid the only one really able to hold his own, but running out of mana here in this mid lane. Might need more support as Caps very hesitant to walk forward.
You got Mickey on the way as well, but I think for the moment it's more going to be a case of trying to make sure that there are no plays that can happen. You know that with Jun out on the map, Mickey kind of needs to cover, and they just want to make sure Caps can farm up and get to a point where he hits kind of the 1.5 to 2 items and he can really be a major threat. Yike now again kind of doing the same thing, just covering so Caps can crash this wave, especially with how strong Humanoid is off just even these early levels.
Caps even willing to E forward into range of Humanoid. Mickey not quite level 6 yet though. Not going to have the ulti available, but I don't know if they care.
There's no cleanse. There's no tenacity. Q flash forward. E, the chain CC, flawless. Caps leaping in to finish the job. They didn't even need his damage, but they're happy to give him the gold.
Beautifully executed by G2. Mickey uses the initial Q stun to guarantee the Zenith Blade, and then it's just the easy follow-up for Yike, with Caps being able to finish him off. And now Broken Blade Getting a couple of taps here against Oscar.
Oh, acceleration gate. Oscar flashing to try to extend the trade. How much longer on the slice and dice? Really wants to go for this. A little bit more damage coming in from the Dominus. Can he make it out from the tower as well? Oscar dashed away, blinking health, but he makes it happen. Excellent punish, seeing all of G2 in the mid lane.
A huge solo kill for Oscar, for the team. They will concede another objective in the Dragon, but at the very least, Oscar making this laning phase a little bit easier. You can see he's down a lot of farm, a decent amount of gold, but that kill is going to make the side lane a little bit easier for him moving forward.
BB hasn't had the best of luck in this J so far, so may not have been the best look against BDS and is struggling here again, but the engage on boss.
Ulti gonna be traded, Hansama getting knocked off, only slightly interrupted on the bullet time. Ignite now ticking, 4th shot, good damage. Noah does have the ulti, but not really the space to use it. Deadly Flourish not gonna hit either. But Noah playing pretty confident. He continues to step up. G2 still have control of the lane, however, as the rest of Noah's team has to back away. Health bar simply too low.
I feel like in the back of my mind, I could hear a small monologue from Dagda saying, if this wasn't Jin, they would have done more damage. But
Look, at least you could read it in my eyes. I didn't have to say, you know.
Is it personal?
Jin does have ulti.
Curtain call.
Yeah.
Mickey gonna body block. I don't think he can block all 4.
No, he can't.
Hansama's gonna step up.
He missed.
He was clearing the wave, Betty. He realized he wasn't gonna get the kill.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't actually know if that's or he missed. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, we just.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I missed this.
We missed
happened.
this entirely.
Yeah, Oscar overstayed in top lane. Broken Blade said, "All right, wait."
All right.
Does he get? Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Oh.
The outplay! Holy moly!
What was that?
Blade?
More like broken ankles.
Oh, you just didn't know where to go. That's not your turret, buddy. Yeah, anyway, pretty big punish. Oscar really wanted to get the execute there, but that sucks because, again, the gold lead had shrank to 300 last time we looked top. It's back up to about 800, and that's just a bit of a oopsie from Oscar. Wanted to save the lane state, was willing to pay with his life to make that happen.
Especially since you're kind of struggling across the board to keep these towers healthy. Like, BB is getting some nice chip damage on the top side. There's already 2 plates gone in mid thanks to that initial dive on the mid lane. And even on the bottom side, Hansama is getting some extra help as well. So definitely want to try and keep these side lanes in check. But now Yike up here to make sure Broken Blade again could try and crash this wave. Yike's been doing a great job of covering his laners this game.
Nice root, immediate follow-up damage. Oscar, no flash to follow, but get the flash out of Yike at the very least, making the dive that much less threatening. Oscar quick to clear the wave, doesn't want to risk any follow-up.
Good job from Razok there, ultimately covering his top laner as well. And getting a flash out from Yike is definitely a nice win to grab. 3-3 in grubs. The Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes time. We turn our attention to the top laners once again, and you can see that it's been overall very positive season for the both of them. I think that Broken Blades, we think back to, I mean, primarily through playoffs. The start of the year was definitely more Oscar Rinnan favored. Oh, sorry, summer, I should say. Where Oscar was just having a great start with Fnatic as G2 was kind of ramping back up following MSI. But as we got into playoffs, question marks surrounded Oscar's performance, and I think that he really has come into his own. Finding a solo kill is definitely an example of that, one of many. But we think back to his Olaf performance as well, one where he really had a massive impact on the game. And so these two top laners could very well be influential as we move forward. But right now, we find ourselves in a situation where Broken Blade continues to build a lead, and it's just the nature of the matchup. As Fnatic continue to slowly fall behind, doing their best to fight for whatever objectives they can.
Yeah, you need to try and find something. But I do like the way that at least Fnatic have tried to set up some vision on this top side. You can kind of look and see that they've already gotten like a bunch of wards set up just to try and spot out whenever Yike makes his way up here. And that's why I think Razork was able to get into position to cover some of these dives on the top side. And as long as you are preventing G2 from extending these leads, you are in a good spot because Fnatic can eventually try and force these fights. We're on the bit more of an even footing.
It's also just a future investment for the Herald, the spawning in 10 seconds, right? So they set themselves up nicely. They have a potential TP flank available to them. Hansama leveraging the movement speed to get a nice trade onto Noah as both teams actually posture on the bot side of the map.
John ready to start the fight, has level 6, doesn't have to be too concerned as Fnatic fight for a bit of space here, want to protect this crucial Tri-Brush ward. A lot of abilities, just
everything.
Yeah, just a lot of...
Man ain't ruler.
I was going to bring up a fun stat earlier, but I might not have time as Caps.
Definitely does not win that trade. Now the engage, though. Nice flash back from Mickey to get away from the headbutt pulverized combo. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hansama solo breaking in the tower. Blast Cone conveniently there. Humanoid getting the kill back. They lose the mid lane tower, but at least they'll get one in the bottom lane, and now Fnatic looking to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, the Kraken proc was huge right at the end, just able to get that last little bit of damage onto Mickey. I think the extra resistances from his W had just faded off as well, so
yeah.
perfect timing from Humanoid just to get that last shot.
My instinct was that Humanoid was actually going to let him go, but I think it was the passive hit both the blast and Mickey. So well played there by Humanoid, really understanding the limits of his champion. Dragon now being started up. Both junglers are here. Resets coming through.
2 AP junglers. Neither wants to get auto-attacked by the Dragon.
But Razork just buying time for his team to join the fight. Ultimate, and Flash. Should be easy setup now for G2. Where are the top laners? They don't care right now. Their priority is still top lane. Hansama turns his attention to mids. And it looks like Fnatic, they have to concede this objective, which has to feel frustrating. They get that kill onto Mickey, but unfortunately they can't convert it into a dragon, and G2 just find another advantage to add to their laundry list.
Yeah, as everyone who's played Plants vs. Zombies knows, that whenever you get sunlight involved in that bottom side, the plants disappear, and then I wasn't expecting the dragon update to come through so soon, but I'm glad that they've added that, you know.
Look, man, Sunflower's root of everything. It brings it all together. That's the economy advantage G2 have assembled here, but the gold lead only continuing to grow. Look, 3K for them. And this has to be frustrating because both supports are trying to get active on the map, but in the 1v1, Hansama has been doing a ton of work. Bloodthirster first, but now Fnatic looking to take it back in the fight. Big damage onto Jun. Ignite already taking that count. Needs to get the hell out. Broken Blade coming in as well. Mickey locked up. Curtain call there, but Noah has completely stunned himself and is going to have to back away. Broken Blade, luckily no mana to follow up with an accelerated shock blast. Can't see his inventory, but I'm assuming no cookies left at this point in the game. So G2 not going to be able to find anything else. Hansama continuing to step up. And again, this Misfortune pick is so frustrating. She's bad against a lot of the conventional ADs in the meta, but they were all banned away. Now you just get to build Bloodthirster, strut around the map, and Jhin can never out-trade you. I feel so bad for Noah in this game.
Just started blasting and they all disappeared, but great job from Caps on the opposite side, right? Like, ends up hitting the ultimate onto both Humanoid and Jun, which really prevented the follow-up from Fnatic. So even though Oscarinian had a great flank opportunity, now they're in a disastrous position where bot lane's gone. Broken Blade's flashing
Broken
forward.
Blade, full committing, good damage, no mana, but he doesn't need it. One more auto, flops forms, hammer into the cannon, and down goes Humanoid.
He makes it look easy, a big punish. Broken Blade, he got solo killed earlier, but he wasn't gonna let that stop him. Now with a 1.7k gold lead, the Eclipse fully completed. Another threat on the side lane. G2 just continue to build gold leads, and this is one of the concerns we highlighted in draft. When you can see this much lane priority, especially against a team like G2, they're the type of team to leverage it. They will secure these plates. They will use their priority to secure objectives. And the only objective they've lost so far was the second respawning of the Grubs. But aside from that, their control has been fantastic. And Fnatic continue to fall further and further behind. And the thing about that previous skirmish in bot lane, it's a representation of what's to expect moving forward. You broke it down in the draft, Dagda, where they try to walk in, and it's just so much poke.
One, I think the problem is that neither of these teams really wants to be the one to walk in. But again, because G2 have the range advantage, they don't have to. They get set up first, and right now, because they're winning their lanes, they get prio first. So if Fnatic are ever walking up to face check, they're taking a ton of upfront damage to the face, and G2 are under no pressure to stick around. They can just back up, reset, and do the same thing again.
The way that you can misplay a comp like this is if you actually overforce the objective, because starting the objective can sometimes hamstring your options. So instead, you will see what you saw earlier, kind of Yike and Razork kind of squaring off, and it's actually more about just trying to force summoners. It's about chip damage, and then once G2 do enough damage and Fnatic can't contest anymore, then they start the objective. And it's the same for Fnatic. Ideally, they want to be in a position where, as Dagda was highlighting earlier, they can find a flank. Maybe they can get onto the backline. They can use Alistar and Renekton to close that gap.
Yeah, and that's where you start the good, the bad, and the ugly theme song. Just get you in the mood for that standoff to make sure it doesn't happen. But I think as G2 are moving in here, we're probably going to see a very similar story, which is trying to get into a position where they can land this poke. And you see it here, right? Caps off to the side. It makes it very difficult for you to really try and engage onto anyone in particular because they're not in one area. And now with the Rift Tower going down as well, poke comes over the side.
Excellent follow-up. Misfortune ult as well. Jun's in, but it's too little. It's too late. The calling is there, but now Caps was confident to step in. It's a little bit psycho, but Mickey more than happy to follow him as Caps grabs the kill onto Humanoid. Curtain call coming in for Noah, but the Herald Mountain was going to be there. And Mickey hung out to dry. Hansama also survived. Noah has to be so frustrated, but at least he gets one.
Can we just talk about the fact that Caps had Flash?
That's what I was gonna say.
Caps had Flash, and then he took Herald from Mickey, and then said, "You're on your own, bud."
Look, I'm not sure what philosopher said it, but a wise philosopher once said, "Sucks to suck." So a bit of a sellout there.
Yeah, we need to ask Caps about that. Unbelievable.
Because I was like, Caps could have just flashed over the wall.
He
He would have been out of the rage. It was totally fine. He just...
Don't worry, we got video evidence.
Yeah. So, like, I actually really like the setup here. Caps with the ult across the way. Great ultimate from Mickey. The follow from Hansam was absolutely great. Jun, unfortunately, just isn't tanky enough to try and deal with everything that G2 have here. But as the tower goes down, like, great engage from Mickey. But here, Caps can't flash this wall. Like, can't get hit. But instead, he just takes the rift down and says, "Peace, love you, bud. Have a good one."
I will also say...
Oh, he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
It's like, trust me, bro, it's good. We didn't give shutdown.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, the other thing is, Fnatic didn't get to play the game.
Yeah.
Just like, Jun went in, but there was nothing. There was a culling there.
The problem is they're outranged. They didn't have vision over the wall, so they weren't set up. And this is one of the things that also makes Leona frustrating. Obviously, the general removal of most of the tenacity in Runes and Masteries has helped her immensely, but also the range of Solar Flare, the non-committal engage, is part of what makes her so frustrating to play against, because you can just throw it out and see what happens, and if it connects, the follow-up is so easy.
And I'm thinking ahead probably further than I should, but when I think back to the draft, like, they probably should have prioritized an AD carry earlier and then moved the top lane counter pick to later, rather than trying to ban it away. Regardless, Razork's setting up for a trap.
Broken Blade cut out here a bit, but the follow-up,
I mean, it's good damage, but now Razork is
out of abilities. Fnatic, a bit of desperation. G2 smell it, and they like what they smell.
And now the jungler's dead. Baron is up for grabs.
Oscar, and again, just hoping for that angle. Noah here, no one else really contesting. Mickey might just lose his life in the process. Hansama ready to ult. Big damage onto Noah, but it's not going to hit too hard. Brandel also going to fizzle a bit. G2 potentially overeager. Humanoid on the way in. Caps just continuing to poke. Jun has to pick his moment to engage very carefully. Flash forward from Caps. Full committal. Jun with the follow-up. A Broken Blade off on the side. They're in enemy territory. They're in the wrong base. Noah's trying to do some damage, but he's only got 4 bullets. And it's just not enough to finish the job. Humanoid will try to get the Consolation Tower mid, but it's a catastrophe.
Noah needed about 40 more bullets to make anything happen. Humanoid has that, though.
Yeah. Sadly, 40 did not outweigh 1 shock blast, it turns out.
Yeah.
Landed not as good as electricity in this particular
Oh,
universe. No,
Oh, no! Caps is unstoppable. He gets himself another kill, 22 minutes in. The kills are 13-4. A Baron is on the cards. Caps is TP. He's not going to give Razork anything.
And I just think that G2, obviously executing fantastically, but set themselves up for success in the draft. Hansama leveraging the 1v1 advantage he had incredibly well. And across the board, even though Humanoid, had that small lead early on, he was doing well in the isolated 1v1 as a team. G2 have just been outperforming, and Fnatic thought they had an angle here. But when the Zyra doesn't one-shot somebody, it's not a great Zyra game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Oscar didn't try to get in position to threaten the backline, but you're so spread out as Fnatic. Humanoid is in the bottom side of the map. This was always going to be tricky business, and I think at this stage, you kind of just needed to call it. They thought maybe to get the pick onto Mickey, but with the bone shards and also then having the W up and available as well, there was just nothing that you could do to take him down. And then it's just G2 chasing down, using that range when, like, Noah just can't really get in to deal any damage here.
And you feel bad for Oscar, right? Because he's just so hamstrung at this point. He's outranged. You get these wonderful games as Renekton where you feel like a powerhouse, you feel like a crocodile. This is like the guy on TikTok who's like, oh, that's a nice swamp puppy, yoink.
But I think that's why they wanted to go for the Jhin here, was like, hey, look, we need some sort of utility AD carry to be like, enable Oscar and then enable the chase down, but you're just never getting to actually set up with Noah to get that position.
I mean, my instinct was also that they needed something that could contest the MF in lane to a degree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And if you went for something like a Jinx, you would have been dived all the time, right? So, I mean, I kind of understand the logic, but right now it hasn't worked out. And G2 with a Baron set their sights on Fnatic's base, and they're looking to have what has been a very clean game 1. Fnatic putting up very little resistance, the inhibitor sure to follow. Humanoid still top lane, no TP. Fnatic, I think they might just lose the game here.
Recalls, Caps, ulti gonna go completely wide here. Nice E out to get away. Strangleroids will grab him. Curtain call, generate a little bit of space. Humanoid finally here. Fnatic, they've given up a tower, but maybe this is their fight now. Mickey full engage. Humanoid continuing to just lay down a little bit of damage. The Lucian really starting to hurt. Jun, solid engage. Interrupt on the calling is big though. Coming in from Mickey X, and the ulti from Razor just not effective. And now the bullet time, baby! Humanoid walking into face tech. It must love the taste of lead. He and Noah are just forced to retreat.
Fnatic just walk into everything that G2 had unloaded, and it was the best option they had. But it's not a good option at the end of the day. Now Noah getting peppered down as the Nexus is at the same.
Got the last shot, but
they're hesitant to end. They're aware of the health discrepancy. Mickey's gone back to base, who's their front line. Dragon available in 50 seconds, and they say, you know what? We'll play it safe. That's an open Nexus. We've done more than enough damage. Let's not throw it here.
Oh.
But I think you called it right, Dagda. I think that was Fnatic's best case scenario. I think they found a pretty solid fight. That is what a best case fight looks to them, where the Alistar gets on top of the backline, the Renekton is there as well, their carries are following up, the Jhin ultimate is flying. Unfortunately, we're at a point where the wallet diff is just too big, and MF could literally just stack there.
Well, and it's just a situation where you highlighted it earlier, as long as the composition with an advantage, when both compositions are so similar, doesn't overcommit, it's really hard, right? We saw Razor throws down his ultimate, but G2 are already backing up. Fnatic step forward, and who else is ready with a counter engage but Han Sama with that misfortune ult? It's really whoever overcommits first dies, unless you have a 9,000 gold lead, in which case you can overcommit a little.
Fnatic expected G2 to go for the soul, and they've just abandoned it, and they've run it down mid.
Oh no.
Feels a little different when you say run it down mid and they're winning the game, Mitty.
Yeah.
Fnatic, okay. Inhibitor standing, Mickey ult down. Potential for a fight for an angle. They need a lot more to win the game, but this could at least buy them a bit more time. The poke. I mean, the Bloodthirster shields are going to be so frustrating to deal with, right? The poke, the HP advantage just continues to grow in favor of G2. Even with the fountain behind them, Fnatic are losing HP trades.
But you can see how little damage Noah does with these auto attacks. The Static Shiv, Rapid Fire Cannon isn't very threatening, and now Oscar's gone in.
Ulti from the Brand. Oscar desperately trying to follow up, calling good damage, but making it a body block most of it. They managed to take down the support. Noah off to the side, force shot, not going to hit a low health target, but now the curtain call coming in. Yike in trouble, Humanoid following. Fnatic find a good window here. But have to be careful about overcommitting. 3 carries versus 3 carries. Who's got it? It's like an arena showdown. But Han Sama incredibly fast, incredibly strong. Walk forward, one more double up and an auto. Han Sama on a rampage. It feels like that should just be the end. Humanoid trying to heal up, but Noah now going to be the one in trouble till the skies comes down. But Noah with an excellently timed route. And now Humanoid quick to punish. 280 carries, but Caps, well, he's just TP'd back in and he's going to look to end the game. Or does he want a little bit more fight? And it seems like the answer is fight. Han Sama, though, disciplined as ever, takes down the Nexus in game 1.
The Nexus will fall. Caps does not quite get the kill off the Humanoid, but it is a decisive win from G2 with the composition that took a high level of execution. They were well able to perform.
I mean, priority lanes, good objective control, and patience in the fights. Overall, very solid game plan from G2. I think Fnatic, they need to reevaluate their priorities in the draft. We'll see how they adapt, because it's a best of 5, and this is only game 1.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
Talented.
I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yes, today someone said to me, "Let's go, Noah."
Your mom?
I know. Yes, my mom said. And your mom too.
You know what your mom said to me?
What?
Might be able to finish the kill.
Here comes the Ike though. Gonna see if he can try and stop him before he resets. Should have the pillar playing. There it is!
Oh, that's the combo, baby! Q flash E.
Just landed not as good as electricity.
No, he. Oh no! Caps is unstoppable.
There we go. I think it flew under the radar, but Noah saying your mom too there was actually kind of savage. Welcome back. G2 wins the first game in this best of 5 versus Fnatic. It's going the way a lot of the people that we asked, and well, not the animals, but the people that we asked predicted. I would also like to welcome Perks to the desk. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you very much.
Why are you late? It's fine, you don't need to talk about it. Let's talk about this match. It was, or this game rather, super convincing. And Perks, we were watching the early game and you said it's all about the jungle support synergy and the fact that the jungle support for G2 are just doing so much more work than Fnatic.
Yeah, G2 drafted stronger bot lane and top lane, and they got so much pressure from those lanes, and in mid lane they're outscaling them, so they use a lot of pressure they got. into the mid lane so that Caps can go even in lane and just giga outscale the Lucian, basically. Yeah.
What about the drafts, though? Because, I mean, pretty crazy drafts to go into a game one. This is what I think is really fun about best of fives, right? Oda, but what caught you off guard the most?
I didn't really expect the Jace over there to come out because I was thinking that maybe they want a little bit more frontline, more facilitators for the brand, Ezreal, MF. But at the same time, they did it last week with when they picked Jace Seraphine, so it was all over the place. It caught me a little bit off guard. It was very surprising, but they did adapt very, very well in the game because it really looked like there was a lot of harmony and team cohesion between all the picks, even though it is quite hard to execute.
We had a lot to say about the brand as well, Perks, right? You were saying, I don't get why teams aren't just picking it.
I mean, yeah, to me, from watching these games and some games in Asia, like, the brand just looks very OP, like, as a viewer, you know, and as a player. To me, he just offers so much in skirmishes, from team fights. His ult with Rylai's Leandri will just, like, take half of the HP of your team, and he's like it's basically a long-range engage. At the most you're gonna get, right? And also, I just think his 2v2 is very strong, and yeah, I don't know, the champ just seems broken, yeah.
What was for me very, very impressive about G2's draft was the fact that Zyra is a very prominent pick right now in the meta. It's one of the stronger picks compared to, well, paired up against the brand. Brand, I think, should be a lot more higher prio, but G2 made Zyra look so weak this game just because they had a lot of range, and Zyra doesn't really have a lot of friends to play with this game, and Brand is just a monster pick because Renekton, Alistar, you can't really find any sort of good engagement. The Brand just brings so much teamfight utility.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, if you switched the junglers, like the Zyra would maybe even be good on G2's team, right? Better, because they built such a good comp against the Zyra. They took the Ezreal, Jace, MF, like 3 long-range AD champions. They just completely destroy her when she can't get hit. And Leona ult. Leona is so good against Zyra as well, compared to Alistar, who just doesn't offer anything to that table, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to bully Zyra, it seemed like. Let's take a look at a couple of clips about the action around the mid lane, how G2 really, with their jungle support synergy, set it up to be a winning lane.
I think it was also quite good what Fnatic was doing here because they are matching this sort of aggression, because in this meta, you have a lot of 3v3s mid, but it really looks like this is the power of the map where you always get first move with the strat and you always move mid. And right now, from all of the skirmishes that happened before, they get to find this play on mid lane where I think Perks was having opinions on how good this Lucian should go.
This dive just seals the game. I mean, I think it was very hard for Lucian to win his lane, play aggressively, because of how much jungle support presence there was put from G to the middle. And I think Cubs did really well in 1v1 as well before the jungle support was there. So I think if Lucian goes even in lane against Ezreal, the game is not going good for you, basically. And G2 made sure that that is the case.
It's interesting also because we were talking so much about champion pools for mid lane in Ready Check, about how Caps, of course, with his experience as playing as an ADC as well, this is like a playground now for him. Humanoid on the other side, it isn't, right? And he's trying to shift it.
I mean, I think Humanoid's best AD champion is Lucian. Like, he was very good at it back on MAD in 2021. But in general, like, I don't feel like he is that great at ADCs compared to Caps, who's actually played the role and beat.
And you.
And me, who played the role, right? And Caps, who's won the LEC as ADC. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's gonna shine in this meta.
Yeah, true. There's actually only 2 players in Europe that could shine the most in this meta, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of them.
Yeah.
One of them on this.
Well, I'm really shining right now, actually.
You are.
I love my new position.
It's crazy. Hey, but Ezreal was crazy as well. I just wanted to also see that snipe at the end of the game.
That was personal.
It was personal indeed. Where does that go from here? We knew Caps was doing great, and he was going to do great, so. Oh, man.
It was crazy, this
What
whole
do you
combo. It's Caps Playground. Again, the pressure is on Humanoid to see what they come up with next game. And now that they chose blue side as well,
this was nuts, by the way.
Well, he's just playing with everything. It's just Caps feeling himself
so OP now.
When he has a champion that has dashes and so much mobility, he can pretty much do whatever he wants because he feels nigh unstoppable at this point in the game. So I'm not sure how the Fnatic is going to adapt on blue side right now, because it is going to be a little bit funky, because I don't think it was a problem of red side here. It was more how they prioritize. How they prioritize the champions. So it's on Humanoid again.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm great.
Oh, okay. I thought your mic was
Yeah,
acting
it
up.
was unplugged, but it's
Oh,
fine.
okay. It's plugged back in. Amazing. So let's talk a bit about the rest of the series. And it is a best of 5, so there is a lot of room for changing things up for Fnatic. They're going to go to the blue side. They're going to move over there. You also had a few things to say, I think, about kind of like, you know, the Renekton and the fact that the R5 was reserved for the Jhin instead of maybe you can go a different philosophy. Do you think they should?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm not a top player, so maybe Odo can speak up, but like blinding Renekton there is just like it's a very hard game for him. He doesn't even win lane in 1-on-1, and Yike was doing his best to cover or to help Jace to get to the winning points. And I mean, I don't know why they picked Jhin on last. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Why don't you get top lane counter pick? I feel like it should be good in the meta.
There's always this debate around top laner, especially now. Whenever there's AP champions in the meta in the jungle, you're like, okay, fine, I'm gonna pick Renekton. Worst case, there's a Nidalee, Zyra, or Brand coming to help me and bail me out at some point. The bailout came, but it wasn't good enough because EV played his lane very, very well, and Yike also covered and got him ahead in the early game. So when you're in a position of power already as the counter pick to the Renekton, there's not much that can save you. So that's why I'm curious with Fnatic going on blue side. How are they going to substitute this issue that they had in the top lane? Because arguably, for the plan that they had, red side should have fit them a little bit better. And now, it really feels like last game they got a blue side draft on red side. So now I'm really curious. How is this going to look better?
I'm liking the Leona ban. I'm just going to say that because I feel like Leona is the best support in the current meta. People play 380 champs and AP jungler. So she's really, really OP paired with the jungler in skirmishes. She gives you so much freedom on lane because enemy AD has cleanse and you take barrier. So you automatically win lane no matter what because of that. And I would just say that I think people have been undervaluing her a bit maybe. I mean, even though she's picked a lot, I feel like she should be taken 1-2 on red side every single game. And yeah, let's see how it moves from there.
I like this brand ban because he is the most OP jungler in the meta. Yeah. A lot less ADCs banned.
Is it going to be Ezreal first pick? Like, is Fnatic going to take away Ezreal from Caps? Because Caps has shown really high priority. They actually first picked last game, even though Ezreal is not a flex for G2. Like, people think it's a flex, but it's going to go mid. Like, Ezreal is just going to go mid like 99% of the time.
At the same time, I have seen Caps play Zeri, so now the question is, do you want Ezreal or Zeri on your team on mid lane? And I think
and it's a first pick Sejuani.
Well, Seju is though. Seju is OP. It's one of those junglers that really
Seju is
works with
strong,
everything.
and it makes sense because, you know, Oscar is like good at Jax and those kind of champions that.
But dumb question: why, if you guys really love the brand, why wouldn't they then first pick it? Is there too many things to counter against?
I mean, maybe Fnatic just doesn't want to play against the bullshit that G2 gave them last game, like with the range champions, and maybe they just don't want to avoid this. Maybe they think they'll do better in the tank jungle matchup, like they're doing right now, where Razor can actually impact the early game laning phase, which also makes sense. I think Razor is super good at ganking. I think he's the strongest EU jungler, like making a difference in the early game, or at least has been in the last few splits.
When he doesn't dive, you know, when he doesn't tower dive like he did.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. So, I mean, let's see how they've countered the Lucian, which is going mid lane as well. Like, this is going to be interesting. I think Caps is showing a lot of dominance in this current meta. I think he's been like great on the AD carries, and people haven't really found a response to him. So, I don't know.
Sejuani also opens up the avenue of AP mids again, even though I feel like Lucian should be winning against them, but they might be using the scratch,
Okay, he goes Azir. They're going for the outscaling. Yeah, they're going for the outscaling. Lucian against Azir is Lucian favored early game, but as the time passes and Azir gets some items and levels, I think Azir is really happy in this kind of game. So Fnatic is going for a whole different approach. They're like, screw the last game, screw the early game. We are going for more comfort picks, no on Ezreal, Azir on Humanoid.
It does seem like a blue side draft though, because realistically you cannot get the counter pick top. You're gonna have either losing top or losing both because of the 5-pick counter pick, which Fnatic didn't use last game, so they didn't have anything. With losing top or losing both, it does seem like
maybe it isn't.
I mean,
mid.
No, I think it has to be, no?
Yeah, it has to be.
I mean, just Hansama hasn't played Kaisa yet this split. And yeah, he hasn't, and I think he's in general, Hans and Miki are really good at like lane bullies.
Yeah.
The champions them in lane, so I feel like this draft is going a bit more into Fnatic territory, where Noah and June can maybe be fine scaling out of lane and then playing the kind of game. I like this draft way more for Fnatic than I did the last one. And I think they have very high chances of winning already.
Humanoid is on as a key champion. You can make the rhyme maybe after if he was to be like, his Lucian was mid, his Azir was worse. Do I know that from somewhere?
No, you don't.
Okay.
You're just imagining it right now.
I'm imagining things now.
But now I'm curious Fnatic what they're gonna do, because now it looks like they're prepping another blind pick on top. I do wonder if it's going to be the Renekton. I think it will be again, because at least it makes...
Maybe Jax. Jax against double AD carries. I don't know how strong Jax is right now in the lane matchups, but...
It is quite weak, but Oscar really likes this champion. He always had good performances, even though maybe his laning phase was struggling.
Like, I would be annoyed if I was Lucian or Kai'Sa and I had to play against a Johnny Jax. Like, it just creates so much space for his front line to carry. If he can win lane against whatever is BB ready to counter pick him with, that's basically it. And I think with Sejuani, he can do it. Or, like, he can have a strong 2v2 at least.
Yeah, the 2v2 should be winning. Realistically, anything that Fnatic picks on top, any sort of melee bruiser, it will be winning 2v2 top, because Maokai is utility-based and he has a lot less damage than what the Zyra had the previous game, so it will be a little bit more difficult to find winning 2v2s for G2 this time around.
Oh.
No, brother Cassante, here he comes.
We were talking about it during the last game as to why they didn't pick it up. Slightly nerfed.
Slightly nerfed.
Slightly nerfed, yeah.
It does make sense. Right now, you tried to match G2 in the early game, the previous game you failed. Now you're looking for this whole kind of turtle and outscale approach where it makes sense. Cassante doesn't really have a lot of, you know, strong counters.
I like this a lot actually, because they are not over committing on the melees with Sejuani. I feel like actually triple melee comp is like not maybe that good against champions that can hit you for free a lot. I think Bard gives you better laning phase, and something like Alistar would. I think you're gonna have more roaming time with Bard, and you can impact the middle matchup now to make sure Humanoid can outscale. Oh!
Wait, which ADC is going where, guys?
Oh, that's a lot of AD carries. That's a lot of AD carries.
Is
it too many or not?
G2 got the memo. I don't think it's too many, because Varus, okay, let's be real, Varus is one of those OP picks where even if you put him top, he's an AD carry, but he can build tank. That's just how broken he is. And he's an amazing matchup versus the Cassante, because I don't really see any sort of win conditions against the Varus here for the Cassante. Maybe there's going to be a lot of 2v2 action on top lane, but realistically, this Varus, if he plays well with the vision control that he can provide for himself, he can secure his own laning phase in the back and scale to be a monster this game.
Okay, fantastic analysis. Completely different approach from the side of Fnatic, who are not yet against the wall with their backs, but they're getting there. Let's see if they can turn the ship around. Take it away, the best dressed casters in the world.
Wow. Best dressed in the world. High praise. Well, I'm blushing. I'm not sure how to follow up on that, but game 2 is here.
You do match your shirts.
Thank you. Thank you. The pinker we get, the stronger we get. Mickey X, I would go straight for you. Hashtag Mickey X diff. Good sign. That's a commitment to Mickey X I think most G2 fans can get behind. Of course, we're getting into our second game. Fnatic, a very different approach to the draft. G2 still a lot of AD carries. They've even added one more to the mix. Jace was not enough of an AD carry. Sometimes he's melee. They really wanted the full commit with the Varus. And we'll see if it pays off for them.
And to add insult to injury, Hansama and Mickey have chosen to wear the Invictus Gaming skins in bot lane.
Oh, it's personal. So here we are.
What I will say is, are you a master of the Rift? Do you never miss a game? Santander is here to reward you. Head over to santandergaming.com to
scroll down prompter.
Win weekly and monthly rewards like
Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is Penta50.
Penta50.
Nice. Good job. So shout out Santander, of course, lovely partner that we have here. But Vedi,
I had a point.
Well, I know you were really eager to talk about the Hextech chests. I do want to know what you think about this game of League of Legends.
Yeah, let's talk about the game.
But before that, how's your day going?
So let's cut him off one more time.
Fnatic have changed their draft approach by simplifying the draft, right? We've seen this composition a million times. Maybe the Bard, you could argue, like, sure, is a little unconventional, but as Perks highlighted, it makes a lot of sense in the context of the draft. The thing that I think continues to be the hallmark and frustration about G2 is they've taken what they did in game 1 and they've kind of added another layer, but they've taken the same approach of multiple range champions, a lot of poke at their disposal, just making it obnoxious for you to play the game. And I'm curious to see how this time it works out with a slight variation in the mid lane in particular.
I think the big difference for Fnatic, of course, is they have much more tools to collapse on that potential outrange, that potential, you know, team that wants to backstep. Fnatic are much better equipped to step forward as we see the red buff taken away. That tree is beating down that poor Poro. So Yike off to a positive start, but this time around, at least Fnatic can jump on him if they need to. They've got the Bard, they've got the Sejuani, they've got tools to follow up in a fight.
I mean, I'm convinced this was an LCK game that I saw this in, but Maokai has the ability to do this, just walk up in this matchup specifically. Yike, drawing some inspiration from international play, as he now takes away all of Razork's bot side camps.
The fact that he has the first strike, though, means he's going to be pretty dangerous on this potential dive here as well.
He's still only level 2, and yeah, the wave isn't big enough. They're going to have to call off the dive. But this now makes it very hard for Razork to impact the bot lane in the early game. It's giving control of G2 to be able to get those early levels and that early push. In the mid lane, Caps is leveraging the strength of Lucian to gain that early push as well. And look at top lane. So we find ourselves in a situation where Fnatic wanted to stabilize the early game a little bit more, and due to some involvement of Yike in terms of his early game pathing, he's been able to give G2 that priority all across the map once again.
And also the fact that he actually forced Razork to completely reset means that BB actually has a timer here to try and play aggressive on this wave, because usually you'd see the enemy jungler coming up here level 3 to try and, you know, push you away. But because Razork was forced back, it means he's not quite hit that level 3 yet, so can't try and punish on this third wave crash. So overall, setting up just super well for G2 to try and play through this. The only criticism I do slightly have is, well, we'll wait and see what happens, is traditionally when we see this first strike coming through on towards the Maokai, it usually means you're going that Liandry's Torment first. I really think having Yike be more of that full tank Maokai is probably more needed here. Just when you have so many damage dealers, just having a body that can block a Sejuani ult, that can try and get in front of Oscar Innen, I think is going to be significantly more value than the poke that Liandry's Torment adds.
We'll see what the angle is for the build path, first strike at least in the early game. Not going to be the biggest source of gold income, but a bit of extra damage at least in that first all-in around the red buff. Razork taking away the crab here, Humanoid returning to mid lane. Top lane, we're going to have to keep our eye on as we go further. Broken Blade unsurprisingly able to get the pressure in those early levels. You mentioned it already, but you have the melee synergy with Sejuani, right? We want to see Razork make his way topside, because similar to a lot of these range matchups, if you can just kill this Varus, he cannot play the game anymore. That said, until you do, Oscar can't play the game. So it's a pretty extreme situation either way.
Yeah, especially having this ward in the top rush as well means that even if you try and step up as Oscar to contest this wave, which is now fully frozen by Broken Blade, you're completely screwed. You can't really get in range for experience. BB just gets to keep taking pop shots at you. So Razork has to come up here to break it, or Humanoid, but with Mickey putting attention now mid lane, even though Humanoid's got some good trades against Caps, Caps still gets to shove out the wave and to prevent Humanoid moving.
I will say that I just like that top laners in Europe are just more willing to take these range matchups. Obviously, Twisted Fate was one of the early initiators to kind of push the tank matchup out and say, no more hand shakes. That's the word I was looking for.
High fives.
I was about to say hand trades.
Yeah. Hand trades, yes.
I was like, that's not right. Yeah, like Mirwin was the big proponent, right? He was the one in Europe that was a really big advocate. He was the one initially bringing out the Varus. He was also playing Nico top initially and seeing his influence spread, whether it was him directly or just other top laners gaining inspiration. I think it's very difficult to execute though. That's the crucial thing. You guys are already highlighting if it falls behind early, it can be very difficult to bounce back into this game. You are effectively an AD carry isolated on the map. But when it works very well.
And if you look historically at what has been good in the LEC, compositions like Fnatic's have almost always been more successful. They're safer, they're more reliable as you get later in the game. For G2, the pressure is on for them to not only cement an advantage, but to hold on to it. Because you have 3-4 champions, essentially, where if they get hit by any piece of CC, outside of Hansama's cleanse, they will instantly get one shot.
But I think that's because we're seeing an evolution in the way that League of Legends is essentially played, which is much more around, hey, how can I use these waves to get small advantages, whether it's shift damage on turrets, whether it's shifting Jun into mid lane because we don't need him to try and control this bot wave, right? It's trying to move wave states, and that's why long-range AD carries are working out great. And for that, our G2 trying to utilize that now to contest Void Grubs.
The control in mid, transitions towards top, Broken Blade as well. There to offer support. Now Yike should be able to get this. Keeping my eyes on the minimap, seeing if Fnatic is in a position whatsoever to contest. It looks like that they are not for the time being. 1-for-1 in Grubs. And it looks like for now, that will be uncontested for Yike. I'm trepidatious just because of the positioning of Razork. And Jun is still in the area. There you go, Grub secured.
Razork covering, but behind an XP, Yike first to level 6. Jun finds the angle, massive hitbox on that Cosmic Binding. But not really a whole lot of follow-up here. Again, so much time being spent by both support jungle duos just trying to get control of this mid lane wave.
But even getting control over this bottom side is great for Fnatic, because look at where the wave is for Noah right now. He wants to try and get this crashed and set himself up in a good position. In an isolated 1v1, that's where Noah's most scared, because any W that hits from Hans Sama, suddenly you shotgun yourself in, Hans Sama can take the 1v1. So having that control from mid pressure into bot side means you get control of Dragon, but also allowing Noah to be safe in that what is not quite an isolated 1v1.
Caps, though, continues to be a thorn in the side of Humanoid. Just aggressive short trades there. Hot Cocoa from Jun, making sure that Humanoid sits cozy in this lane. Can just try to keep the pressure up. Caps, of course, would need to commit something like the Culling to just fully take control of this wave. Similar situation to what he was in as Ezreal in the previous matchup. Now Yike using that ulti. Oscar level 6. We'll see if the Q3 falls away. Oscar immediately going unstoppable and trying to back off. Broken Blade's all now going in. Stacks of Blight popping up in first blood. Huge damage from that Varus. No offensive items other than the Doran's Blade. He still hits like a truck.
I mean, the Cassante haters are eating, seeing that champion not move. How rarely have we ever seen a Cassante not move?
All I'm saying is the Cassante haters versus the 80 carries in every role haters. Yeah. It's a battle for the ages.
It is, yeah.
Oh, nice ulti coming from Noah to stop the back of Caps. That's going to be frustrating, especially if he does not have a TP.
But Broken Blade now finds himself once again with a 1k gold lead in the top lane. And Oscar just having to pay for the consequences of playing against the G2 top laner.
And I think the big difference, again, we saw from MDK yesterday, right? They tried range top laners. It was mirror win on things like the Nico. It's, can you sustain this advantage? Can you keep this pushing forward? Because right now, yeah, 1K, that's brutal. It is tough to beat Cassante at this point in the game. But if G2 let this slip a little bit, if they make mistakes, Fnatic are in an excellent position this game, unlike in game 1, to kind of turn things around.
I think that's where BB has kind of cemented himself as the best top laner in Europe at the moment, because he's able to play a multitude of different things. And when he gets leads like this, he just doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, just continuously bullying out these waves. You can even now see him again getting that pressure onto Oscar Inen. He's just trying to get at least some vision for himself so he can try and look towards the top tower. Mickey tries to predict the arcane shift, but doesn't quite get it.
Now, the good news for Fnatic is that ultimately their bot and mid are in a good spot, right? They haven't really lost that many towers in mid or bot. Their objective control is they have one grub and they've gotten themselves first dragon. It's true that Razork hasn't been able to find that many ganks, but ultimately the fact that Cassante is behind in the context of their comp is not the end of the world. He can still offer value even if he's far behind. We know that Cassante is a champion that with one item is enough to kill an AD carry. So Fnatic, even though they find themselves at a deficit, definitely not all doom and gloom just yet.
Struggle, of course, is that when he gets to one item, AD carry he has to kill right now is Broken Blade. And the Varus still strong in isolation, but perhaps as we get later in, Razork will find more opportunities to fight with the team. Bard, level 6 now, Jun with the Tempered Fate can look to make plays. And again, I think we highlight top side. You have an immobile AD carry, you have a Sejuani combo. There's a lot of room to play around top lane, but instead, Tempered Fate going to go on to Yike, not going to connect. Humanoid was ready to fall. They will finally get the flash, but every single ulti just to cut down that tree, and ultimately Yike will walk away.
Yeah, they desperately wanted him, but not quite able to get the skills to land. And Broken Blade goes after Oscar Inen. Nice W, but the slow is there.
Continuing to walk up, just more damage. Oscar, I mean, there's just not enough regen to stay in lane. Cannot commit to an all-in either. Will be forced to back, likely to TP back to the lane, but luckily the wave in a decent state in the sense that he has time if he wants to walk back, but it is Broken Blade stacking the wave in a pretty unfortunate situation.
Now we look at the map and you'll see Hans Sama looking to push this wave out in bot. Top can be pushed at any point. Maokai resetting on the map, so G2 is arguably in a better position to contest the grubs right now. The positioning of Jun is solid as he knows the Humanoid is in a bit of danger, but he's now going to go back to base. But I think Fnatic can look to try and contest this objective. We see Noah now going back to base. Oh, he's going to cancel it. So
I think he got cancelled by Hans Sama.
Could very well be the W from the Kai'Sa.
And a bit unfortunate, of course, because the ultis they use in the previous exchange will not be up to contest those grubs, which is going to make it that much more difficult. In the previous game, it was 3 for 3, tied on the grub score. Triple 80 carry comp, getting a 4 grub buff is a very big problem for Fnatic. Again, they need time. They want to scale. They want items under their belts. And then they can start to get to team fighting and skirmishing. But if G2 get 4 grubs early, as they have now, and continue to win out in their isolated matchups, things are going to get really tough for Fnatic really quickly.
Especially now that you have the static shift completed for Hans Sama, he's going to have a great amount of push against Noah. It becomes really difficult to try and contest that. You can already see how often Jun has had to come into mid to try and help out Humanoid and keeping control over Cap. So I think this is where the game is going to start to break in favor of G2, and Razork wants to try and break that momentum by showing up on top side.
Again, the setup here. Goes forward. Nice flash from Broken Blade, but still this should be just about impossible to get away from. 4 stacks. He knows he's dead. Oscar going to grab that kill. Nice gank on the top side.
Well orchestrated. Even though you get the flash away, you're still in a precarious position. And Fnatic are able to pick up the kill onto Broken Blade. Yike will collect the wave, but still, you just needed something to try and stop that momentum from BB. Should be able to TP back, although looks like Yike going to try and clear out the wave and at least save that TP. So I'm curious what the game plan is for G2 with Broken Blade.
I didn't take your wave, Rob. I didn't take your wave. I helped you save your TP.
Save TP for Dragon. You see? It's like,
yeah. I see.
Yeah.
This is what understanding the game is used for, is gaslighting your teammates. No, I did this for you. I took that 300 gold for you.
I'm sure every player is the no, you don't understand.
You're just looking at the problem wrong.
No.
I'm not the
Think of it more of a solution rather than a problem.
There you go. Positive growth mindset, really.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Now, Humanoid has, or rather I should say, he's going to be able to get the push in mids, which sets Fnatic up nicely for the Dragon. The TP will come in from Caps, and as you highlighted already, TP available for Broken Blade, but also Oscar. So we're looking at this Dragon. Thanks to Yike. Thank you, Yike. Right now, it's not going to be the primary objectives immediately started off, but you can see both teams posturing around it. I stand corrected. Yike going to start this one off. A little ambitious. I worry Razork doesn't have his ulti just yet.
Good stun to start from Jun. Engage follow-up, though. The Bard very squishy. Jun gonna flash over the wall, but now Noah's waiting. But instantly, Hansama can follow up. That is the power of the Kaisa. Noah now retreating. Humanoid has taken down Mickey in the meantime. It's a bit of a messy, scrappy exchange. It's gonna be support for support at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was a quick engage from G2, but because they couldn't quite lock down Noah,
Humanoid going in, the Q back gonna stop him from shuffling, it looks like. Hansama waiting behind, now caught in the meat grinder. Humanoid gonna go for the push back. Guy getting lower and lower. Ulti coming in from Razork. In the meantime, good damage onto Hansama. Noah trying to get into the fight, but he's just watching his team fall apart. Caps picking up the double. Q auto, one more. The healing from Bard, not enough. Triple for the Lucian. 14 minutes in.
It was an even fight and Fnatic chose to re-engage. This was the worst case scenario for Fnatic as Caps, of all people, gets himself a triple kill.
Beautiful stuff from G2, able to set that one up. It did look a little bit dicey because you can see great engage in the beginning from Mickey. He managed to get the knock up on towards Jun and then also getting that charm. But the follow from Yike the whole way through means that you get to secure the Bard ult. Noah also gets hit then by the follow-up Maokai ult. On the opposite side, Mickey does die at the top end. And here, I think as you said, Betty, you just call it quits, but they think they have a moment to pick out Yike, who has gone for this Yandri's build. He's not particularly tanky in the Maokai, but the twisted advance here to dodge Razork's ultimate was really well done, and Humanoid, in trying to save himself, kind of just shoved the Kaisa onto Razork to say, hey look, now we got Hansam who can try and finish you off as well. So it was a little bit unfortunate for Fnatic, just so many things just going slightly wrong.
Yeah, the fight being divided by Jun, I think, was a good thing initially for Fnatic. But as you rightly said, the re-engage, I just don't understand it because no one can really fight, right? You know, it was so awkward, and look at what G2 do with that. They secure themselves a Dragon with the 5 grubs. They immediately turn their attention to the bot side of the map. Of course, Fnatic are cross-mapping on the top side, looking to try and siege onto the tier 2. Doing what they can, and they should be able to secure this objective. I have to correct myself. I thought G2 was ahead on the play, but actually they're reacting to Fnatic, who's able to first secure this objective.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the 5 Void Grubs for G2, so they should be able to match at least in getting this, despite being behind in the play. So we'll go tit for tat when it comes to tempo. The question mark for me is what happens with the Rift Tower that's on that top side, because you could try and fall back, but I think Fnatic kind of realized they've gotten enough out of this play. So I think off of resets, G2 then get to swap sides and can play for that Rift Herald on top side into top tower, and that's where I think Fnatic in the long haul might end up losing out on this play.
And G2 so happy to have broken mid lane tower with that as well. Noah gonna have a very hard time approaching this wave. Obviously with the ulti, it's so easy for him to get mid prio, but it gets a lot trickier when you don't have that tower to defend you. Hansama continuing to poke with the W, and G2 priority access to the Herald at the very least, on top of the fact that they got 2 towers in that last exchange and the Drake. They have set themselves up for a very good sequence here.
Well, G2's priority should be the tower, and by prioritizing the top tower, you then convert that pressure into the Herald. You can see Caps pushing out that wave, but now the next objective is clearing out this vision, which Fnatic want to contest.
TP from behind.
It's a good
already
flank.
Going in, the Bard ulti not going to connect on anybody. Humanoid going to go with the double pushback. Nice use of the AoE. Clean fight for Fnatic to kick things off. Colin coming in. from Caps, but it's only connecting onto Razork. Excellent punish for Fnatic, exactly what they needed.
It's a fantastic flank. They knew exactly what G2 wanted to do, and they were in a position to punish. They secured themselves the Herald, they'll push out top, and they'll get a bunch of much-needed kills.
And as G2 not doing their due diligence with this sort of composition, when you know Fnatic have just been on that top side, you need to sweep out all the wards, but you can see how many of them are even still littered on that top side, one even in the lane itself. Fnatic knew exactly how they wanted to set that up, and that's some great planning ahead to set up that play.
I wonder if G2 expected Fnatic to try and cross-map, that they would instead prioritize the bot side of the map, which is why they walked into the river so confidently. You can see 4 members on top side. Look, the Kaisers in mid, they didn't expect this ward to come in from behind them, and Fnatic just collapsed beautifully. This choke point limiting the options from G2. And they're just forced to burn flashes and run for their lives.
And also, just Hans Sama being in mid lane trying to push that out meant that you didn't really get an opportunity to run back up. You see at the end clip of that replay that he just wanders in towards mid to start putting pressure on towards the tier 2 there. But now, Mickey, we're forced to back away. But Fnatic, with tempo here, this is where it gets dangerous for G2, because when Fnatic are able to choose their fights and choose how they enter, this is where this kind of AD carry-heavy composition starts to fall apart.
It is very easy, if you are on the side of Fnatic, if Broken Blade ever oversteps, to delete the entirety of G2's gold lead with just a couple of abilities. So Broken Blade is powerful, but he hasn't even completed 2 items. Hansama also with 2 items, someone who needs to be tracked. A lot of upfront bursts, a lot of engaged potential for Fnatic here. You can see them taking control of the bottom side, looking to even up the tower score. 3-3 here. The gold lead still 3K in favor of G2, still with those strong individuals, but the composition of Fnatic finally starting to get involved in the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that gold difference at the top is quite deceptive to how the game feels.
Yeah.
If you're a Fnatic player in this position, you press tab and you go, oh, okay, I'm humanoid, Caps only has a pickaxe over me. It's actually not that bad. I look at jungle, oh, I've actually got 2 completed items. I'm chilling. Okay, I'm definitely behind top, but hang on a minute, am I really? I've got my first item completed, I've got a few more defensive stats, I'll be fine. Maybe I can't just straight up kill him in lane right now, but I think I'll be okay. And then Noah's, okay, he's a little bit behind, but he knows that in a little bit he'll have his second item completed. So Fnatic is pressing tab, and they probably don't feel like that they're at a 3K gold deficit because the itemization is still fairly similar.
Yeah, and especially when you're already gotten 2 tanks in your team as well, like you have to start getting towards, you know, a 3rd item where you get to into your LDRs and at least your tank shred for a lot of these AD carries. True. So at the moment, your tanks are still going to tank. So you're in a decent position here as Fnatic when you look at these fights, but that's where the pick is coming.
Engage going in, Hans Sama trying to kick things off, but a nice interrupt on the Temper Fate. Sadly, it only buys a bit more time. Humanoid trying to flash to safety, sliding, gliding out to safety. The Q, the full charge coming for Broken Blade, but once again, Humanoid goes golden twice. The ulti though, he's not going to mess it up the timing, but he doesn't have the stacks yet, and the punish is there. Broken Blade down, gold lead deleted in this fight. Now Fnatic hungry for more, but they're not going to find another angle.
BB tried everything, and Human said you still need more. And now the TP in behind them. This is going to be Humanoid trying to see if he can get in. G2 trying to escape, but look at the top side still. Oscarinen pushing in. Fnatic looking to punish the mistakes of G2.
And Razor can just continue to phase tank. They don't have the damage here. Hansama W connecting on the wave. The tower should just fall. Fnatic looking much more comfortable in game 2.
G2 has a very fragile composition. If you overstep, Fnatic have the tools to punish. Great sequence of plays from the entire Fnatic team, from Jun landing a fantastic ultimate to buy time for Humanoid, into then going over the wall, creating enough space. Then he stopwatches, or Zhonya's rather I should say, the Q from Broken Blade, and then the rest of his team is there to body block. Just excellent execution. And Fnatic have bounced back incredibly well as we look back at this play.
Yeah, I mean, you already nailed it, Betty. Mickey goes over the wall. They want to try and get the pick because they know in a straight-up 5v5, Fnatic probably wins. So this ultimate from John buying enough time. And again, Caps kind of dashing into the knockback from Humanoid was really unfortunate. And then BB thinks he can try and make the play, but at this stage, I think you just call it a day.
He definitely should have, yeah.
Yeah, it ends up costing him so much. The fact he goes down, and he's so far extended, G2 can't really help out. And again, you've got that front line in Razork who can kind of play chase and allow the rest of Fnatic to catch up. Now, Mickey spots out the Fnatic are on this top side, but I don't think there's anything really going to come of this. It's just more Fnatic trying to regain vision control back in their top side.
Meanwhile, Humanoid Broken Blade home in the bottom lane, just clearing out side waves. 21 minutes in, triple AD comp versus a composition with a 0 on it. Both teams going to take Baron pretty quickly, honestly, if they're left to their own devices. But G2, the ones with access, G2, the ones with control, Saplings and Wards together make it pretty frustrating for Fnatic to approach. Luckily, they've got a Sejuani with Warmogs, so it's not the end of the world.
This TP from Oscar Rinnan.
That's the story of the weekend. You just got to force the Baron. Sometimes see what happens. Tempered Fate, good. Delaying the Baron take. Ezreal follow-up, even better. Broken Blade now going to ult Oscar and trying to keep this one going. Looking to isolate an AD carry, but all of G2 immediately going to flash back. Now the Jungler taken out of the pit, but the Baron's not quite low enough, and it's finally going to reset in the end. It's just Oscar risking everything, but Hans Sama quick to follow up. Killer Instinct coming through. Jun now backing away. Noah, good damage on the Caps. Not going to mean too much. Humanoid untouched for now. Red and blue buff empowering him. He wants to keep pushing forward. He knows if they eliminate G2 here, if they can find a couple kills, the Baron is theirs, but they just don't have enough left in the tank. They can't afford to step up.
Razork having that Warmogs meant that he was able to get a little bit more healing, so could try and keep that play going. So it will be a kill going to G2, but Fnatic going to be pretty happy that they at least stopped that Baron.
I will say that was an impressive Baron from G2, because I feel like when I saw that Baron force, I was like, oh, G2 lose the game here. Like, against Sejuani Cassante in that sort of situation, I felt like that they were just going to get completely rolled, but they disengaged at just the right time. They were able to isolate a single target. I think Oscar separating the Maokai maybe is kind of where the front line and the engage fell apart, because at this point you're buying so much time. The engage here is really solid from Fnatic, but they can't quite close the gap enough. Azir isn't quite in a position to follow up, and I think that's probably the main reason why it fell apart. Fnatic didn't quite have all their members, and it meant that once the fight became a little spread out, G2 was able to find a pick.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it in the replay, but Humanoid wasn't with them. He's only just coming out of base, so I'm wondering if they spotted him resetting an award or what it was, but that seemed to be the go button for G2. But I did get a little nervous. That Baron yoink back, setting up everyone for G2 into the Temper Fate. I was like, oh no, that was where I was like, this is G2's over. But G2 just about able to escape, getting back out onto the map, trying to get control over mid-wave so then they can get their side lanes out to push them out as well. And at least G2 getting that kill will give them some more advantage to get push on these side lanes.
Of course, a decent number of flashes burned in that, though. Caps and Mickey both down in the flash. Humanoid's about to come off cooldown, something that has to be respected. Razork also giving up his, and Oscar, of course, giving his life in the extended play. Baron clearly the focus for both sides here. G2 still holding on to that gold lead. Fnatic with the Drake advantage. Minute 40 till the next Infernal spawns. How confident are they? Do they want to try something similar here? Don't really have all the vision swept out, and Broken Blade, pretty easy time checking if he wants.
I think it's because Caps is in that bot side. They want to try and see if they can get the TP out. There was no teleport on Oscar Rinnan, who is now moving down to try and collect this wave, but that actually might be the go button for G2 once they spot Oscar Rinnan, because if they're timing his teleport correctly, they should know he doesn't have that available, and Caps can TP into the play if they want to.
Resets instead. They haven't cleared the vision. So we get back to the League of Legends Chess Classic. They could have skipped the steps, they could have gone for the bold play, but instead they'll just take this opportunity to reset, see if they pick up any items here. Hans Sama obviously getting closer and closer to 3, AP being a solid choice. Have a decent amount of AD between a triple AD carry team, so might want a bit more magic damage.
Fnatic is very much likely thinking about the Dragon. They've kind of abandoned the bot wave though, which does surprise me when they have double TP. Perhaps they're concerned about G2's ability to contest the mid wave, so they're just overstacking in mid to assure that push. Now they'll gain access into the river as the TP from Caps comes through. His third item being completed means that these mid laners are lethal right now.
Side waves.
That bot wave is just very awkward.
Yeah, and I mean G2 in just a slightly favored state in terms of wave control. If they just keep stalling this out, if we just play this 50-50 game where everyone hangs out in mid lane. Top wave pushing in.
It's Ezreal versus Kai'Sa poke, and right now the Ezreal is definitely winning.
Yeah, the W's not connecting. Hans Sama really would have loved one more item here. Noah much more comfortable in 2.5 than Hans Sama is as he continues to take poke.
And the poke is landing. Look at Mickey. He's being forced away.
G2 now pulling up to the top side where they have a wave to play around if they want to. Fnatic going in. Counter engage from Yike could be big. Yike getting pulled in. Caps off to the side, doing good damage on Oscar. And an excellent lockup. Stops any potential follow-up engage from coming through. Mickey now forced to retreat here. Humanoid going over the wall, looking to find Hans Sama. Has to be careful. Magical Journey going in as well. All of them collapse on Hans Sama. The bottom lane of G2 in the sights of Fnatic. Razork trying to hold the line, keep it 280 carries all to his lonesome. G2 in enemy territory now. Fnatic, I think, just start the Baron here. They're not going to lose themselves to these picks. Jun face checking the brush, just going to stop the recalls. Fnatic a little bit split here. TP going in. They should just finish the Baron, but they know they only need 2 members to do it. So instead, shifting their attention very briefly, G2 caught out in that exchange, and Fnatic grabbing the first Baron at game 2.
Great patience from Fnatic. They leveraged their poke beautifully. They landed it onto Mickey, and they kind of shepherded G2 into the topside river, where they could find a nice pick and convert that into a Baron. Great patient play from Fnatic of now giving them a firm lead over this game.
Yeah, also just nice mechanics from Razork at the start of this fight. Keep your eyes on the Sejuani as they go into the actual river. As you get the engage coming through from Yike, Razork ends up jumping backwards, so gets the pull forward on Yike, you'll see it here, and then brings him into the team and then gets the knock up, so Yike is completely separated. Jun then gets the ult onto Mickey and Broken Blade in the back line, and from that position then, Fnatic are good to start to chase down again, just utilizing the fact they have this strong front line, and G2 has just lost theirs.
I mean, fantastic Temper Fate to back it up, and you can see Mickey fulfilling a very similar role to what Jun did last game. You are the sole source of engage, and you are not that tanky. Has to get poked out just to try to find the angles. Fnatic now disciplined around this push. Have to be careful about keeping these flanks warded up, and engage from Mickey could still be lethal, but they're feeling very confident in this game too.
Yeah, and Mickey didn't have that Warmogs completed yet, which was kind of the sad part. He now has a finish, but it might be too little too late. Fnatic have just taken so much control over this game, and G2 are struggling to get back into it. As Vedi has been saying over and over, this is the downside of a composition like this.
Yeah, the fragility of G2's composition is on full display. The advantage of a Sejuani is how much easier it is to initiate these fights. And it comes back to something you were saying, in that by going for an AP Maokai, sure, there are AP damage threats that you can provide, but it's also a very squishy frontline. What is this Sejuani afraid of? Like, Razork has his pick of the litter in terms of how he wants to engage, and he can pick any target, and they can shut them down almost immediately. And he's also got a great team to follow up on. And like, Jun, Bard is not something that we often see from him, but he's making some very impactful ultimates, both defensively and offensively, to follow up from Razork as well.
Yeah, and you're in a situation in this game where so many support options were banned away. Braum, Rel, Nautilus, all banned in that second phase. Mickey takes the recon. 4 champions taken off the board. He has to pull something out. And the fact that this Bard is working for Fnatic is big as we head deeper into this series. For now, though, G2 holding onto their base as best they can. Fnatic keeping the pressure on. Caps looking for the isolated 1v1, but Humanoid really hurts. He is not scared of that Lucian, but Caps is damn well scared of that bird. Fnatic continue to siege on the bottom side. Caps forced to back away, likely means the tower will fall here. Tempered Fate not going to connect.
At least it backs them away, and you know it's not a good sign when a 4-0-2 Lucian is running away. Says exactly what position this game is in. Fnatic not quite going to be able to get the bot lane tower, but there's the ultimate on towards Yike that misses, and Yike responds in kind.
Nice body block, good discipline from Fnatic. Only 2 members going to get rooted. Noah off to the side. We'll opt to cleanse. I think concerned about the potential Kai'Sa follow-up from Hansama. And now, I mean, it feels like the same. It's game 1, but we swap sides. We've been here. I've seen this one. The difference is, this time around, Fnatic bringing back comfort. You know, we've got the Ezreal for Noah, we've got Azir for Humanoid, an iconic pick, and it has paid off for them. Managed to hold on despite G2's pretty immense early gold lead, and now very firmly in control of this game too.
I mean, credit to Fnatic, they've bounced back very well, and this is exactly what the fans wanted anyway, right? Expectations were obviously very high for G2. I think that no one wanted to see a 3-0, and the fact that Fnatic is stepping up is definitely going to make this series exciting. Strong performance from Razork, and I like what Perks mentioned. He is probably one of the best, if not the best, kind of play-making jungler that we have in the league. And credit to him, he's found a lot of great plays this game. He's really been the front runner in terms of making things happen for Fnatic. Now let's see if Fnatic can close things out. I think it should be an easy matter for them.
Well, this is a fun chart. Poke damage is fake, but if you want good damage numbers, play poke champions. That's what Yike has taught us here. If you play AP Maokai and throw saplings and brushes, you will top the DPM charts, I guarantee that.
He's getting a few more resistances now, but I feel like it might be too little too late. Of course, he's only level 13, close to level 14. But I mean, Humanoid's level 18, so, you know.
Yeah. Again, there's a world where if Noah or Humanoid make a mistake, and G2 can very quickly delete one of those carry threats, which would require Fnatic kind of mispositioning, because G2 don't have the best proactive engage tools. There is an angle for them to come back in this game. And they are playing this one out as disciplined as they can, not trying to give anything extra over to the side of Fnatic, especially now that the Baron buff has worn off.
But I think you've already set up for G2 to try and make something happen. Like, look at all the wards that have just been littered down on this bottom side by Mickey. He just snuck his way past everyone to set those. And that seems to be essentially the game plan to try and get back into this. See if you can get a TP from Broken Blade in behind, set up for some sort of pick using that ultimate. But it's still a hard one because it's still an AD carry who's TPing in onto the back line. So if Fnatic ever sneak it out, yeah, it's a disaster.
And G2 flexing, you know, the options available to both Varus and Kai'Sa in terms of itemization. You've got the Banshee's Veil proc, obviously on a longer cooldown because it's not the full Banshee's Veil, as well as a Seeker's Arm Guard for both Hans Sama and Broken Blade. So some pseudo-tanky tools. If, you know, Fnatic overcommit in terms of resources, in terms of ultimates, it does give them at least one fight where they can punish.
Yeah, I do love when my tank says, please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. They're just like invulnerable in the middle of everyone.
Look, I'm not saying it's a perfect solution. I'm just saying, you know, we saw Humanoid earlier, baited a lot of cooldowns with the Zanyas, Broken Blade and Hans Sama, I think, hoping to do something similar here with their defensive item choices.
Now, Baron. 18 seconds on the clock, and Fnatic will set their sights on it. Vision already starting to come through from Jun. I imagine he's going to go back to base, replenish control wards, maybe complete a second item. But Fnatic will be obviously expecting some G2 resistance. Mickey has snuck his way into top lane. Not sure what the play is, though. I guess Hans Sama is in range to follow up on a pick.
You know what they say, man. When the going gets tough, the tough hide in bushes and wait for their enemies to make a mistake.
That's one too.
Yes. That's the one. Art of War, baby. The EU classic. But Mickey, not sure what bush to hide in.
It's just so many options.
There are so many options. Also doesn't want to get caught out. There is a Bard and a Tempered Fate and a Magical Journey, which means if he makes a mistake, he will very likely die, despite Rakan's mobility. There's a lot of tension here. G2 really want to contest this, do not want to give away another Baron. You can see the setup here, the diligence the Fnatic have laid down all this vision.
Good control. No potential flank wards either. Not that they're really that scared of.
Oh, Razork going to kick things off. Yikes, slowed up just a little bit. If they delete the jungler, they can just start this off. No hesitation. Ulti already going in. They go golden. A bit more space. Caps is going to need to step up to protect his jungler. Yike going in anyway, but he'll just give his life. Good pick from Fnatic. Mickey now laying down some vision in the pit, but it's just desperation games from G2.
I mean, G2 spread themselves too thin. Mickey's top lane, Broken Blade still trying to answer bot lane. They have TPs, but again, it comes back to this, who is Razork afraid of? He can do whatever he wants. He can initiate whenever he likes. Mickey,
decent engage off the side. Hans Sama now going in, but Jun there to body block, there to stop the Kai'Sa from doing much. Cap finding the isolated 1v1, but it's not enough. Hans Sama already down. Fnatic staying grouped as 5. Nice retreat here. Ulti denied from Broken Blade. Decent fall of damage, but he cannot finish off a kill. Noah jumping in. Broken Blade goes golden. How's the timing? Perfect on the Azure ult, as Noah is now unstoppable. TP coming in to try to save the top tower. Instant pushback on a Caps, and Humanoid just destroys him. Doesn't even hesitate. Last inhibitor in his sight. This is going to be game 2 for Fnatic. Comfort in the draft paying off as they demolish G2.
Fnatic are taking no prisoners in game. G2 gave them the opportunity to bounce back, and Fnatic have grabbed it with both hands.
They have certainly bounced. Mickey, nowhere safe left for him. Tempered Fate on his own team. Fnatic having a good time. One game, not enough to break them. Not enough to break the mental. Confidence and comfort in game 2, the story for Fnatic. We'll see how they adapt as we get further in the series.
I mean, G2 wanted to, I guess, test the limits of what they could do. We talked about how it's a difficult composition to execute, and while it had a strong start, the moment that they started showing some cracks, I mean, Fnatic just kicked the door down, right? They did not hesitate one bit. I love the adaptation. Let's see how things transition as we get ready for game 3.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Oscar immediately going unstoppable and trying to back off. Broken Blade's all now going in. Stacks of Blight popping up in first blood. Huge damage.
Zero flash, zero flash. No ult flash, no ult flash.
Yeah, we should win this. We should win. I can mash TP.
Nice.
Very good.
Is there flash?
No flash.
Vlad is coming, but I can help you out.
Nice. Very nice. I'm up.
I ult him. Para el kill Varus, one shot Varus, he's trolling.
Nice.
Kaisa.
And welcome back to the LEC, where Fnatic comes back in this best-of-5 series and ties the series 1-1. And I have a special guest with me to talk about, not League of Legends actually, we're going to talk about hair. How are you doing first? Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm G2 Misaka, and as you guys always see, I goes bald if we win undefeated. So yeah, last seconds with my hair. But we have to do content games.
All right.
Because it would be bored if we storm Fnatic right over it. So all I can say, Cap stiff. So Cap's dead. What do you think? Do you agree with me? Cap stiff?
You still have your hair, yeah. But you're not going to keep your hair. I mean, hopefully for you, by the end of the series. Are you enjoying your last hours with this amazing hairstyle?
Yes, of course. Everyone in my work was like, oh, Florian,
yeah?
Goodbye to your hair.
Goodbye to your hair. But for a good cause, for a G2 win.
Of course, for a good cause.
So what we just saw now was the content game, yes. I assume. So it should be a sweep series from now on.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, we have to make content games, because it would be too easy to win against Fnatic 3-0. So we have to warm up a bit and get ready. I think our staff is doing a great team.
All right, the words of the best G2 fan here, of course, Florian. Thank you so much for this interview. Good luck to you and your hair and Shocks. Over to you.
Thank you. The bias is absolutely unbelievable. Did you watch the same game that we were watching here? Because I was so impressed. Aragon is also joining us to talk about exactly that, right? I mean, after the shellacking in game 1, what a change of course for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to me was the players on Fnatic stepped up where I had question marks about before, especially Jun and Humanoid. I think Jun finding that insane Bard angle into a bunch of range champions as well as immobile champs, as well as Humanoid having a great stable, I think is the main thing. Stable mid lane lane phase, as well as just playing the front-to-back team fights was fantastic, and that's what worked for them.
Humanoid got one big int out, right? Perks, and then he turned it around.
I mean, there was this one mid lane play where he just completely... He went too deep, he got overexcited, and then he just backfired really badly. But I think he's been doing a great job this laning phase, and I think June actually helped him a lot, matching Mickey and making sure that the lane is even and that he is in that state where he can impact the game, yeah.
Yeah, because I think there was loads of question marks about Fnatic. It's in this meta, AD mids, Humanoid's a bit shaky. They're trying to force Talia Sejuani. Also looks really shaky against Giant X. It's not quite working out. So what do they find? In the end, they find we play front-to-back team fights, good old League of Legends, and I just wonder what happens when it comes to adaptations. Do they keep playing it? Does G2 decide, we're going to ban this away? Then what control mages can you play after that? Because they're not as good as the AD
Well, we don't need
mids.
to talk about it yet, because we can talk about how they, because I'm also already thinking about it, but that makes me a little bit more depressed about if we're going to see 5 games.
Yeah.
But if we talk about this game particularly, you called it out as well, Perks, even in the draft, right? You said when the Bard came out, you said
their draft is just much better, yeah.
This could be the key. Jun was a support that we talked about as maybe the best support in the league for a little while, right? How hard is it to, what does he have to do correct in order to make this team comp work for Fnatic?
I mean, to be honest, Bard, this game is not that hard to play since they have not much things to go on him. There is no hook, there is no I don't know, it's hard to play against champs like Lee Sin, Pyke, I don't know, Nautilus, this kind of champs, but against Rakan they have really free lane, and also they have Sejuani to engage, so they have Bard and Sejuani to engage. It's always good to have double engage instead of just one champion to engage. So I think and he was able to match mid much more. Okay. So it's just a great draft, it's much more stable. It's wonderful, yeah.
Good stuff.
I think Jun is a really confusing case study because he was so good at champions like Rel, and now it's just Leona, Rel, Nautilus all the time, and he's just not pulling off as he did. I'm really glad he did. But I have a question for you, actually, Perks. How do they keep mid lane stable? I really wonder, from your perspective, because AD mids, I feel like the trades are super volatile, and we've seen Caps is just a much better AD mid player than Humanoid. How do they go in terms of stability from here on?
I mean, to be honest, I do think that Humanoid played this lane phase pretty well. I think both supports were switching times where they were mid, and I think if Fnatic even played a little bit better around Humanoid, he would have had a bigger lead this time around. So I think if he plays matchups he's comfortable with, or champions that he's comfortable with, he's gonna be fine matching up against Caps. But I think in the AD carry departments, after all, Caps was an AD carry, so we have to keep mentioning it, that he is just better at it, and yeah, should probably find something he's comfortable with.
I'm catching the drift here between Aragon's first point and you about like we're gonna have to be looking at that champion pool for mid. I do want to take a look at a couple of the replays because Fnatic was on the back foot, right, Aragon? Caps got that triple kill. G2 looked to be pushing their advantage. So what were the mechanics to Fnatic's comeback?
I think there was that one fight, it comes to mind immediately, down in bot side with the Varus overextension. I think they had such big leads, and then these champions...
This was the first one.
Yeah, the first one actually, the teleport.
I think this is what got them back into the game. Like, if you see here, you don't see it very closely, but Hans was left alone mid, and Noah actually skipped getting the mid prior to follow on the play top. So that means that they planned this play ahead, like 20 seconds ahead. They were like, if this guy goes for the wave, we kill him, and they did. And here, I think Humana was actually out of position, but Sig Bard ult, and then I think Caps could have killed him if he just ulted. He dashed into the Azir ult, and then
There's a long play. And I kind of get this one. Going for
Broken
the E
was just
afterwards.
tilted, man.
You think that's going to work? I saw the angle as well for BB. I get why he walks forward there, but I mean,
to be honest, if he kills him, it's actually fine, like 1-for-1 trade. But I mean, it's one of those plays where you just tunnel vision and you're like, just why don't this guy just die? Yeah, can he just die? And you're like throwing everything at him, boom, and he just doesn't die, and you're like, GG.
We all understand the sentiment, right? But yeah, fantastic game out of Fnatic, but if I'm gathering it here for my analyst, not ready to call it for more games. We need to see if they have enough in the tank in the mid lane champion pool to see if they can pull out a second game.
A very good question. Something Pick and Ban will answer for us very quickly, at least in Game 3. I think bot lane champion pool is also a good question because while Comfort has been king for Fnatic, we saw in Game 1, if push comes to shove and it's just an arms race for who can play the wackier stuff, G2 will win. And now that they have the luxury of selecting blue side once more, we could be in a very similar situation to what we were in Game 1.
So now that we've entered the club, let's see what beats we got on display. Nidalee going to be the first one to drop. Ash, quick to follow.
Not allowed in the club.
So the guest list is being checked right now. You have to imagine Ezreal's going to be taken away, right? It's clearly proven to be such an effective champion so far in this series. Globally, Ezreal has been dramatically rising in priority. So where will it fall in this game? Zeri going to be taken away by G2. No surprise there.
Still curious about the Rumble and the Brand as well, though, like where they end up coming out in the whole mix of things, because Tristana has just been taken off the board. G2 going to ban the Kai'Sa last, so either Rumble or Brand are getting through. And also the Ezreal then. We saw the first pick Ezreal in the game number 1 for G2 Esports, so maybe that is the game plan again. We'll have to see if Razork is going to take either the Zyra, like we saw in that first game, or if he's going to go for the Brand instead.
And I think this is really a call out to a certain degree to Noah's champion pool. Obviously, this pick was excellent in the hands of Caps, right? But when we look at the Kai'Sa alongside the Zeri and the Ezreal, these are the 3 champions that Noah has been the most comfortable on, right? So thus far in the playoffs, it's been 4, coming into the series, at least 4 games of this Kai'Sa. Now we'll see what his response is that, once again, the AD pool has been very heavily targeted.
I have to wonder if Leona, the Leona priority, Leona Sejuani, Leona, maybe Leona Kai'Sa. Oh, sorry, Kai'Sa's already banned. I mean, Perk's made a great point, I think, following post-game 1, that Leona really is heavily underrated, I think, by Fnatic. And, I mean, it fits into Jun's champion pool beautifully. But, I mean, G2, why don't they just run it back? I wonder if they are debating going for the Brand Leona right now.
Yeah, I think that's what you do go for. The only worry would be, hey, look, we just got beaten because we didn't have enough tankiness and we could end up in a similar situation. So Bai can at least slot into that, but no, they're still going to go for it. So, oh, actually, no.
Oh.
Okay. So taking the Renekton away from the Sejuani and trying to deny that pairing is nice, but it does mean Oscarinin, like, he's been good with counter picks. There is an opportunity now for him to go for that counter pick.
And G2, to a certain degree, I think, pressured into picking the Renekton because there's a Sejuani on the opposite side. Do not want to give away that jungle top duo that has been, you know, as long as League has been a game, essentially, lethal. But conservative option coming in here from the side of Fnatic. Just looking, again, they did so well in the previous game. No reason to change the formula if G2 are going to give them access to it. And now we have the Ornn coming in.
So I don't think we'll see it because Renekton is a good matchup into the Ornn, but Caps had also been practicing in solo queue Renekton mid. So just to have that in the back of the mind, but I think you're happy enough to just send the Renekton into that top side against the Ornn and you're going to be fine. So honestly, I think as G2, you're actually pretty all right. Like, you have Fnatic who have to try and play into you. You've got the Zyra, you've got the Ezreal that can kind of do its own thing. So I think it's, as you can see from Fnatic, just try and get rid of these more AD carry mid laners as well. But I think Lucian, very strong for Caps at the moment and can still work very well. So I think that'll probably be the second ban from Fnatic coming in here.
you know, the more I think about it, the more I don't hate it. The Renekton mids into then something like a Jace top, and then you've got Jace Renekton plus the Zyra Ez.
The two of you are cooking too much. This meta has ruined everything. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, bro, I've been casting G2 for 8 years now. Like, I know what they're like.
Also, I worked in the LPL. Renekton can go anywhere, man.
Yeah. Both of you are bad examples. I'm going to take you off this. This is not a family-friendly show anymore. You can't just say outrageous, inappropriate things like Renekton mid.
Leona ban, I think, is great from Fnatic, removing one of those strong engage options from G2. The Misfortune ban from G2. Was not expecting that, but the route going to come through from Jun makes a lot of sense.
And look, the Fnatic composition. Oh, hold on. I want to talk about the hovers,
bro.
I am. I've been baited. I'm debating because I liked the row. I liked everything that it would bring. Instead, perhaps we'll see something different. Caitlyn locked in for Noah.
I have to check Noah's history because I don't remember a Caitlyn game.
I don't think it was a Caitlyn game. Yeah.
And this is a situation where he is, you know, now set up to be dominant on the bottom side.
So competitively, he has 6 games and he has 100% win rate.
Okay. But, you've sold me. That's all I need.
I can't separate that, so I'm not sure whether that was the LCK Challenges or if that was in EMEA Masters or...
Rob's going to do it for you.
But he has the history on the champion.
Okay, so now we're in a situation where we have Nautilus alongside Jhin. So again, range, the name of the game here from the side of G2 Esports, paired with a little bit of reliable engage.
I mean,
Noah and Jun, Barrel and Deft. What? Spider-Man glasses meme? No, okay. It's gonna be Rel.
So I'm not as much of a Jhin hater as certain individuals.
You mean Rob?
Yes.
Rob, yes.
But I don't like him into tanks. I think that the bottom line is that he only has 4 bullets, which, as hard as those bullets might hit...
As much as it sounds like a meme, it's really valid.
It's just not that good in attacks. He only gets to hit them 4 times, and fun fact, he doesn't shred them that quickly. Now, Ezreal is a bit of an exception in that. However, yeah, I mean, again, I'm a fan of Fnatic's comp. I think that it's very straightforward, very similar to what they did in the previous game. I think there's room for for G2 to attack the early game through a strong top side, and they have decent setup on the bot side of the map, along with good poke and range coming out from their mid and AD carry. But yeah, again, I like the foundation that Fnatic have set up for themselves, and they seem to have a clear game plan of how they want to match up against G2.
As you said, Betty, screw Jhin. So I think I love Fnatic's competition. But like in actual fact, like I dislike that you don't have a real tank shredder. Like the Jhin doesn't do it, the Ezra doesn't do it. I know you were already hitting on it, but it's like that for me is the big standout here. Is like, how do you get through Orange Sejuani with this composition?
It's going to be a tall task, and I think a very similar story the one we talked about in Game 2. G2, certainly some power in these lanes. Can they take over early on? Can they find big enough advantages and close out cleanly? Or can Fnatic weather the storm and once again scale and take over in the team fights? This time around, they're packing a bit more of a punch in the bottom lane. We'll see what Noah's Caitlyn looks like as we get into our 3rd game of the series.
Now, I had Rob look it up along with my stats team, letting me know that Noah, in fact, has 3 games with Caitlyn in the LCK Challengers League back in 2022, and he also has 3 games in Ultra Liga. So it's been a while since we've seen him play Caitlyn competitively. But I'm excited to see a bit of a different look for the LEC fans on Noah. We've seen him on we've seen him primarily on things like Zeri. We usually see him on Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
But Caitlyn, a very lane-focused pick, something that I don't think pairs beautifully with Rel of all champions. But in the context of the comp, I think Rel is completely fine.
I think any champion with CC, we can obviously talk about like trap net combos, right? The setup is there, but certainly not what we're used to. We're used to seeing the Luxes of the world, right? All about dominating the 2v2, putting on as much pressure.
Melio is also fine.
Sure.
Just anything that can basically enable the Caitlyn in lane to leverage the fact that she has the longest range in the game, right?
Yeah. And especially in this support matchup as well, like Nautilus has to play on the back foot. He's looking to hook Rel out of her crash down. So immediately you kind of just get to play more aggressive as Noah, because if Mickey ever goes in, Jun goes for the re-engage, you end up winning out in the extended trade anyway. So I think that's really where Noah's looking to try and play around. And realistically, while it is great for Caitlyn to try and get the ball rolling early, I don't think she hits as heavy of a trough in the mid game. But Noah, as you can see, already going to get some nice damage onto Mickey, as Hansama wants to trade in the wave.
Nice hook built over Peacemaker, used for damage, means it can't be used for wave push, but Noah's still able to walk up, get these free auto attacks down. No ward placed. Hansama doing his best to play around the force shot here, but Jun and Noah not really scared at all.
I mean, I think G2 is doing a smart thing of contesting the wave. They know that on Nautilus Jhin, it's still a very strong 2v2 bot lane. They're gonna be in a position to get that level 2 first. They get it. All right, they choose not to try and force anything. I think Rel, again, in the early levels, she can have control. She can make stuff happen, but against a Nautilus, I think it's difficult this early on. So we're seeing the Caitlyn limited a little bit because those early levels are where she can be so impactful. Jhin is one of those answers just because of how effectively he can trade, especially with that 4th Shrine line.
Yeah, and then pushing the wave as well with the bouncing grenade is super nice, but I think it's just as this game goes on, Mickey just needs to be careful because you even get the shield break coming through from the Q from the Rel as well. So this matchup just isn't great in the support role. So at least for the early levels, Hansama having a little bit of the extra push with the bouncing grenade and stuff does help out and being able to hit the wave first, but this will start to transition.
Now, while we're talking about the bot lane, junglers going through their clears, the one big advantage G2 has is Zyra's incredibly fast clear. And as you can see, Yike is already on the top side of the map. Razork chose to do his Gromp blue immediately into red because he was concerned about this incredibly fast clear speed. And now G2's looking to set up a dive.
And Oscar doesn't even really have a chance to clear the wave here. He needs to survive. He needs to at least make sure he can get this XP. Nice knock on a Broken Blade, but he's not tanking tower aggro yet. It might not matter, however. Fnatic doing so much work. Flash paired with the Cold Amical, keep Broken Blade standing, but a nice turn on the dive. Razork now has to be careful, however. Arctic Assault, not sure on the cooldown, forced to flash out. Comet hits on the end, but Oscar already clearing the wave, stopping any redive attempt.
That felt like way too much of an overforce for G2, but Mickey now going to run into Jun. Caps can't really follow up on this, so he should be able to get away, but I really didn't like that from G2. You already saw that Razork was in position. You're not going to just one-shot Oscarinen underneath the tower, and Oscarinen does a great job of getting that CC onto Broken Blade, so now you just end up with Broken Blade having no flash on that top side, and it's Oscarinen who's able to get away while still picking up that wave.
Something that has to be respected as we get further, right? The Ornn's only going to get tankier. Those dives are not going to get any easier. Level 6 for Broken Blade will be big. Yike getting a bit more damage, certainly, but that's a lot of time spent, right? Yike's still in the lead in terms of CS. Spent a lot of his time trying to make that play happen. Now Humanoid in trouble. Nice dash to the side, but the Ignite is ticking. Flash in. One auto from Caps. Just out of range of the second tower shot. Will survive as Jun has Flash, has Ignite. Does not want to go for it.
Nice roam from Mickey. Sets up the play for Caps, and it's G2 that secure first blood. Jhin trying to hold the wave to allow for Humanoid to TP back in. This death, of course, not great for Humanoid, but it's not going to hurt him ultimately because he's able to get back to lane relatively quickly. We turn our attention though to Yike, and I'm curious as to what his game plan is here. Choosing to forego the Raptors, I guess, to help Caps push this wave.
Landing.
Nice, yeah. So basically, they just wanted to get the wave underneath the tower so the Caps can get a nice base off. He also has TP. He's got gold that he needs to spend after securing that first blood. G2 looking to try and be proactive on the map.
Yeah, I think it's, again, trying to look towards these Void Grubs in just 50 seconds time, so at least you get that nice reset coming through from Caps. Picking up the Sheen is huge because it does give you so much more when it comes to those poke and those Sheen procs. But having that continuous push for Hansam on the bottom side, usually the way I look at Caitlyn versus Jhin is Caitlyn having that little bit of extra range means that she can kind of play at a distance and get some pop shots on towards Jhin, who doesn't actually have the longest range himself, but no, not quite able to get himself pushed up in lane, and Hansam has been able to control really well with just the bouncing grenades, keeping that push in.
Broken Blade. Use the slice, now has the dice too, realizing he's probably already done for, and again, the follow-up, the repeat on the top side. G2 overforced the early play. Broken Blade flashes on the top side, vulnerable to the response from Fnatic.
Yike was in the area, but Razork was just faster. Again, I just want to echo the sentiment that Perk shared after the draft of Game 2, which is that Razork is just one of the best playmaking junglers we have in the league, and he's making his presence felt here in Game 3. Fnatic answers back with a kill of their own, and Fnatic, while still a little bit behind in terms of gold, definitely mitigating the pressure that Broken Blade's able to exert in the top lane.
BB still having that TP though, because he was able to just walk back to lane after that initial failed dive. Means that Yike still has the pressure that he needs to try and get these Void Grubs. So now G2 might look for number 2 on this. Even if they don't find the Ornn, you're still going to be able to get the Demolish proc in that first plate for BB.
Does even up the gold in the individual 1v1, no TP from Oscar because of the previous play. At least paying off in that regard. Oscar can come back, call the Forge God is there, but Broken Blade looks like he's going to play for the second plate as well, so should walk away with a decent gold advantage for himself. Really, Razork, the one who won out the most on that topside gank.
Razork doing the smart thing of immediately pathing towards the dragon. The bot lane has push for the time being. Yike now coming back out onto the map, but Fnatic have gotten that early vision as Broken Blade continues to proxy. Oscar, I guess he's a little worried about where the Zyra could be.
Difficult to approach, too. He's going to have to just eat a ton of Renekton autos to walk back under tower, but now that he sees the wave crashing, no Zyra in sight, he will finally return to the tower. Shouldn't lose out on too much there as G2 starting to step up in the bottom lane. Razork is, of course, there to cover Hans Sama with level 6. Always a really easy angle to start a fight.
Again, just not knowing where Zyra is in the map means the Fnatic have to be very careful. There's no deep vision. Because Hans Sama has done a decent job of keeping control over bot, Jun can't really step up past River to get vision any deeper. Now having Razork behind him, he feels a little bit more comfortable to move in. Maybe looking to get some trades on towards Mickey, but in this sort of situation, like if you end up with Humanoid having push in mid and he can roam, like Jun, Razork plus the damage from Humanoid can be very dangerous for Yike or Caps if they end up overextending.
And overall, a much quieter Game 3 than either of our first two. Outside of that one play on top side, the two dives really on top side. One gank and one dive that fumbled there from the side of G2. It's been overall much, much calmer. G2 still continuing the trend of pulling ahead in terms of early gold. At least on the bottom side of the map, that assist from Mickey helping him hold on to an advantage, as well as Caps, that kill in the mid lane, crucial for allowing him to build a little bit of a lead here. Doesn't mean the most for the Ezreal, as you highlighted earlier. The Sheen was nice to have and gets him out of an early trough of being forced to buy the tier.
The thing is, though, G2 at least controlling their waves has Mickey not been able to get the hook. Has set them up pretty well. Although BB taking a bit of a poor trade. I mean, the ult could kill.
Oh, Razork's here again.
The win. Again, Dominus coming in, you'll give him a lot of additional health. Coldmeek helps him clear the wave quickly, but he'll have to out-execute if he wants to survive. Instead, Yike on the way in, they see him, but he's going to have to make it past Razork. Flash in for Broken Blade to make sure that he lands the stun. Ulti going in from Razork, they should be able to grab the kill, but he at least deletes the wave. Yike not in a position really to follow up in a successful dive from Fnatic.
I mean, I think the flash from BB killed him. I think if he just plays it back, Osgurnin can't really get in towards combo range, and you should have been fine to get out, but now Noah stepping up against Hans.
Walking up, trap blade down, forcing the flash out from Hans Sama. Jun, Q flash forward, W going in, well-timed cleanse, but there you go, ace in the hole. Oh, the combo from Noah! Oh, the Superliga games paying off.
And Fnatic finding kills across the boards. I think on the top side, BB believed that Yike was right behind, and so he could try and punish, and that would stop Razork from going underneath the tower, but Razork didn't care. He dove him anyway, and they get a kill on top side. Meanwhile, Hansam is isolated on the bot lane. They get his flash out early, but Fnatic are willing to commit the same summoners, and they get themselves a kill too. Well played, as Gold Lee's now starting to mount for both Oscar and Noah.
Mickey stepping up in mid there to get the demolish, so at least again trying to get some resources in towards Caps. He's kind of the bright light for G2 at the moment, but this is really well orchestrated by Fnatic. Razork has been doing a great job of keeping Yike in check. Now Jun up here as well, and if you can just escort Osgurnin through what's a bit of a miserable laning phase, I think you're in a good spot as Fnatic.
Broken Blade in trouble now. Should be no way out. Fnatic committing so many resources to the top side. The rest of G2 not in a great position to punish. Stun goes in. Noah going to try and clean up the kill, grabbing another one. And it's only Hans Sama, a lonely Jhin on the bottom side, who doesn't even really have time to hit the tower. He'll just be forced to recall.
But that's the thing, it's Void Grubs as well. This is just a nice rotation in the map.
Yike the flash, full commit. Humanoid going for the pushback, trying to make a play out of this for himself. Yike punished at least. Going to get the 1-for-1.
Nice reaction there from Humanoids. At the very least, getting a kill back is something. They'll lose some plates, but on the top side of the map, they're getting plates for themselves. Fnatic is moving around the map. They are being incredibly proactive, and they are locked in here in Game 3 against G2.
Fnatic out-macroing G2 was not something that I expected to say coming into this series, but that is exactly what's been happening. Razork consistently being able to be in the positions he needs to, but Fnatic now rotating Noah up to get Void Grubs. They are out-maneuvering G2 at every step.
I mean, typically, Caitlyn games, you see junglers play for the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
However, Razork has been, I'm going to gank wherever I see a good gank, and that has been top lane. 3 times back-to-back, he's been able to make a gank onto Broken Blade work, and the bot lane's just been doing completely fine, even finding kills of their own in the bot lane 2 versus 2. And while pressure has been put down onto Humanoid, and he's definitely a little bit behind, he's completed his Nash's Tooth. He's got his boots completed, well, not second upgrade, but he's in a perfectly fine position. And Fnatic, I would argue this has been their best early game so far in the series, and we know that as an organization, when they have an early game lead, they know how to use it.
You see the play here on mid. Humanoid gets flashed on by Yike, and this is where it looks a little bit disastrous, but Humanoid, great heads up in the moment. Just is like, cool, well, you have no flash now, Yike, and the wall is perfect to just pin Yike in against the back of the Raptor pit. It means he's not able to move away.
I mean, the reaction time there, and just the awareness, as you highlighted, it's the fact that, oh, you flashed onto me, I know your flash isn't down, because the foolish play would be to try and go for all three and then not get any, right? So instead, he just committed to the 1-for-1 and he makes it work. Dragon now in a minute's time, Herald in about a minute and a half, both important objectives that I'm sure Fnatic would love to contest. We'll see as they set up nice vision. Dagda, you've been highlighting it all series. Look at these deep wards on the bot side of the map.
Oscar going to be forced back. Meanwhile, Noah just continues to hit this tower. 3 for 3 on the grub buff. Caitlyn just infinitely better at taking towers. Much more flat AD itemized as well with the first item, IE. 3 members of G2 racing a single Caitlyn for a tower.
Jin, baby, let's go.
Jin haters eat. And by that, Jin haters eating, I mean Dagda.
Look, he has some things he can do.
He does some things good.
Yeah.
I have died to this champ a lot. I'm not a fan of it in pro play, but it has certainly been strong in a lot of metas. So far this game, though, the Caitlyn seems to be offering a little bit more value, but we haven't really seen Hans involved in too many plays just yet. And to your point earlier, Betty, you brought up a great point. They weren't playing for the Caitlyn, but they've done a good job of letting Noah have these isolated resources on the top side play, getting him extra kills, getting him extra gold, just to make sure that when they built that advantage top side, they could turn it into an advantage for the Caitlyn.
But it's now turning into an advantage across the board, right? Because the fact that you have Broken Blade, he's so far behind, he's not able to bully Oscar in as much as he'd like now with the Thornmail completed. But even the value of caps in these situations, with heavy armor prioritization coming through from Oscarinin, that's going to come through for Razork, it becomes very difficult for you to get through this beefy front line because your Jhin with Static Shiv isn't going to do it. Caps is the only one that can really try and get through it, but he's not really at a position where he can do it either. So Fnatic keeping this game in an even state is Fnatic already ahead because of these compositions.
Fnatic now going to look to put that to the test. Q going a bit wide there from Jun, but we'll be able to walk away. Plant set up decently. Andres, of course, making sure that at least a little bit of damage will go down onto that tanky front line. Hansama walking up as he reloads the pistol, ready to make a shot. Razork going in, trying to steal the objective. He won't be able to grab that, but the fight looking very heavily Fnatic favored. But now the response, the turn, the burn. They managed to take down Yike, but lose a member in the process. Jun out of the equation. Broken Blade now trying to punish Humanoid, who's overstepped on the sideline, trying to get back onto the tower, but Caps sealing the deal, securing a kill.
You can see how durable this front line of Fnatic really is. Unfortunately, Humanoid is caught off onto the side, making it a 2 for 2, and G2 ultimately happy as they secured the Dragon as well.
They have to secure the tower with it. Oscar in, BB has the Fury.
Recognizing that he would not survive as soon as that tower falls, Oscar trying to make the retreat, searing charge. Out to safety, G2 still gonna grab the tower in the process. Got the Drake as well, crucially, curtain call there onto Noah. Last 2 shots, only one gonna connect. Noah doing just fine.
Jun now stepping up, Mickey spots him in the brush, but Noah had to back away. Looks like we're just gonna get a bit of a replay of what happened here, but Mickey gets a good hook onto Jun, but he manages to step away. And then as G2 turn towards the Dragon, Fnatic feel comfortable enough to try and step up. They're waiting for Oscar in to show up, and that's where they try and take position here. Razor coming over the wall, gets a great setup, but the Aura ult across the team just means that there's no way that G2 can really continue, although Caps does step forward to get some damage, but it's on the bottom side that we don't see where Humanoid ends up getting caught out.
You can see the value of Zyra, especially into champions like Sejuani as well, because they just come into you, which makes your ultimate and your plants that much more valuable. But then the counter argument is, but these tanks are great at soaking up all of this damage, which is what they did. Unfortunately for Fnatic, Jun ends up falling because he's not quite as durable. But it's kind of that arms race of who can get stronger. Will it be the tank front line, or will it be this Zyra who's able to secure, well, thanks to all the fast clearing and high farm, you can get a lot of resources very quickly.
Certainly. And as well in that fight, while the combo is good from Oscar and Razork, there's not really much follow-up, right? Humanoid not in a position to do damage. Noah, one auto, I believe, got knocked up by the Nautilus assault as well.
I mean, that fight, Razork and Oscar mainly did the damage.
Yeah, exactly, which is not where you want to be. You don't want to rely entirely on your tanky front line for everything. Jun now kicking the fight off, though. Excellent use of the ulti. Razork off to the side. Noah uncontested on the backside, laying down the traps. But again, Yike ready to turn it back when Fnatic overcommit. Jun once again deleted.
You didn't have the damage in tow, though. They end up catching on towards Caps, but Noah can't really step up. Caps is TPing down on towards Humanoid, but he has the zone tower set up. Oscar in matches, and it will actually be G2 just using that time to, it looks like, get the tower in top lane. I think they're going to step up behind Sama now to get it. Yeah, there it is.
Finally knocking it down. Well played. TP response, of course, coming from Fnatic to stop the side lane collapse onto Humanoid. Does cost them both TPs. Broken Blade still holding on to his.
It's interesting how the feel of the game has shifted, because the driving force was largely Fnatic within the first 10, arguably even 15 minutes. But after that last fight, you'll notice how G2 now are the ones mitigating the pressure on one side of the map from Fnatic while finding a play of their own on the top side. As we look back at this replay, you'll see they secured themselves the Herald, they dropped that top, trying to secure this tower, and Engage comes in from Jun, and it looks promising because it's on to the Ezreal, but he's just able to flash out to safety. And now Jun is in that awkward position where in most fights he's likely going to sacrifice his life, but if you don't have the damage to secure a kill, then it's not going to result in much. And I can tell you right now, QSS is going to have a lot of value as we get later into this game.
I was going to say the Merc thread value is there for Caps as well in that last fight. If he didn't have them, the trap would have gone down from Noah, he gets CC'd again, the follow-up's through and he dies. And then that suddenly looks very, very different for Fnatic. So the itemization for G2 working wonders for them. But they'll need to try and continue this forward, because again, we're kind of seeing El Clasico for Fnatic, which is leave Humanoid in a side lane on his ear, get him fed, get him to be that big carry. And with the game positioned the way it is, you kind of need to keep that creativity as G2 to accelerate it past the point where we hit the 3 items across the board for everyone, and Fnatic just get to look for team fights.
In game 2, we had Caps on Lucian. And when he stepped up, Humanoid said, I'm an Emperor, get away.
Noah just stepped up, the cleanse there. Now the ulti going in. Get away, also the answer there this time around. Noah completely caught out, not expecting the range of the Jhin. That long-range route to just lock him up.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to talk about, so Caps is ultimately going to be the problem in this game, but the lockdown as well, if you're out of position, G2 are very quick to punish.
You got to put the front in the front and the back in the back. You cannot let them hit you from the side. That is not, the composition for Fnatic not going to work. And suddenly we have a situation where a 3-1 Caitlyn, who was given so many resources, who individually put himself very far ahead. Noah, a good job early, now caught out, cost them a decent amount. Broken Blade perhaps overcommitting here on the top side onto Humanoid. Decent damage dominance, but with the Ignite taking, shouldn't be able to make it out of this one. Humanoid, quick to punish, quick to grab that kill, at least something back for Fnatic.
It's a nice pick for Fnatic, but with Dragon in 3 seconds and any to try and make their way down there. Humanoid doesn't have flash, but we're just going to get a repeat of Noah here. Tries to finish off the crab, misses the Q, and that's where he ends up taking that step too far forward. Mickey with the lockdown means that you get the guaranteed follow-up, and then the ult from Not means you get the setup after.
But he did get the crab.
Word.
Nice.
Nice.
This is that. If this was in solo queue, the AD carry would be like, where's my team?
True.
True. But unfortunately, this isn't solo queue, and he should have abandoned the crab. So Noah ends up getting caught out. G2 used that window to, I can't quite tell, did they secure that tier 2 in mid lane as well?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, 5-1
Yes,
the tower
they did.
score.
Yeah.
Steadily building that lead, and again, Fnatic really great tools if they can ever force a fight on their terms. I think one of the downsides of a champion like the Caitlyn, and obviously, again, similar to our game 1, the AD carry pool was heavily targeted, is that Caitlyn also really likes to be there first. She likes setups. She likes to have the trap. She really wants people to walk into her.
That's fair.
She is not the best at following up, especially when she hasn't built RFC. I understand the build here completely. It is great. He's going to do a ton of damage, but he doesn't have that additional range, that luxury to step up that little bit further and hit those free autos.
But this is the point, hang on. This is the point I wanted to make earlier, which is that Lucian versus Ezreal, there is a very big range difference, and we're seeing it. Now, Mickey.
Nice Q to interrupt the engage. Decent follow-up is there. Razork in trouble trying to make it out of the ulti. Interrupt coming through from the Xayah ult as well, and now the curtain call going down. Fnatic really haven't found their angle, but Oscar looking to turn it back. Broken Blade locked up. Mickey now needs to get the hell out. Fnatic, excellent pullback on the fight. G2 overcommitting.
They heavily committed onto Razork. I was thinking, oh, this time round it's Razork that's on the retreat, but no, he was able to just stand his ground, wait for his team to center around his position, and they're able to defend. They get themselves a pick back onto Broken Blade, who even committed his teleport, and Fnatic holding their own.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a weird one though, because Broken Blade TPs from here to there, and then G2 find the fight anyway. I think he could have just sliced and diced over the wall, but he ends up putting himself so far forward then that you're actually in a bit of a choke point for G2, where it's Fnatic who gets to play out with this big concave and fight then on towards G2 in the choke, and Oscar Erning gets massive value out of the Ornn ultimate in that sort of situation. So nicely done by Fnatic to kind of draw G2 into the fight.
it's an awkward game because there are a lot of champions with really long engage ranges, and both teams have champions who are not very good at following up on that. Like Caitlyn, Jhin, outside, yeah, obviously Jhin has the snare, right, which I think makes him stand above the rest, but also the Zyra, if you're not in range when the fight kicks off, it is really tough for you to take the time to walk forward and then finally follow up.
Sometimes I contemplate on whether or not teams just mis-execute team fights because they're playing AD carries instead of mages. Mages can offer a lot of AoE burst in fights. You think about Hui, even Azir to a degree, like they're champions that can just drop like a nuke in the middle of a fight and then just burst someone, hey, we've won the fight. AD carries are much more the war of attrition, right? They damage you over time. That's why poke ahead of a fight is really important in our current meta. And I think that was an example of G2 just thinking, hey, we can win this fight when they just didn't really have the raw upfront damage to win. At that point, they've overcommitted and then find themselves in a position for an easy re-engage.
And also an example of something that, Rob, you pointed out, but you as well in draft, right? The Jhin composition is not the best at bursting through these tanks quickly. The Zyra, yes, over time, the Ezreal over time, all these champions over time will eventually kill a tanky target, but they cannot just blow Razork up so easily unless he's really, really egregiously mispositioned.
And I mean, that should be the idea behind the front-to-back comps, right? When you're running Azir Caitlyn, it becomes a war of attrition where you're hoping your front line lasts longer than their front line. And it just becomes a question of which front line dies first. So far, it seems like Fnatic's front line comes across as stronger. But as we get closer to the Dragon respawning, we'll see how things play out.
I do think Fnatic need Jund to start playing a little bit more around Noah though, because a lot of the times what we're seeing is Hansama and Mickey contesting mid-wave, which is giving them a ton of control in River, and you can already see how much vision they've set up and how far they put the vision control back for Fnatic, and a huge portion of that is just the numbers advantage they've had on mid-wave. So Noah now actually being able to contest this means you can try and clear some of it out, but the 55 seconds until a potential soul here for G2, Fnatic kind of feel the need to contest, but they're not really in a position to get into River just yet.
And again, both these teams really want their opposition to be fighting into them. They want to be able to back up, counter-engage the Azir, the Caitlyn, incredible in those situations. The Zyra and Jhin, very powerful as well. Right now it's G2 with control over the pit. G2, of course, as you highlighted, on Soul Point. So Fnatic probably going to feel forced to contest this one without really good vision setup. Razork doesn't have to be too scared, but Noah has to be incredibly careful.
Look at how much that they're face checking into as well. Poke from Caps. This is his ideal setup, leveraging the Fog of War to chip away at his opponent's HP, but Fnatic doing the smart thing of using their Warmogs users to face check, knowing that they can tank up the poke, and just regenerate back to full.
8 seconds. Fnatic see that they're not on the Drake. They can take a bit of time to try to get control over the mid-wave. They don't really have a wave to play around here. Might just be the face check 5v5.
If we get an opportunity, observers, I'd love to see what Fnatic sees as they're trying to contest this River. Yeah, like, do you see how uncomfortable this is?
They got one cheeky ward, and it's doing a lot of work. Ulti's coming in. The Ornhorn is down. Nice disengage. Ulti hitting 2 from Yike. Noah going to be locked up. Ezreal going to connect on him as well, but Mickey X is already dead. Fnatic still standing. Hansama's ult out of the equation, but low health bars mean the Jhin is that much more lethal.
But you're just going to wait to heal it up. You still got those Warmogs that can come through, and now Broken Blade is caught.
Dragon Broken Blade, E over the wall. The stun still going to hit. Noah getting in for one more cheeky auto. 90 caliber net into the push, and Humanoid looking to bring it back. Nice buffer coming in for Cap, so he's still standing for now. Humanoid goes gold and gives himself a bit more space. Yike trying to clean it up. Ulti from Caitlyn. Ace in the hole from Noah, looking to make it a quadra kill for this Caitlyn in game 3.
It's a delayed penta, but it's Noah cleaning up the fight. The front line stands strong for Fnatic as they force their way into the pit. They do concede the soul, but they will get the Baron. Fnatic looking good in game 3.
And it's just the fact that they can continuously go forward, continuously have this front line, and there's no one on G2 that can stop them. Noah was never really under any sort of threat for the majority of that fight, and now Fnatic with Baron buff, it's going to make it so difficult for G2 to crack that front to back once more.
An incredible moment in the series for Fnatic. Momentum heavily in their favor in this game. The Baron with a Caitlyn Azir composition is going to be brutal for G2 to handle. And we look back at what Fnatic were able to do here.
Look at Razork. Just follow Razork at the start of this fight and keep track of this Sejuani. Look at how he finds Caps here. Incredible. Like, forcing Caps immediately out of the fight already splits G2 up. Now it is Fnatic just focusing on the front line. The damage is monstrous from Noah. He takes out Mickey, and then G2 says, fine, let's just quickly rush down the Dragon and then we'll be able to disengage. Broken Blade gets caught off, trying to disengage away from Fnatic. But the crit again, the Collector coming in for Noah. The Dragon does get secured. Humanoid finds a nice play. Caps is able to get over the wall, but he's already done what he needs to. The ace in the hole to secure the triple, and then Noah delaying his auto to guarantee the quadra in what was effectively a delayed pentakill for Fnatic.
Honestly, I'm shocked that that shuffle managed to hit on towards Hansama. He still had the flash, but I'm kind of with him. I didn't think that was going to connect, so he ends up getting caught in the middle of that. But G2 now on the back foot. Fnatic send Humanoid top. They're trying to push outside waves. G2 trying to use that moment to catch on here.
Crucially, G2 have the soul, now engaging with confidence, seeing tempo in their favor. Fnatic out of position, they're quick to punish Jun. They want to deny the effectiveness of this Baron buff. Humanoid already splitting on a side lane. Oscar as well has to wonder how much more time he has to push. All of G2 ready to collapse, he's just going to recall.
Ultimately a great punish. Fnatic moved into an area of the map that they were too spread thin to be able to control. G2 with good awareness. Of course, they did have to commit 5 members, so a lot of farm is going to be lost, both on top and bot lane. Humanoid and Oscar are going to choose to reset, but we'll see what more they can get from this Baron. A bit of time going to be wasted due to Jun's death.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is you'd kind of set up for these waves to hit on sides, but only as they were getting to the turrets did Fnatic actually get caught out. So G2 had the opportunity to try and heavy force mid, so Fnatic reset, have to try and cover that, so G2 now get to farm up, push back out the waves, and it's, with a minute left, it's only 2 waves that you can play off of on this Red Bull Baron power play, which just isn't enough for Fnatic to get any turret, unless they just 5-man mid lane and try and burst through that mid turret.
And while it's easy to see the way that Fnatic can win the fights, they have so much more power in a front to back. If G2 can get control of this mid wave and get set up in 2 minutes 45 seconds when Elder spawns, they're going to be really good at killing tanks, guys. I just, at that point when you have Elder, I just don't think it matters, right? It's just so much power paired alongside Chemtech. So Fnatic have to be good in the execution, cannot allow themselves to let G2 get the setup, and they're willing to fight for it. Sidestep from Jun, Celestial opposition used. Passive expired. Does Fnatic really want to fight for control of this area?
Yeah, G2 needed to fight before Fnatic got to as 5, and now they are. So G2 might be in trouble.
Broken Blade locked up. Banshee's proc, Dyke off the backside, not able to do much. Throws down the ulti to get a bit more space. Hansama, 4th bullet, not going anywhere. Caps uncontested in the backline, but just really cannot hit anybody. Mickey already dead. Curtain Call going in the front line, body blocking as much as they can. Broken Blade trying to find access into the backline, but again, Curtain Call, good damage, but not finishing any kills.
The front line just doesn't waver from Fnatic. They're able to hold the line. In fact, they got themselves a kill. I guess the good news from G2 is they've really hamstrung what this Baron from Fnatic was actually able to accomplish. Their mid tower still stands. Fnatic have been able to push through side lanes. They've secured the bot tier 2 at the very least, but overall, this Baron was not that impactful. So I think you're right. We're looking at an Elder fight, gentlemen. And an Elder is all it takes to swing the game back in G2's favor.
It's going to be so hard, though, when you look at the Ornn items starting to come through. 4 items now for Noah. He has that rapid-fire cannon that you were talking about already, Dracos. You've got the Void Staff completed for Humanoids alongside his Zhonya's. Like, it's so difficult to go up against Fnatic at this point in the game because the late game has hit hard for Fnatic.
The Gigafinity Edge.
Yeah.
They removed the name of the old
masterwork.
Yeah, so now I have to come up with my own names.
Edge of Insanity. Edge of, what's the edgiest thing you can think of?
Edge of
Sasuke's murder blade.
I felt left out when you two were talking about anime rap earlier on. I feel it again.
There you are. It was a cringe. It was a cringe reference. For the good of the people.
Gangster
I don't know if that's what that word means. G2.
40 seconds.
Again, trying and fighting successfully for first setup. Fnatic really only have to be scared if all 5 of them walk into this choke and get ulted by Yike. Noah, the one who matters, Humanoid.
Look how tanky Oscar is. He just has
but
so
the poke
much
on Humanoid
HP.
matters if he steps up too far. And G2 can get some damage down. But yeah, as you highlighted, Razork, Oscarinen, and Jun don't take damage. Oscar going in. Mickey able to buffer out with the hook. Fnatic happy just to have the mid lane tier 1. 15 seconds till Drake spawns, so they'll not be able to get Prio here, but Humanoid might just start to threaten the base, pull G2 away from the objective.
Humanoid is threatening the base. He's got the tower behind him as well. He's got the TP to join the fight. There aren't really many good wards available, but the Elder started.
We might just have to flip it, boys. Fnatic. G2 Can they find the angle? Fnatic setting up, grouping as 5, both sides hoping to find the engage, hoping to find the force. Jun kicking things off. Broken Blade immediately ulting, but he hasn't found access to the backline yet. Caps as of now untouched. Dragon no longer the focus for either side as Jun is getting chipped away. Mickey still standing. Broken Blade in trouble. Manages to dash back over the wall crucially, but Humanoid still gets the kill. Broken Blade down, Jun down, 4v4, Dragon getting lower, the curtain's called, Hansama ready to put on a show. To the side of Fnatic, Noah still basically full health. Who can get the smite? Who can secure this one in the end? G2 managed to get it, Yike, clean on the smite, can they find the fall? If they're down a man, Caps, Hansama, double 80 carries back to back, one taken down, Humanoid wants to make the difference. Goes golden, but surely Caps has the timing, Caps has the setup to Q, finishing the job, the Dragon. Spitting hot fire on Fnatic, they will lose the Elder.
G2 barely managed to keep that fight together long enough to get the Elder Dragon, and for Caps to fire off Mystic shot after Mystic shot and keep Fnatic in check.
An incredibly tense fight. The front line doing what they can. Mickey there to soak up a lot of the engage. Yike in a bit of a dangerous spot, but nothing really follows up on the back. Broken Blade is zoning Humanoid away from really following up the engage, while Caps is at a nice angle to get some good damage down. It ends up being a 4 versus 4 as we move into the second half of the fight.
Yeah, and this is where keep your eye on Yike's health bar. He moves up here, but one shot from Noah means that he has to flash completely away, but Mickey goes in to deny Fnatic any sort of follow-up, buys the time for Yike to get that Elder Dragon, and then Caps and Hansama, they have to put on a clinic. Every shot has to be precise, and they're just about able to claw back. But now G2, remnants of that Elder Dragon, immediately move over towards the Baron.
Humanoid just responding, he has the TP, Oscar coming as well, but I think Fnatic are just going to concede this one. And you can see Noah, 9k damage, that looks good, but he didn't get to do anything for the first 30 seconds of that fight.
Well, the biggest problem that we saw was Oscar Rinnan sent out the Ornn ultimate, but got clipped right on the edge of a knock-up. So it meant that he couldn't get the follow-up on that second part of the Ornn. So the team fight that Fnatic were trying to set up for never came to fruition. And now G2 are in control, and they're about to start knocking on the base.
Wearing every single buff in this game. Caps stepping up both carries. The buff still standing, 39 seconds. Fnatic really cannot afford to take a fight until those buffs fade away, but their base might be the first to fall. If they don't fight now, trying desperately to clear the wave. Humanoid and Noah.
Caps' poke is ruthless now with the Elder at his back. It's going to be wearing off soon, but G2 want to do as much damage as possible in this window.
20 seconds. G2 don't have pressure anywhere else yet. Fnatic can focus solely on this 5v5. No need to split the attention from either side. Both sides squaring up, ready to take the fight if needed. 9 seconds, Elder about to fade. Fnatic starting to step up with a little bit more confidence, seeing the wave fade away, and Oscar says, that's my time to go. Caps, good ulti over the wall. Yike trying to disengage, but it's not gonna do much. Fnatic holding the line.
G2 trying to keep stepping away. Fnatic not going to be able to chase them out completely. There is wards behind if Fnatic really want to try and commit to this, but looks like they just are more interested in trying to defend their tier 2s. Razork steps up, BB.
They get the wave, that's the crucial part. Fnatic doing a good job of just clearing out the minions to keep their structures alive.
And again, Mickey kicking the fight off, just getting a little bit of poke down, trying to get space for the rest of his team, but so much of this game has just been about range.
And it's the lack of the engage range for Fnatic that's hurting them right now. Oscar Rinnan and Razork not having their ultimates available means it has to be on Jun to step up, and that's why G2 feeling a little bit more confident to start to tease Fnatic, see if they can get a couple of these shots off. But Fnatic standing strong, those Warmogs doing so much work for the Fnatic front line.
Such an incredible item in the context of this game. Cap's gonna ulti, sidesteps, ooh, good patience from Noah and Oscar.
Bear in mind, patience is the name of the game here for G2. They still have the Baron, the mid wave is still pushing in. It's stacking up those supers, and it's going to be something that Fnatic have to address. The front line is continuing to soak up the damage, but Fnatic, I don't think they can afford to have all 5 members here wave clearing as that pressure continues to mount in mid.
If they overcommit, Broken Blade has TP.
That's
those
true.
supers are eventually going to
Maybe
hit
they
the
just
Nexus.
throw the TP out anyway. Broken Blade, just keep your eyes on him.
Fnatic, are they willing to concede a Nexus tower here? Those minions are going to start hitting. Recall finally coming in for Jun. If he can just shift the aggro, it won't matter too much.
I mean, they get the wave, so they should...
Wait, Hans stops this. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that could get a tower. Humanoid, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just about.
And Fnatic, that was a bold call, but ultimately they keep that tower standing, even if it is a sliver of health, and they keep their tier 2 for at least a little bit longer.
I think we got another Elder Dragon fight on the cards, gentlemen.
The fact that we're going this late is absolutely insane as the Red Bull Baron power play just wears off, so...
I mean, we reached a late enough point where like Fnatic's comp has been winning fights pretty consistently throughout the game, right? However, now that you've got AD carries reaching near completed item states, you can't afford to underestimate their ability to just do damage, but also just the range. We talk about it all the time. Range seems to be a huge factor in the current meta, and G2 are really taking advantage of it.
But also just look at how many items the two tanks and Fnatic have. Like, Oscarinen is nearing his full items completed. Same with Razork. Like, actually trying to get through these when the only real tank shred you have is Caps with a Shrivel's Grudge is not really going to be enough. So, again, this is where it feels like there's just not enough in the tank for G2 if you take the full-on 5v5. So G2 have to find a pick. They want to find Noah.
Nice bit of damage.
They catch him! They catch him!
Noah caught out. Disaster. Gets himself second life with the GA, but now Fnatic need to turn this fight, but no! A perfectly timed final shot! Hansama coming through clutch out. Humanoid in trouble. Jin can't kill tanks, but he can kill an Emperor, baby. Humanoid taken out, shut down. G2 marching down the mid lane, a blink of an eye for the second time this game. Noah caught out, and it costs Fnatic.
A massive mistake from Noah could cost Fnatic the game. Humanoid does a great job to, at the very least, get caps in exchange, but can the tanks hold the line against 3 members of G2?
Doing everything they can to clear the wave. Yikes still here, though. Hansama, decent damage, but he's going to take a lot of time. Broken Blade just trying to focus down the tower. He will at least get one. Super's on the way. Oscar getting chunked out. Yes, Jin needs time, but he will eventually kill these tanks. Not before they kill Broken Blade, however. 4 shot there. G2 cannot end the
Elder's
game.
alive.
Fnatic not going to get another shot at this. It's 52 seconds on Broken Blade. Razork's still up.
But they're playing off of the mid pressure. They know that super creeps can finish off when Nexus third, which is why Broken Blade plays so aggressive against them. But there's the TP behind. Yike!
They're trying to take down Hansama. They're debating what is the actual target here. They're focused a little bit.
I mean, Hans is a speedy
Hans
boy.
is fast, baby.
They're starting this?
He's keeping it taco right now, Betty. You have to respect it.
Noah's in the base. They needed him to finish out the wave, so now Humanoid TPing in. G2 trying to take this.
This is insanity. Willing to flip it all here. Mickey finding the lockup. Humanoid off to the side. They can just delete the support, but all that matters is this objective. Razor cannot get it to Jin. Finishing the job. The ulti from downtown from Noah is not going to matter too much. G2 now retreating. Yike likely to die in the process. They get the buff, but they lose 3.
And now they can go towards the Baron. 30 seconds. Yike's not going to be up in time. It's an Elder for Baron trade. Fnatic are staying in this game. Oh my goodness, incredible that they're able to, after such a massive mistake from Noah, that should have been the game. I think Humanoid deserves a massive shout out for trading his life for caps.
Off the side, looking at the weak caps, he gets him. There's no way he can sidestep, he's locked down for too long. The Dragon.
Humanoid continues to make great plays, but could that be something that costs them a lot?
But how quickly do they take Baron without Humanoid? Like, it's just Noah at the damage dealer. So, but look, they're going to lose the bottom base. You still have Demolish on towards Broken Blade, so that's going to be another inhibitor turret down. Broken Blade, I don't think you can stick around for this, but still, every single time, Fnatic are just losing that little bit as G2 are able to slowly but surely keep themselves in this game.
This is honestly a really great game. Like, you've got both teams super locked in. The team fights are incredibly close. But we look back at this pick. Great decisiveness from Mickey. Flash, hook, the follow-up damage is insane. But keep your eyes on Humanoid on the top as the engage comes out from Fnatic. Fnatic realize that it's going down, but then he finds Caps. He makes the play happen, and taking Caps out removes so much damage from the side of G2.
Yeah, your turret take is just completely null and void there. But even the setup at the start was just Noah getting pipped by one of those flowers that Yike put in and then sets up enough for the deadly flourish from Hansama. But then we come back to this, and you can even look at the ultimate from Yike immediately just trying to buy space on towards the Elder Dragon. Mickey trying to buy space on towards the top side. Ulti and Humanoid just desperately trying to keep them out of the pit, and somehow Hansama with that 4th shot manages to secure that Elder Dragon. Yike has to give his life, but that could have been Fnatic just taking it with that buff.
The overlay said that neither jungler had smite. No, I'm not entirely sure, because sometimes it's not that.
All I know is chaos. Actually, all I know is, and correct me wrong here, does everyone in the house right now want 5 games of this? Am I wrong? Yes, thank you. Me too! This is insane! This game alone could have kept me hyped up for this region for at least 6 months. We get 5 games of this. I'm gonna die, actually. I can't handle it. So let's tone it down a little bit for my health. But otherwise, this is incredible. Now, though, we are sitting in absolute, complete, total late game. With the introduction of Elder, they tried to remove this stage of the game from the game, but here we are, ready to go to a 3rd Elder. Ready to go to, I'm just going to say the 1,000th Baron, because I haven't been keeping track anymore.
Yeah.
Fnatic have it, but it's not going to matter. It's literally all fight and execution. The carries are now so strong. The armor pen is coming through. I have no idea who will win this.
Yeah, we're in an interesting situation where G2 can't really kill the tanks, but they have found ways to kill the carries.
If they go around the tanks.
But the only way to kill the carries usually costs them a carry or two of their own.
Yes.
So most of the fights just end in this awkward stalemate, where to G2's credit, they often get the objective, even if Fnatic is able to win the fight, which means that, again, it's now G2 using the objective to stall, or maybe even, I mean, they've tried to push for an end a few times. The base for Fnatic is in tatters. It's a crazy game, 42 minutes in. And it's ultimately going to come down to another big fight.
And the way you usually try and get around tanks in these scenarios is, hey, can we get a creative TP ward, or can we do that? Well, the TPs are only just coming back off cooldown for G2, but there is no wards inside for them that they can really look to say, hey, this could be the angle of attack to try and sneak in or look towards something else. There is the only one that I want to point out, because it's very small on the map, is the Jhin. Never mind. That just disappeared on the top side. But that was kind of the only thing you can look at. Instead, they're just going to try and rely on Caps to create pressure in side lanes, draw Fnatic around the map. And at this stage, they're just sending Razork to these side lanes because he's the only one that's not full build.
Yeah, they're just funneling gold into him right now.
Everyone's just farming before the raid resets, so we can go for the fight. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, get your keys. Yeah.
Everybody get your key. Yeah, this is nuts. And again, the history of this matchup, the last time we saw this go to 5 games, Fnatic won. It secured them top 3, which was enough, you know, to get Worlds. And ultimately, I'm wondering now, at this form, are these teams going to just be neck and neck for the rest of the series? Fnatic clearly have a formula. G2 clearly have a formula. And it's resulted in a game state like this where it's really up for anyone to grab.
1 minute and 15 seconds until the Elder Dragon. It feels like in this current game state that it's alive right now, but it's not. They're just clearing waves. Both teams hesitant to go and catch the side waves, and of course you have to be. A single death is a 60-second plus timer. It could be game deciding. No one wants to be the one to make that mistake. Noah, he has his G8 back up and available. And both teams just chipping away at one another.
Side lanes are in no one's favor. This just comes down to haymakers. This just comes down to execution in the team fight. A little bit of vision trying to creep forward for G2. Humanoid taking damage.
Same to Yike, though.
I mean, double Bloodthirster is so big here. The poke just doesn't stick on G2 the way it does on Fnatic right now. Noah at least able to heal up. Humanoid doesn't have that luxury.
He does have the TP available if he gets too low, though. But yeah, look at the positioning. Jhin, Oscar, and Razork making a very effective wall.
The Warmog's body blocking. Again, the only poke that matters is the poke that hits the carries. Decent damage on a Broken Blade. Excellent ult coming in from Caps, but now the immediate follow-up from Oscar, and going to look to lock up 2. Jun following up. Caps untouched on the backside. Support going to get deleted. Hansama still standing. Noah already half health, trying desperately to heal up, but the curtains have now been called. He's trying to find room to maneuver, trying to find room to play. He instantly goes in on a Yike. Decent damage coming in with the build-up for Peacemaker. It all needs to come down to Noah. The hook not going to connect. His movement is clean. One more empowered auto. Hansama getting lower and lower, all off to the side. 1 carry left. 3v3, but they're chasing down Broken Blade now. Ace in the hole. Not going to finish the job. 3 members standing, but Razork determined to take the top laner out of the equation. Broken Blade likely to fall, but only 3 stacks to the permafrost. Looking to find the 4th, looking to find the lockdown. Noah on the chase. Broken Blade will fall as well, but no! This is a little bit too fast! One more Arctic Assault,
the dragon!
surely.
The dragon!
The dragon in the meantime, they're looking to lock down the Elder in their sights. Oscar on the chase, they don't have the damage to do it.
It's Jhin!
This is what I don't want the champion! God damn it!
Look at Sejuani. Razork's making a beeline towards it. Fnatic, I think they're gonna get here in time!
All of them collapsing. 6.9k is absolute desperation. There's no way they should be able to steal this, but Razork doesn't have smite. They need to focus on the fight instead. Hansama untouched in the meantime, but Noah does so much work. Mickey X just doesn't stand a chance. Thank you for the leash, G2. Desperation tasting good in the mouth of Fnatic.
Somehow, Fnatic managed to come away with the Elder Dragon in a fight where Noah said, I can carry. He steps forward. Caps tries to do the same in the back line, but he just can't get it done. And it's Fnatic who are out team fighting G2.
So Jun and Oscar start the fight. and it's Jun that ends up falling first. They think that they may have been able to lock down Caps, but he's able to E away. Mickey's able to flash away, but look at Noah here. Low health, he just says, screw it, I'm gonna flash in, and he just destroys Yike. Caps tries to do the same thing, but Humanoid's able to get away. And even though Caps does get the kill, Noah feels so confident. He gets so much health back that they're able to win out the fight.
And this is the power of a full build Caitlyn, right? The traditional crit 80 carry. Everyone has to be scared. If you're not perfectly layering that CC, Noah can do so much damage. Baron power play, empowering Fnatic. 28-16, as close as this game feels, the kills have just been going more and more in the favor of Fnatic. I don't think they really matter. I don't
But
think the goal
surely,
really
with
matters.
Baron and Elder, Fnatic should be able to close this out.
And no flashes anywhere to be seen. Everyone blew it in that last fight, so one person getting caught out could spell disaster, and Razork knows this.
Caps caught out, the bombs, he's there, Caps, locked down, clean, engage, Oscar in it, John Razork working together flawlessly. The buffs empower them, but the mechanics coming in clutch in the final moments. Broken Blade, Hansama, and Mickey X gonna do what they can to hold the line here. Hansama standing tall for as long as he can, but it's the Elder Dragon buff. 47 minutes, the longest game of summer. Noah unafraid, finally stepping up in this game. He was caught out, but it will not matter in the end. He finds the win. Fnatic up to match point in this series.
An incredible game 3. This is the G2 Fnatic that people wanted to see. And Noah, he made a massive blunder in the river, but he more than made up for it in the final team fight.
The confidence of Noah in that moment, stepping forward saying, I will not get hooked, I will not allow G2 to take this victory away from Fnatic. Fnatic 2-1 up in the series.
Take a moment, take a breath. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, game 4 in this incredible series between G2 and Fnatic.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
You should have been fine to get out, but now Noah stepping up against Hans.
Walking up, trap laid down, forcing the flash out from Hansama. Jun, Q flash forward, W going in, well-timed cleanse, but there you go, ace in the hole. Oh, the combo from Noah!
Nice one, Noah. Let's come on, boy.
That's Noah, Caitlyn. Got it, but winnable.
I see on the right side. No.
Yeah, you've done it.
Yeah. Does he have flash?
Yeah.
I think we kill him.
They're coming, okay?
Nice. Look at Sida.
No flash.
And Sida after, guys. Sida after. Okay, we understand. Win.
Well, it's been 849 days since Fnatic managed to beat G2 in a best of 5, and I don't give a flying know what? If you think I'm jinxing it, I have to say it because it would be absolutely insane if they do it. As Caps' dad is just out waving at us during the segment. He's excited he gets to see more games, but G2 might very well lose the series in this next one. And I gotta ask my panel, because it got so crazy. Did we see like high gameplay or fiesta or a combination of both?
Well, we saw a combination of both because it started with a lot of, good stuff from both teams, but towards the end, given G2's draft, it did evolve into this sort of fiesta gameplay because Dylan, when I worked with him, he always had this thing where he said, any game past 35 minutes, you have to take it to the streets where who cares about macro, who cares about good plays, you just need to find these sort of rat plays where you're just catching people off guard everywhere.
Go ahead. Do you agree?
No, I was just the lights.
Yeah, the lights went on. I know. Try to ignore it. It's a live environment. Did you think it was a fiesta?
No, but I mean, what Odo said, I 100% agree with him and Dylan. Like every game past 35 is a fiesta. You're fighting for your life there. Every dragon is alive. Every baron is alive. It can be your nexus. It can be anything. Like you never know when it ends. So yeah, one mistake can be fatal.
So did Fnatic do well in those situations?
I think so, and I think they had the right kind of tools to do well as well, because at the end of the day, you put the two compositions next to each other as well. Fnatic just have an easy composition to use that kind of well suited to this kind of fist fight where you just get to make your own fight 24/7. All in all, everything just layered in on top whenever you want. It just makes G2's life very difficult because their picks and fights have to start a little bit differently, whereas Fnatic, it's very route one.
And it's such a stylistic mismatch because now to dive into a little bit more analytics of the parts that were actually analyzable because, this game did devolve into complete fiesta. Right now in this situation, G2, they realize the game is out of their hands and they need to pull back, and if you see, they're giving a lot of space because Fnatic has all the tools they need to just brute force and engage, and G2 is making it really hard for them. People walking out in and out of range. June now he's forced to find an engage that is not really so optimal because G2 is keeping them at...
Yeah, Q flashing nothing is not optimal.
So they're keeping them at arm's length. Now it's just a street fight where there's no front to back anymore.
The river, actually.
Yeah.
A river fight, exactly.
It's a river fight, yeah.
Because G2 doesn't have the tools to keep the game stable right now in a complete front to back, and given how behind they were in terms of composition, even though the gold is even, when you look at the tools of the composition, it's really, really hard for G2 to keep this game together. But they're finding these creative ways, they're taking it to the street, and honestly, any other team outside of G2, they would fall under this sort of pressure.
I mean, for sure, this comp, after that early game with Renekton, it's like, I think Caps was keeping him in the game for a good amount of time, and I think some of the plays that he went for maybe backfired a bit, but it felt like he had to do them right, so I think it was a good fought battle. Like, it's definitely way harder for G2 to win than Fnatic after that early game, right?
That early game, indeed. I was seeing the Noah highlight reel after that early game, then it really didn't happen. I would still like to give him some props for his Caitlyn, specifically in the laning phase as well, have G2 something to think about going into the next draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's now something where it's like, okay, it's a series bender, right? Because now that you've dealt with the Caitlyn, it's like, okay, was it strong enough in lane that we have to consider banning it, second phase if there's no AD prior early on? Is it something where it's like, okay, now Fnatic have shown that they're willing to just sit on their 3 tank compositions, double DPS, and just play front to back instead of what G2's game is.
I think that is the bigger issue, what you mentioned. Like the tanks, I think the Sejuani Azir is what's giving them trouble because the Azir is like the only real damage mid and this meta that you can like maybe optimally pick and be happy with, or you're like out damaging or damaging, same as an AD carry, right? But Sejuani and Azir has been like devastating for them, no? Even, What's up?
Thank you for asking me. That's very considerate.
You know, he's allowed to talk. He's on the desk with you. You're like,
sorry for taking away from your time, Luca.
I was just like, I give you the mic. Go on.
My curiosity was going into next game, because right now it's a game of Band-Aid. Who can Band-Aid the most? And we already saw the initial Band-Aid of pivoting into this Azir because the ADCs didn't work on mid. Now the Azir is working to great wonders. They won twice with it. But for
Just
now,
ban it. Yeah.
For me now the question is, if G2 bans it, depending on the side selection of course, if G2 bans it, what is the next Band-Aid, or do you even need a Band-Aid? Maybe something else will be open. How does Humanoid keep adapting? Because previewing him walking into the series, it looked like he would be maybe a weakling, but right now he's starting to be the Humanoid that we know, where he's the Giga Chad of the team.
Yeah, but the question, as you say, still remains, like, you know, when the Azir goes or whatnot, but they have bigger fish to fry. I don't think G2 expected to be in this position. I do remember a time, though, Perks, where this was G2's comfort zone.
It was. It was.
Why was it?
Well, I actually really enjoyed being down 1-2. It was like my comfort zone, and I hope they can, you know, get it back from the 1-2.
I mean, Caps is still there, so what would he do? And Mickey also, so what would you do in that position?
I would like lay down on my chair.
I mean in draft
take
or
a nap.
something.
In draft, I mean, I would ban Azir. I mean, you have to, okay, you just have to identify what caused you troubles in your playstyle, right? And I think it is Azir. I think it gives Fnatic what they want to get, and they should remove it and just see how it goes.
Okay.
At least, you know, like this is like the one champ that Humanoid is really good at and fits them right now.
I'd like to bring back the prediction graphic that we had earlier in the day, because we had a lot of 3-0 G2. We had 2 3-2 Fnatic. We had 0-3-1 Fnatic predictions. It is on the horizon. But, you know, I would say this is a dangerous lead for Fnatic, but no, 2-0 is their dangerous lead. This is actually comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't ask us, to be honest, because we are the analysts here.
Would you have said that?
Oh, easily.
Yeah,
that was my initial one. I knew it was going to drop, but great adaptations, though.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as we go into this draft as well, I do want to kind of talk about the importance of a possible win here, Jamada, when we look at Fnatic, because we said it already, it's been 849 days since they managed to beat specifically G2 in a best-of-5, and G2 in a best-of-5 in Europe is a almost untamable beast for most teams. Right?
They're practically infallible.
It's very, very difficult to do, and even if you do it today, you got to do it again, right? But what would it mean, and how did they get there?
I mean, for Fnatic right now, again, obviously we're worried about things like the Azir being banned away from them, but I think Humanoid still has a couple of control mages you can lean on, something like Hui as well. I think whilst this dipped out of meta, I think they're still probably going to be able to play front to back, still going to be able to play burst of it. I think what it means for them if they win, go to finals, it's a big confidence boost. They haven't done it, like you say, over 2 years. For them, they then get the advantage of just sitting back and watching what the rest of the league does, and they then get to decide whether or not they can control the finals in playing their meta, or, again, trying to dip out like they did in Game 1. Didn't go well. We'll see again this Game 4 now how things will start to lie.
Yes, we will, as we go into the drafts for maybe the last game in this series. The guy with the hair is like... The thing is, I think he really wanted to lose it because he's trying really hard to shave his head. So maybe he's like, damn. Anyways, let's see what the priorities are. Perks. You said it already. Ban Azir.
Ban Azir.
That's it.
Slam it. First ban. Don't care.
Zeri.
Else.
Oh, Zeri.
Is it okay second ban?
Yeah, I would just say there is just like one thing with G2, and that's been a thing in the past, is like they don't often like to ban a champion that's causing them troubles. They're like ego like that. They're like, no, it's not the issue, you know. It's not a problem. Just don't ban it. It's fine, you know. And then we'll see. We'll see if it backfires.
Oh,
they ban it. There's no ego. No ego. Ban
maybe it was the problem there. Yeah.
Maybe. No, I will be the one to say ban the TF. Don't play against TF. Don't play against TF.
Here we go. I think Mickey, I wonder if it's the same gum he's had the whole.
Oh, that would be disgusting. That would be disgusting, though.
That's not great, though.
Yeah, that's not great. Okay, take away the Sejuani. Take away the Sejuani. They have identified the issues. Azir and Sejuani taken out.
Yeah.
Does Razor go for the tank, or does he go for the carry jungle now? That's the question to me. Like, that's the answer with the Brand or Zyra into Sejuani because it's a good matchup for them. Oh, they do it. Okay, they are going all in.
Okay.
On the
that's
meta.
Confidence.
Yeah.
because for me, again, Fnatic have looked the best when Rezork is on an enabler, and then of course that then turns into all of these front-to-back compositions, and like you say, Shox, it is confidence. Now it's a one-to-one jungle matchup where Rezork should have a little bit more agency, but again, it's about how the late game team fights actually start to pan out, because if G2 now are going to dip into a more stable composition, much like what Fnatic
yeah, it would be really funny if they
it would be hilarious, like Corki Hover.
They're switching it
All right,
Can we get a pip? A picture-in-picture somehow of Perks? Is that possible?
Oh.
Where's the glasses?
Oh, yeah.
I don't have the head, though.
Put them on. No, it's fine. You
I don't have the head.
Do we have it somewhere? I don't know. Maybe we'll get one later. We can talk about the draft a little bit more.
For the next post game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be Corki for
He
next
has a
post game.
gag. I think it's coming.
Yeah, so this is a banger draft, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
I really like Fnatic going for that. Like, they made them think Sejuani is OP, and now they're gonna show them how to win Brand. I think this is like a high IQ play, you know. It's like but they haven't looked very good with it first game, so it's a doubt. But let's see how it goes.
I do like this Varus though, because right now you're trying to neutralize a little bit of what Red Side can do to you, because right now this Varus is a little bit of a flex, even though it's not so great on ADC right now nowadays.
It's probably Hans going back to comfort. I would say so. I think that Mickey and Hans, while they've been winning lanes in push, they haven't been getting any great leads. And it's because the meta just don't allow them to. So I feel like they might be trying to go to what they're actually good at. I mean, they're good at like other things, but like what they're really good at is like winning lane and punishing the bot lane.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're going to be looking for some kind of counter pick and getting the smash lane.
Yeah, and I think they've already accomplished the, getting Humanoid off the Azir. If they can then shut down Noah just straight up through, well, slamming ganks 24/7 bot, Varus is probably the perfect champion out of Hans Summer's pool to do that.
And he's very good at it. Like, it's one of his best champs together with Kalista, which is not seeing play right now. And Draven. Actually, Draven is not seeing play as well, now that we think about it.
Not the hyper carry anymore.
Yeah, it's just like... But I guess if they're doing the winning lane stuff, could use Draven as well.
This does look like it's Varus top though, with the Olaf and the Jax bans. Either Varus top, or maybe they can still pivot later on.
I guess those champs are good against Sejuani as well. Olaf and Jax, they're good against Sejuani, so they're maybe just removing that from the equation. The Kai'Sa Leona into Varus is cocky, because this is like something that like G2 might just punish pretty hard. Braum and Renata are taken away, so I mean, maybe they just go for an Nautilus and like handshake the slightly winning matchup instead of like hard win matchup.
Well, even if it's hard winning matchup, this series has always been about 3v3 mid, so it's not like you would get a big lead. Even Noah in the previous game, he was a monster on Caitlyn, but it hasn't been the story about bot lane at all. It was mostly about...
Okay, so it is the Varus top, you were right. Okay.
A little bit atomic, a little risky, especially as blind pick, but it is one of the only ways where you get a winning matchup on blue side. And I do like this because a lot of the pressure from Fnatic right now would be in shutting down this Varus, because even though in game, what was it, 3, it was a bit game 2, it was a little bit useless. it was a terror for the
first... You
first...
just go a tank here though? They have full AD. Like, I feel like you just pick a tank. Oh, it's the Mundo you were talking about. No, it's not.
It's not.
But I think you just go a tank and you just build full armor, and you're really happy with like how the draft panned out. They have 0 magic damage.
I would have preferred the tank approach, because right now you do have a person that is always going to be crying because he's not having fun in the game, and it's hard. Well, metaphorically crying, of course. He's not going to be crying on stage, but Rene...
You never know. He might just be like, Razor, come top, man. I can't anymore. I can't see us.
That's what I would say, because if I'm Renekton right now, it does... We saw it yesterday. Kana had a great game. He pulled back under the Nico pressure and he was relevant in the game. But right now it is really, really hard. And if you're going for this approach where you're going to be losing top, at least I would have preferred to see a losing top where it has a little bit more facilitating, more engaged for the rest of your squad, especially because
Mundo would bang, man. Mundo would bang.
Yeah,
I would like Mundo here. Full armor Mundo.
But we don't see it, and they've disappointed Perks, so they don't deserve to win. Let's get to our casters.
Oh, thank you.
Damn. Strong words from Perks. They've disappointed him, so he doesn't deserve to win. Perks definitely said that, not Aphia.
And it's crazy, because Perks has never, made Fnatic fans disappointed at any point in time in his life,
Was the sole source of a lot of their disappointment for many years.
Well, honestly, I'm down for game 5, gentlemen. So, let's see what happens.
Here we are. Fnatic win, save hair. You are here, halfway shaved. Interesting position to be. I don't think that's how the bet works. I like the clapping. I will steal that in classic play-by-play fashion. Thank you, audience member. Here we go! Match point for Fnatic, game 4 in this incredible upper bracket series. Winner goes to finals. Loser down to the lower bracket. Second life, a second chance. We'll see how far they can make it.
Hang on. We got to talk about this. Can we go to the top lane, please, observers? Both supports are cooking. They are setting up to get vision for one another. And they both, I don't know who was reading who, but they're both here ready for something.
I just appreciate their entitlement, like resets and everything.
Yeah, that
and the ward, oh my gosh.
That's great.
I'm sorry, but this is a rom-com now. This was their meet cute. This is too synced.
But just
too
love
perfect.
it if in the all chat they both just sent an heart.
Just
to
a little
each other.
heart. Like,
Yeah.
wait
The real question for me is, so if you are quick enough with wards, you can click them, you can run your mouse cursor up to the top left corner, and underneath them, the health bar, there's a little thing that'll tell you whose ward that is, if you're quick enough. So I'm curious if they actually know if it's the enemy support that was up there, if they were quick enough, or if they think it might just be the ward for the enemy top laner.
It's a good question. Will they be overconfident as that ward fades away, not realizing there's another ward to back them up? Is that tiny, tiny mind game going to break open this top lane matchup? For now, no. We'll need a few minutes till that first ward
we'll
fades.
never know until they rise.
Yes.
Hey,
The
I don't
suspense is
think
killing
you
me.
fully understand the power that we casters have to manipulate the narrative. We can make this whole game about that ward if you want to, Doug.
And observers are with us. You've got back.
We once convinced someone that Licorice solo killed a guy that he definitely didn't solo
I
kill.
remember that.
That was an accident.
Yeah, that was funny.
Well, it would have been if it was intentional. Instead, it was just a big accident.
Yeah, it was a big accident, that's true.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie. Unsurprisingly, level 1, Misfortune, obnoxious champion to lane against. Does not get any easier for at least the first few levels. Noah, of course, forced to take cleanse here, as is Hansama, so we'll see if there's any early action.
It is a great matchup into specifically Geist as well, because Geist is so short range, you tend to have to walk up into the backline minions, which is oftentimes we can get that kill double up damage onto the AD carry. So I think Noah going to have to be very careful how he tries to CS, and it makes it really difficult to try and contest any sort of waves. This does open up Mickey to start moving around the map. I don't think he'll get anything in mid lane, but at least can poke his head in and see if he can make any action happen.
Is Humanoid going to get overconfident here? Been here enough times. Just wants to wait for the dash cooldown before he's going to step up again.
I mean, the calm has come through, right? The support missing, and so he's like, yeah, he's probably mid.
There he is.
He would be right, because he's already experienced this Mickey gank last game, and he did lose his life for it, but his Jun on the way to offer assistance.
Razork here too. Bit more poke down. Isn't going to matter too much. Just hoping to crash the wave, but we'll eat a Foss bomb in the process. Not ideal. Both sides just really want to get that shove in mid.
So get the Scuttle Crab. The Icon at first. Razork, though, already here to contest the engage.
Engage already going in. Big damage on a Humanoid. Tries to fire back. The Ignite ticking. Jun desperate to kill the kill on Cavs, but he still has the flash. He'll be able to walk away effortlessly, and now Razork, he's so confident in the 1v1, and he should be, but the 2v1, bit of a different story. That said, brand damage. We're reminded why this champion is so powerful. Mickey, at least, there to do a bit more, there to make sure Sejuani can grab the kill, but it's a bloodbath on the top side, and now it's Mickey who's been caught out. Humanoid TPing back first. They're desperate to finish the kill. The extra movement speed coming with the Scuttle Crab. Mickey mounts up, and is knocked down.
It was supposed to be the meet cute, and the boyfriend showed up to help out at the last second and completely wipes Mickey out. But now Hansama and Noah on the bottom side, even BB.
Very violent rom-com. Rob is now Broken Blade. Looks like he's going to try to kill Oscar into the cube flash.
No room for error. Broken Blade commits the flash to make sure that Oscar doesn't get away. And already in game 4, both these teams are off to the races. A bloodbath in the mid lane as both supports get involved. Razork finds a kill back after getting isolated, after losing his mid laner. The bot lane skirmish.
I look away for 1 second here, Rob. And they start killing each other. We got 5 kills in 4 minutes.
And it was great here because you kind of look and go, all right, well, we've already backed away. So Caps in a position where at least he can try and follow up. But yeah, Mickey just seeing his opportunity, immediately jumps forward, has the flick back over. Caps gets incredibly low here, has to try and flash away. And at this stage, Yike thinks he's got BB coming down, but BB decides to go back towards top lane. So this is where it ends up in a 2v2 where Yike just doesn't really have the damage to try and follow up.
Oh,
And now
one
Caps
more
again.
humanoid! Ooh, not quite gonna get it, Valkyrie. Now all of G2 descending. Razork probably not enough here. He's just going to walk away. Humanoid trying to stand tall. Good damage comes in from the brand, but Humanoid ultimately a little over-aggressive. G2 quick to punish. That last auto eluding Caps. Yike will take the kill.
There's nothing that Razor can do. Get in position. Humanoid had gone for it, thinking he could maybe find that moment onto Caps, but there's always members of G2 here, and now they're moving topside as well.
Broke away, nice sidestep. Nice flash in from Razor to try to secure the kill. Good damage coming in from the brand. Yike now trying to turn it back. Level 6 there from Broken Blade. Razor still in trouble. Good damage goes in. Broken Blade still standing. The stun not quite fast enough. Oscar Renan only level 5. Can't really follow up here, but Jun there to cover. Finally, the level 6 comes through. Gentlemen, what the heck? What?
Welcome to the Thunderdome. It's G2 versus Fnatic, and it's nothing but a brawl. Have you guys ever been in a relay before? I feel like they're passing the baton off left, right, and center. Like, they're just ready to go. The supports kind of being the front runners as the junglers are always with them. Mickey being a nice guy, holding the wave for Broken Blade as well, meaning that even after his death, he's not going to lose really too much in terms of farm.
I knew when I saw those two wards go down that the supports were just going to be
It was
bloodthirsty
the
this game.
wards!
It was the wards! You knew it was, but I mean, great flash here from Razork, and because Broken Blade had already got engaged on earlier on, he had no flash to follow up, so Oscar Renan immediately flashes in to get the Ruthless Predator, and then just about able to finish, but that stun could have been enough nearly from Mickey.
But the angle wasn't quite right for Razork, so the stun from the brand doesn't come in. He gets max damage on Pillar of Flame, but he can't hit the Seer, which gives Broken Blade that tiny window to get a few more autos, to get the damage down, to finish a kill. 2-1, the Varus. Grub's now going to get picked up by the side of Fnatic. 3 Grubs to start is a nice boon to have, and it's once again Humanoid, the focus.
Damn, I mean, I swear if we were to look at proximity stats to bot lane, Mickey will have spent more time with Caps than he would have with Hans this game. I mean, the man is just roaming absolutely everywhere. Jun has to drop a control ward because he realizes that the bot side of the map, yeah, they have no control over there. Razork taking the long way around because he's suspicious. He doesn't realize that they're on the Drake just yet. Relying on the control ward to give him the safety to secure Grom. There's always the risk that his blue's gone, but now with the Drake is secured, he feels safer to walk back into his jungle, and he'll find that his blue is still there.
On Thomas, though, still fearless to step up. You can see once again just going to rush an early Bloodthirster, it looks like, just to make sure that he can continue to be a nuisance to Noah. Step up, knock down some of those plates. Is good damage onto Broken Blade, but Oscar has to be so careful. If he doesn't all in, it's really hard. Those extended trades as the Culling comes in. Yike tries to find the snipe angle. Doesn't quite land it, and Jun instantly here to cover.
If the root had connected, then there was definitely a world where Caps could have converted that into a kill, but
we're in a weird alternate reality where bot lane doesn't matter. Like, normally it's top, right? But they don't matter. They're just going to sit here in 1v1.
I mean,
everything is upside down.
If you think about it, because we now play AD carries mid, bot has simply moved to mid lane. Yeah. So, I mean, it's almost like both Mickey and Jun have decided which AD carry they actually want to play with. And,
it's like every parent's favorite question. Which child is your favorite? Not a dangerous question at all. Not going to cause any trauma.
Of course.
Someone shouted an answer. I didn't hear what the answer was, but someone has a favorite child. Anyway, Razork now looking for the follow-up here. Broken Blade not going to connect on the Q. Ulti bouncing back and forth between Razork and Broken Blade, but Broken Blade the only one suffering for it. Nice kill on the top side.
And this has been nice from Oscar Renan. This matchup that he opted in towards was a little bit suspect of when he initially did it, but he's been doing a great job of trading against Broken Blade, finding windows of opportunity to actually get good stuns now for Razork to camp him as well. So overall, Fnatic doing a good job of trying to keep this massive AD carry pool out of threat range for G2.
And I think we're being reminded why Brand has often been the highest priority when it comes to these AP jungle champions. Yeah, Zyra controls space so damn well, but the damage from Brand is just powerful. That said, the survivability from Leona, really what's going to be in question there. The flash out from Jun doesn't mean he's safe, but not going to have that for plays to come. Noah taking him time to try to push this wave in as quick as he can.
Well, I mean, one of the advantages of Misfortune back when she was meta a long time ago is that passive movement speed, right? Her ability to roam from lane to lane is something that's incredibly valuable, and he's not going to lose anything. So able to catch that bot side. Broken Blade with the wave bouncing in his favor.
No
means
ward in the
that
bush
Yike
this
has
time.
to cover, and you'll see Yike in position to do so.
Now Oscar thinks this is an opportunity to go all in. Yike on the way forward, but the initial burst damage is already so good. Sadly, not enough. Yike, incredible timing, good cover. Oscar thought he had the angle, but G2 exactly where they needed to be.
I mean, it's just a jungle fiesta on the top side of the map, right? Ganks left and right from both to try and help their top laners through what has been a very violent laning phase. And Broken Blade going to reclaim that gold lead that he was already building for himself. But we kind of take stock of the game. Grubs in favor of Fnatic, Dragon in favor of G2. The next set of Grubs is going to be spawning soon. Caps needs to get a reset off, but he has the TP available, setting G2 up in a position to kind of spend their money and then be ready for a fight. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic are resetting back out onto the map. You can see Jun doing a quick recall, very close to level 6 as well. Maybe he can spend some time in mid lane to get that level up, which can give Fnatic an opportunity to then fight for the Grubs with that level advantage.
Razork already hovering as Caps fights for mid lane control. Humanoid feeling confident in the 1v1, the only person on Fnatic who's at least keeping the gold even at this point in the game.
Razork gonna melt through these Grubs, and Yike, nowhere to be seen. So 6 Grub buff for Fnatic secured. Renekton having that push for now.
This is going to be big, right? Because again, G2 are the ones with more engage in their composition this time around. They have Sejuani as well as the Rel combined. So Fnatic, a little bit more pressure on them to build an early lead. It's not quite as clear, cut and dry between who is going to outscale in the front to backs, but Fnatic certainly more tools early on.
I think the fact that Oscar has been doing such a good job against BB as I talk about it means that it's a little bit more difficult, although Broken Blade really starting to hurt, to get the control you want to try and go for Void Grubs, to go for these early objectives. So G2 are kind of resorting to, hey, instead we're going to use push mid for Caps to threaten mid, threaten a potential bot dive, but it hasn't really netted them anything, and it's been Fnatic who are still slowly but surely getting the farm that they kind of want. Yes, you still have a gold lead through that top side, but Razork now
trying to wait and delete the wave. Instant ulti coming out from Razork. He will just drop down. Brand passive damage, good, but not enough to finish a kill here. TP coming in from Humanoid, but just a little bit too late.
Kept his flash though. Didn't want to try and get out of that. I think he kind of accepted that he was done for in that position, but maybe looking towards that dragon as well. Just trying to see if, again, Fnatic can try and use the advantage that they should have from Razork being able to clear fast and get into the position, and even Noah moving back into that bot side a little bit quicker, but yeah, a little bit unfortunate. You spotted that G2 were there, just wasn't able to escape.
Now Humanoid finally allowed to have time on this tower. The 6 Grub buff paying off as he just very quickly picks up 2 plates, but G2 let's just continue to show up in the mid lane. Mickey hovering off to the side. Humanoid has to be careful. We'll already start to backstep. You can see Hans wandering mid as well. You highlighted it earlier, Betty, but because of the strut movement speed buff, very easy for Hans Sama to move around the map. As the 2v2 in mid lane, once again, support's letting us know who their favorite child is. Humanoid getting out. Yike on the way in, though. Not the 2v2 they were hoping for. Colin coming in, but Razork there as well. Brand damage once again, reigning supreme. Humanoid's burned all his cooldowns. Yike going to be able to get away. Caps trying to finish the job. The fast bomb not quite connecting the step back in from Humanoid. Confidence as Noah tries to complete the kill. Instant ulti. Noah the flash both sides. Hansama remains standing.
Oh my goodness, Noah tries his best. But some crazy outplays across the map. Humanoid with some nice side steps in the mid lane. Hansama with some of his own in the bot lane. Caps now in some serious danger.
Being hunted. Yike also, they put their attention. It's the ultimate distraction. They didn't realize Caps was in the bush. They thought it was Yike.
Oh,
well, he still might be in trouble, but no, Mickey here to cover.
I wonder if they believed that he would walk up through the jungle, so they were trying to cut him off. They didn't expect him to just stay still.
Well, Caps, fireball bounces back and forth. They will at least get the flash out. Felt like he could have gotten out of that one for free, but did opt to try to walk back into mid.
Yeah, we'll have to sit around to connect this wave. So, Broken Blade trying to get onto Oscar in.
Continuing to step up, walking into melee range, but he is just not scared of that Renekton.
That is some damage coming out from Broken Blades. This Varus, we're seeing the value of it in the 1v1. And like this game is very quickly devolving into chaos. There's skirmishes across the board. The dragon is up. But let's look back at the play in mid.
Yeah, but it's where you see Humanoid knows that Jun is going to be coming across. They think they can take the 2v2. Mickey gets a great engage with Yike being here, but it's the damage that Humanoid's able to churn out with the Cullion, and then Razork. This brand damage at this stage is absolutely absurd, and you get to see it. And they think they can get Humanoid, but the sidestep forward, dodges the Phosphorus Bomb, able to escape, and then G2 try to continue the play into the top side. But here on the bottom end, we see Noah trying to make things happen against
good
Hansama.
initial play onto, or trade I should say, but then the passive gets procced from Noah, and then the ulti comes in, the auto doesn't quite do much damage. Oh!
I mean, it's actually just a Bloodthirster diff.
Yeah.
He healed like 80 or 90 health autoing creeps, and that was what made the difference.
Did the new creep line tank one of the Q shots coming through from Noah? I didn't quite see there.
I still think it wouldn't have been enough damage.
Okay.
But yeah, because the Kraken proc from Noah wasn't quite enough either.
Yeah,
Either way,
AD.
very close. Hansama gets himself a kill. The other thing I'll say is, in that last skirmish, all of G2 was just focusing Jun while his W was up, right? Like, he was able to tank so much, and I feel like that's just been a reoccurring topic throughout this series, is how much damage front lines can tank, and that's one of the big values of Leona in the current meta.
The problem for Fnatic, though, is that they would have loved to turn that big play in mid into an objective. But because Broken Blade ended up outplaying Oscar in the top side, not only does Broken Blade get the tower, but you had a reset advantage for Fnatic with Humanoid in mid. They could have gone for Rift Herald. Now Oscar getting caught out again in front of Rift Herald.
That's the permafrost. Hansama immediately going to follow up. Bladed steel caps, just not enough to survive 3 members, but they managed to find good engage on a Broken Blade. Sadly, Jun not close enough. Maybe the Solar Flare comes down. Broken Blade just being zoned away as Humanoid tries to get the pressure here, but you can see how far Hansama is pushed up mid lane. He's so fast, he is unconcerned. Seeing Fnatic on the bottom side, he knows he can just keep the pressure up here, and Noah has to be careful.
Cops is on the tier 2 though, and so are like the rest of them. So at this stage, it's a Rift Herald, and you might still lose 2 of these turrets.
Guys, 80s are level 12 and level 11. Supports are level 7 and level 6. Laning does not exist.
Yeah, I mean, while this has been a very chaotic game, G2 have very quickly converted this into a lot of map control. Like, the bot tower was secured, Hansama rotated to mid, they readjusted the lane assignments, they put Broken Blade down towards bot, top gets secured, top tier 2 is very low, mid tier 2 is very low, TP now collapse on a Broken Blade.
Humanoid can step up here. Ulti for Broken Blade not quite available. Nice sidestep on the piercing light. Broken Blade just gets the solo. He's going to look to take down Oscar too, but surely too much damage has been dealt. Nice just looking for the sidestep. Blight stacks coming in. Noah in the nick of time to finish the job.
They wanted to try and funnel the kill onto Noah. He committed the ultimate as well, but Oscar Rinen's passive ended up securing it. Insane damage coming out from Broken Blade. I thought he was actually going to convert it into 2, to be honest, but his ultimate still being on cooldown is probably the main reason why he couldn't.
And we've seen so much around the mid lane, right? 3v3s on both sides. The difference here for G2 is the solo or the side lanes. It's Broken Blade and Hansama who are building up these massive individual advantages, and you can see it paying off there where, by all means, Broken Blade has stepped too far. They should be able to punish, but he's just too strong individually and manages to make it a 1-for-1. Fnatic now responding to the Herald, doing what they can to hold on, but this is a 5k gold lead for G2, and the game is very rapidly slipping away from Fnatic.
And this is what I was trying to highlight when Broken Blade was getting the solo kill onto Oscar, is the fact that he is creating too much pressure on the map for Fnatic to really do the things they want to do. And now G2 are playing off the fact that he already got top tower to get a ton of damage onto the top tier 2, they take away Rift Herald. They got the mid tier 2 as well off of Hansama and Mickey's push as everyone tries to go and deal with Broken Blade in the side lane. So Broken Blade is, even though he got punished in the early stages, is creating too much havoc, and Fnatic can't deal with it.
I'll say that it's very similar to what G2 did in Game 2. The main difference is Fnatic don't have a Sejuani. They don't have the same type of front line, and it's a little bit harder for Fnatic to find those same engages that they could in Game 2, because this time it's G2 with all the initiation. They have such strong team fighting with MF, Sejuani, Varus, Rel, and that doesn't even account for the Corki.
And this is why when you see,
G2 setting up their own vision of Hansama. Perfect ulti over the wall. Razork forced to flash out. Yikes ulti clipping. Humanoid off to the side. Jun stepping up. Yike now retreating. Decent culling, but it's really only hitting tanky targets. Oscar looking to step up with the instant turn from Mickey, finding so many members in the clutch, but Fnatic turning it right back. That's where Brand wants to be. Caps and Broken Blade still standing. Jun trying to force the fight. Broken Blade incredibly powerful, will instantly delete the Leona. But Fnatic walk away, happy to have the 3-for-1 trade.
A 4 versus 5 that G2 tried to force. The initiation from Mickey looked spectacular, but they just didn't quite have enough damage. Misfortune's ultimate was already used at the start of the fight, And I feel like once they got the flash from Razork is where they should have disengaged. There, a lot of tools gone. Sejuani ultimate, MF ultimate. And now, again, it's a 4v5. You look at your minimap and you can see the Varus isn't here.
And just watch the Brand ult, though, the Brand damage. You're getting the damage up onto Yike. You then get the flash forward, another pillar gets the proc onto Hans Sama. Then it's Caps who's starting to burn. And it's just so difficult for you in these choke points to play against the Brand, even if the ultimate wasn't really getting the bounces that you really wanted to.
And ultimately, that's a fight that G2 chose to take, a bit over-eager on their cooldowns, and that's the big thing, right? Sejuani's so good for starting those fights, but if you underestimate what a Brand can do, what the turn can do from this Fnatic composition, it will punish. And a 5k gold lead is very quickly diminished to only around 3,000. Fnatic, good angle to fight back. Still have to be careful, still have to respect what G2 are bringing to the table. Mickey again looking for engage. This time around, G2 have all their cooldowns. Oscar quick to fall, but G2 already lost Mickey. Now they're looking for the fall. Razork off to the side. They're not quite looking for the angle. The solar flare going down, and now Hans Sama's all comes into the equation. Good damage fired back, but still 2 for 1 in favor of Fnatic.
It's a story of overcommitment once again. We're seeing this in this series where G2 think that they've got themselves a winning fight, but look at the context. Mickey engaged onto the front line.
Jun over the wall, will find Broken, but Fnatic are quick enough to follow up!
Not
They
it,
hesitate! The communication not quite there, but now Humanoid dashing in, good damage. They're trying to finish the objective here. Varus Q should snipe it, it does indeed. And now Noah looking to bring it home, instantly ulting in. Killer Instinct, Broken Blade might just gonna take it down. Mickey ready to try to turn it back. Humanoid locked up! And just in the nick of time! Riding in on a metal steed, Mickey X keeps his top laner standing.
3 seconds until the next arrow is up from Broken Blade. Mickey is trying to see if he can set up Noah. It's going to be spotted. The
one
Broken Blade!
Arrow!
It's a close one. Fnatic, they lose the dragon. I think they won the fight. It was very close. We are 15 kills to 13 and we're only 21 minutes in. My goodness, let's look back at this engage.
Yeah, because you can see here, Fnatic are all kind of set up to try and take this fight, but Broken Blade and Hans Sama aren't really in position, so a lot of that upfront engage gets used by G2, while Fnatic are still able to peel back. Yike, then trying to get on towards Razork, only finds himself in a difficult position, and there's no target selection that can really come through from Fnatic, because it's this bob and weave in and out of the fight for Fnatic, because those engage tools were already used. And then here, I think Jun was setting up for Noah with the ultimate to try and go in onto the back line, but Noah didn't want to try and commit fully because he was waiting for this moment that ends up coming up where the poke comes through, it starts to land, and then Noah sees his moment and seizes it.
Well, the bell's ringing and it's time for another fight, so whatever happened to the back into this fight, good turn from Mickey, well timed, but already both teams setting up on the top side of the map.
Whew. I'm glad that Game 4 is delivering just like Game 3. Nothing but a brawl between these two teams.
Mickey
queuing
in. Nice stun onto Oscar. Broken Blade ready to follow up. That front line is not that tanky. Coling, though, buying a bit more space for Oscar, but he needs to get the hell out the range.
They're gone.
From G2, too much. Jun and Oscar deleted.
The tanks have disappeared. The front line is just not there to contest this Baron, and G2 looking to bring us to a Game 5.
Beautiful CC chain from G2. Mickey just hits with the Q. Yike gets the ult, and then it's the follow-up slow that enables Broken Blade's Chains of Corruption to hit Jun, seize onto Oscarinin, and the double front line just gets completely erupted from G2. And now, with Baron in tow, the sideline push is going to be so good as Noah might get caught.
Noah caught out. Quick cleanse out, not a lot of ways to get out. Razork looking for the stun. Maybe Noah can get in onto Caps. Caps isolating himself. Noah trying to take the opportunity. Won't quite get the kill, but Humanoid now ready to fire back their demand disadvantage, but Razork does a hell of a lot of damage. Mickey ready to come over the wall, but Humanoid walks way into the waiting arms of Mickey, and down he goes. Good anticipation. Mickey potentially in trouble now as well. Razork trying to back up, getting away from the stacks. Oscar can't quite get into the fight. Hans Sama doing a lot of damage. Ulti going in, Razork going down, but in the meantime, Broken Blade right up in the top lane. Focused on the objective. It's gonna knock open an inhibitor.
Mickey has the Warmog, he's just going to continue to chase. Yeah, he's got that Warmog, so his health is going to start to come back, so he's fine to chase. With Yike, that's an inhibitor gone, and G2 still with Baron in a position to start to push out this bot wave as well.
They're going to reset, though. They're going to reset. They want to spend their gold. It's G2 that end up with the map advantages, getting value still out of their Baron. Noah initially getting caught out in the bot side river. G2 recognize this and they go for the collapse. Fortunately for Noah, Razork is in the area. He gets good damage. He's going to force the flash out from Caps. Nice, quick thinking here from Noah to try and get the trade back, turning it into a 1-for-1. But now two Fnatic members are being shepherded without any real support. The TP comes through, but they're running away from the support. Mickey ends up securing that kill. He's hesitant about whether he wants to jump over the wall immediately. He realizes he's tanky enough to wait a little bit longer. But then Razork, nothing he can do, doesn't have the flash, gets ultied down, and an inhibitor is secured in the top lane.
And Fnatic thought that was their moment. They saw that Broken Blade was on top side with no TP, so they were like, bring Oscar in, send everyone. This is the moment we can crack open G2. So, but they lose the fight and an inhibitor. Now G2, they're on towards this inhibitor again, and that's Brandled down.
Pyroclasm onto a minion just to connect it onto Caps. Does mostly clear the way, but not enough. The Baron Empowered creeps too damn strong. Fnatic struggling to hold the line. And again, this is the problem with this MF pick in this context. She has so much movement speed. She can just walk up, lay down these slows. No one on Fnatic has the range to walk up at all.
You don't have the engage tools either, because if you're going in, you're going into everything.
Response
now,
coming from Humanoid. G2 trying to force the fight here, knowing that they have the advantage. Mickey looking for an angle to engage. Already one might just get taken down. However, Oscar still standing. That's going to be crucial. Man advantage for the side of Fnatic if they can live this one out, but they need to heal. They need more time. They need more life. The health bars might just not be big enough. Mickey body blocking as much as he can. G2 caught in between the pincer of Fnatic. But can they find the fight? Can they find the angle? Jungle looking for the initial lock of Oscar praying to follow up. Mickey already going to find one. G2 all instantly retreating out of the base, pulling back, but Humanoid still standing. Ulti is good from Hansama. G2 can just walk in. They've been zoned out of their own base. Hansama strutting with so much confidence. They're not sure if they want to go for this. Recall now coming in from Oscar. Oscar can zoom out and delete that MF if he gets the angle. G2 split on the call, playing with a lot of confidence, but their confidence is misplaced. They might get a kill, but it's going to cost them so many kills in the exchange.
So much hesitation there from G2. They were divided between ending the game and chasing for the fight. Fnatic, with that window, was able to reset. Oscar was able to get back to base. Admittedly, though, Fnatic's base is in tatters. There is nothing left. Good luck breaking this one down.
I mean, this is where you're looking at the engage from Jun is decent. It gets the lockup on towards Yike, which is one of the main tank tools, and Humanoid then just unloads back towards his Nexus. I think that's the first I've ever seen a Lucian go this direction with the Culling, and it means that then Fnatic, at least with some damage, as G2 turn back towards Humanoid, buy some space, they get to heal, and then as they come back out of the base, Hansama gets the cleanse off, everyone flashes away, they kill Noah, but Razork again, this AoE doing a ton of work alongside Humanoid, and this is where it starts to fall apart. They don't know whether they could try and stop Oscar Ridden from resetting. Mickey wants to go for the engage, everyone else wants to go forward, and then Mickey nearly spots that Oscar Ridden is there trying to reset, but it's a complete flub then on the whole play.
No, you're 100% right. I think that Hans read that, like, I can just end the game, but then Mickey said, I've caught Lucian, and so he has to follow up on that call, right? So it makes sense why the division was there.
But I think for both teams, there's just been so much chaos. There's so many moments in this game and these incredibly close fights where everyone's not on the same page. But it's Sejuani certainly an easy way to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Mickey now immediately going to collapse, calling off to the side, only connecting on Yike, but it's doing decent damage. And again, G2 confident to step up, but don't quite have enough to finish the kill.
They are not playing like G2. G2 would say, wait, Noah!
Going in to finish the kill. Does get the flash out from Yike, tries to follow up with the W. G2 quick to body block.
But G2 would regularly go, hey, we'll play for sides. We have super creeps in bot, super creeps in top, an open Nexus. Let the waves do the work, but G2, impatient, want to try and close this out, but now it's going to cost them. Jun misses!
Jun. That Zenith Blade could have been big. Instead, a bit of a missed opportunity. Banshee's taken away. Moving the spell shield, Jun very low. Needs a bit more time. Scoreboard taken away, but he does have the war marks. You can see plus 91 starting to come in, but the poke landing, delaying that regen.
I mean, the good news for G2 is that Fnatic will keep being divided by the super minions. I think, as Dagdo was saying,
Caps. Nice Valkyrie. Still gets stunned up. Manages to make it out, however.
You gotta be careful though, G2 can just end the game. Like
Super's
at any moment.
Any single sign of weakness. Weight of minions is going to be a problem here as the third inhibitor falls. Top side is about to respawn. G2 really want to take that one down, but it's dead.
Baron because they're afraid. They're afraid of Fnatic's team fighting power. Look at how strong this Lucian is. They don't want to take the risk.
Cap's about to have TP as well. A constant threat with the super minions pushing in. Someone always has to be ready to respond to those waves. The Nexus very quick to fall against the Triforce Corki.
There is no ward to try and get him in there though at the moment, so it'll only be the creeps if they start to bully their way through. But now what will be essentially triple inhibitor down for Fnatic, and Baron going to be available when G2 move in towards that top side. It's going to be next to impossible for Fnatic to defend this.
And, I mean, they're lucky they got the Brand in the jungle, right? The wave clear here is okay, but double super minions in every lane. Yeah. I mean, it's on the way, right? It's only single super minion for now.
But
top inhibitor about to fall.
You just move there and take
Baron,
it.
Yeah, there's not enough wave clear in the game when you don't have Nexus towers.
G2 set their sights on the top inhibitor. Bot wave super minions are starting to stack. But it does look like we're going to a game 5.
And I already think that you can see the pressure in this series, the chaos of this game 4. It's been a long series for both sides. 40-minute game, longest game of the split earlier on today. This one again, up to 30 minutes. Pressure on G2 to close out. Fnatic at match point. All things set up.
This feels more tense than it should be. But
that's the entire series so far, right?
Fnatic are strong enough to still win a fight. It's a question of whether or not they can find the right engage, which they have not been able to do so far in this game.
Time isn't on their side, though. Look at the creeps in mid. Fnatic need to go with
They
it.
go now. They find the angle, but already Yike body blocking the calling. Mickey looking for the counter engage, and Jund about to get shredded to nothing. Finally, G2 find a fight. G2 find an angle, but the carries still standing. Noah going in, sniping one, instantly flashing out, but sadly, it's just not enough. The 4-man core, G2 still standing strong. They've only lost their support Nexus. They can just auto-attack and end it here, and you can tell it's serious. They're not messing around. They go straight for the throat. They go straight for the end. Game 5, baby. G2 versus Fnatic.
I cannot believe we find ourselves going into a game 5. What has been a long, drawn-out and very, very bloody series will now culminate with both these two titans facing off against each other.
Broken Blade got himself 11 kills on the Varus top, making it work much better than he did in the previous game. Caps, surprisingly, not a single kill this game. Mickey had more kills than he did. Surprisingly muted game overall, but Fnatic clearly showing that they're willing to go toe-to-toe, and Razor continues to be a terrifying jungler. His brand was monstrous in this game, even though Fnatic came up short.
And in a crazy world of 80 carries in every role, Sejuani turns out to be the pick of the day. Here we are. It's time to go to a quick break. Silver Scrapes, game 5, right around the corner. Winner, a place in final. Loser straight to the lower bracket. Don't go anywhere. Calling coming in, the Raz right there as well. From Humanoid, confidence as Noah tries to complete the kill. Instant ulti, Noah the flash both sides. Hansama remains standing. Humanoid can step up here. Ulti from Runaway, not quite available. Nice side step on the piercing line. Pokeball just gets the solo. He's gonna look to take down Oscar too.
MF is dead. We win. I killed them all, by the way.
It's front story.
Welcome back. Mid lane has been incredibly important this series, so Perks and I thought we should break down why there has been so much attention in the mid lane. I thought, for starters, we could talk maybe about the mid lane matchups. I feel like mid laners, when they play AD mids, are just super mind controlled to trade really hard. We even saw Faker, you know, dying 1v1 level 2, just auto-attacking each other to death.
You have
Can you explain that? Why is that? Why is it so volatile?
Because both champions are strong in the lane, and there's obviously going to be like punishing for each minion you go for. You go for this minion, okay, I'm going to hit you. Or, okay, you go for this minion, okay, I'm going to hit you. And then, of course, in the game 4, there's like a bit of like more fighting because you're like, I just played a 50-minute game. I'm done with it. I just want to brawl it out. The rest of the series, I want to out-mechanic this guy. And obviously, the support interference is really huge as well. You can see both supports standing around mid the whole time. That's how the meta is in the bot lane. The bot lane is being played very much to secure prio, so your support can roam. That's usually how melee matches work.
That's exactly it, right? I feel like Mickey has had move every single game this series, maybe most of them, right? I remember the last game as well.
He's had the first move almost always.
MF into Kai'Sa as well secured prio. So do you think this is a really big thing in draft going forward? They have to consider bot lane prio. The blind pick Kai'Sa maybe, not the angle for Fnatic, because they keep getting push.
Yeah, it matters a lot. It matters a lot more people actually think. Like, G2 bot lane has been getting pushed 4 games in a row. And Mickey's always first to impact the mid lane, and that's really annoying as a mid laner. You get kind of bored of it, you know? And like, June is matching, is trying to match. It's just like, if you are winning, if like, you see June is almost the same time as Mickey around mid. Just like, he is usually second on the move. And it makes a big difference. Mickey is the first one to impact the lane, like to ruin Humanoid's lane state, to chunk him out, to burn his flash, to kill him sometimes when he disrespects or he misplays, right? And it's just a lot of pressure being put on him.
So last point, do you think it's a problem that because Azir is gone, do you think that stability that Azir offered made it so these roams to mid were less volatile because Humanoid maybe is more comfortable on Azir, so the trades are less egregious? Do you think that makes it easy for them to play and more likely to win through mid with these roams?
Definitely Azir is like harder to gank as well than most champs. You have ult and your E, right? And you can kind of trade in a way where you're more safe as well. And like, for example, Lucian has to dash in to win a trade. Like it's just very volatile. You have to make it volatile. You need the help. So it's gonna be curious to see what Fnatic does for the last game, because I do still think Lucian's Humanoid's Lucian is not bad. He's pretty decent at it. So I wouldn't like completely drop it, but if they can find a way around it in the draft, I would probably opt for the other way.
Great info. Thank you, Perks. But I believe Shox is standing over at the stage. So yeah, Shox, take it away.
Yeah, I am. I absolutely am. And yeah, we're here with all the crowd who is like 50-50, obviously, for Fnatic and for G2. So we're going to talk about the win conditions, but maybe I want to know, is Fnatic going to win the next game? Is G2 going to win the next game? Listen, I'm impartial, but I will call out that I think more Fnatic fans are taking a bathroom break right now, so maybe that's why they're a little bit more quiet right now, so I'll try again at the end. But give me the win conditions for either team, and thus also showing your allegiance. Who do you think is going to win and why?
G2, of course. I'm not even paid by G2, so it's okay, guys. Just chill, okay? But they have shown that they have been the drivers of this series so far. They have made a lot of adaptations. They kept everything unorthodox, and one of the key things that they need to do to pull this series over the finish line is to keep enabling Mickey, X, and Yak to carry, because Yak has been pretty much everywhere this game, getting this series. They've been getting Broken Blade ahead when he needed, bailing him out when he needed as well, but the 3v3 pressure on mid was through the roof. BB, keep him on unorthodox picks. The Jace and the Varus were great throughout this series, and also keep Humanoid off the control mages, because it looks like he's still struggling with the ADCs. The Lucian has been great, but still, I'm not buying it.
Okay, you're not buying it. Yamada, you think Fnatic's going to win. That's how I'm going to phrase it. How do they do it?
I mean, for me, so far, Fnatic just look better when Razork is on an enabler, whether it's Sejuani or anything else that they feel like they need to put him on. I think it just works better for Fnatic. He's able to actually uplift Humanoid in the early stages of the game. Later on in the mid game, he can actually take engages, and then Jurn, Oscarinen can follow up on the rest of that, and that's what's been Fnatic's bread and butter when they look the best so far in this series. After that, you said ban away the control mages. I think they need to try and find something else outside of the Azir. To me, Humanoid so far today, obviously his Lucian game just now wasn't terrible by any means. It was fine, but I think the way that Fnatic functions holistically as a team, yes, individuals can pop up and do wonders for them, but as a unit, Humanoid needs to be on a control mage to help take control of the mid-game fights. And then the final thing is keep it simple. Overall, front to back, it's just been working better than any other iteration of what they've been looking for tonight.
Okay, let's see what happens in terms of the drafts and if they take on your win conditions. And it's kind of crazy. G2 was with their backs against the wall, but they've been in that position a lot of times. You know, Caps, namely, Mickey, namely, even on the biggest of stages. So we know they can do it. But for the side of Fnatic, what a boon, what a momentum changer in terms of such an up and down year this would be.
Exactly, because given the series before, when they lost to G2, they went on a downward spiral. But right now, it really feels like after the game one, I was thinking it's going to be exactly the same. But they've been making adaptations. Honestly, it's everyone's series to grab. But at the end of the day, for Fnatic, this would be monumental.
Are you enjoying the games, though?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're not enjoying this series, I don't think you can call yourself a fan of League of Legends.
No.
This has been incredible. For the first time in a long, long time, it feels like Fnatic can take this series off of G2 in a pretty confident manner.
Yeah. As the players are stepping back onto stage, one more time maybe, is Fnatic gonna win? Is G2 gonna win? Back to you, casters.
Not a lot I can say to that many people shouting. It'd be tough for 3 people to compete with that level of passion. We'll do our best, however.
Well, we have mics, so we get
technology, the game changer.
But I am very grateful to all the fans coming out today. The energy has been absolutely electric. It's great that we're just getting an incredible series. It's been very back and forth. And it's been nothing but a bloodbath. I commented after that game, went to the boys, and I was like, that felt like a scrim game to me. The boys were just completely unleashed on the Rift. Everyone was just trying to outplay one another. And I think Fnatic would love to calm it down. I imagine that G2 is a team that thrives in the chaos. They love to be able to express their individuality, and I think we got to see a lot of that in the previous game. So now it's game 5. Fnatic find themselves back on the blue side. Things like Sejuani, very important pick. It's clearly had massive impact on the whole series, so we'll see what the priority is as we jump into Game 5 draft.
And some smiles on the faces of Fnatic, a bit more lighthearted. Dylan looking very impassioned. You know what I mean? Clearly some serious talking to.
And we've got dramatic music.
And we've got dramatic music. I don't know what he's saying, but it is probably inspirational and/or a reminder to chill a little bit, just a little bit.
Or I told you to go to the bathroom before we got to this point.
No, I can confirm both teams rolled up in force to the bathroom. It was full on, everybody there. Now, people getting taken away though. Ashe, Varus, the Azir, control mages off the board. We heard that from Odo as a potential win condition for G2 Esports. Now the Tristana as well, mid lane. Becoming more and more at the center of attention, while Fnatic content to ban away some of these pocket picks. The Ashe, something Hans Sama has used a lot alongside the Varus, which has been pretty key for Broken Blade.
Yeah, still have to be careful of Brand, Rumble, the Zeri we've seen high priority on as well. So there is still a lot of picks that you're trying to keep your eye out for, not even mentioning things like the Ezreal, which did slip through the last ban phase, but it's actually going to be the misfortune. So at least Fnatic trying to get a bit more settled into that bottom side of the map for Noah.
They're really trying to pinch Hans's pool. I think the problem is they are forgetting about Draven. It's not a champion that we've seen so far in this series, but I guess you have to be concerned about the potential Caitlyn answer, which can be pretty effective. With Rumble taken away, is Sejuani the first pick, or will it continue to be the Brand on the side of Fnatic?
That's why I think you either go for Ezreal or Sejuani, and maybe if you take the Ezreal, try and force the Kai'Sa pick on the opposite side, so then maybe you can try and swap that into mid for Humanoid if you really want to, and play that same flex that G2 have been going for. But we'll have to see, because again, the Ezreal flexibility has been so strong for Fnatic.
What?
That is not where I saw it.
Renekton first pick?
Okay, so I think they're basically saying, pick the Sejuani or we will dominate your top side.
And I think that's what you do. You take the Sejuani here, and even if Broken Blade wants to go for something like a Gnar or even something along these lines, you're still in a great position to have not only a good counterpick for Broken Blade on the top side, but you get the Sejuani as well. Now, I think there are also just so many answers to Renekton that you could just take something that's strong for yourself, like even the Lucian, if you wanted to take on this side, or at least set up for a strong mid lane for Caps here.
I think G2 is just going to do Jace. I mean, not now. They can just do Ezreal, or they can lock in an AD carry if they really want to. They could consider denying the Kai'Sa away. But I see no reason to steer away from the Ezreal. Lucian would also be completely fine.
Yeah.
Because you're also testing Humanoid, saying, you know what, we'll take the Lucian.
Because the one good champion of that was the Azir, and they've already banned it away.
Yeah, so they're really looking to try and attack his pool here. And we'll see what he brings out.
All right.
Nidalee for Razork.
Oh, wow.
And this is the other Renekton combo that is infamous, right? And this is a champion that was banned away earlier in the series. Now Razork, this is a champion he spams in solo queue. He's incredibly good at it, but this is a champion that historically for our region has been terrible, has been completely awful. This is a champion reserved for the elites of the world, and the pressure on Razork to execute in this game 5 is immense, especially when you see a Twisted Fate with a gold card locked in on the opposite side.
I mean, you summarized it very eloquently. My brain was like, is he him? Okay, because Canyon is the guy that I always think of when I see Nidalee, and there are some other fantastic Nidalee players around the world, don't get me wrong, but in Europe, as you rightly said, it has not been a champion that we have been able to make work. So to bring it out game 5, I'm excited to see what Razork can do.
Isma had a game. One game, and every time he walks it in, I will still ask, is he Canyon today? The question is Razork Canyon today? Is he ready for that level of responsibility?
But I think there is a way for your team to set you up to be him, right? And I think it's picks like Renekton, but even things like the Leona on the bottom side potentially for Jun is another one that I'm looking at. The Draven ban says to me that chances are Fnatic are looking at some sort of like Kai'Sa. Maybe it's going to be a Nautilus for Jun in that bot end, but same idea, right? You have that guaranteed setup for this Nidalee, and if you have it on both side lanes, it makes it very difficult for Yug to try and compete with you on that first clear before you're able to get access to one of these side lanes.
I just respect that Razork has the confidence to say, I want to be the carry in this game. You know, game 5, he wants to put the weight on his shoulders, and we'll see if he can pull it off as the AD carry pool. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AD carries banned away with 2 locked in. Like, we are getting to the bottom of the barrel with Kai'Sa. Let's make it 10. Wait, what am I saying? Wait, yeah, that's 10 AD carries now. But the AD carries themselves haven't even got their AD carries yet.
Is it COG Braum time? Because when you look at what you need on Fnatic, the fact that you need Engage for Jun, you preempt it with the ROM, and then you can go for the Kog'Maw behind it. You've got the setup. You've got the point-and-click CC.
They're going to take the Caitlyn away from Noah. Put the responsibility on him to show what else he's got in his pool.
This is something. A brief hover there of the Ziggs, something he's been spamming in solo queue, something he has been practicing, the debate. They've got Nidalee already for magic damage. Aphelios. The problem is you have the Nidalee, you have the attack speed steroid. You would love to pair it with a hyper carry, but you need a bit more magic damage.
Your poke is so... Actually, this is a decent Jhin angle. Your poke's so good with the Deadly Flourish, the setup with the ultimate, and you got it. So I do like this from Noah. I think it actually puts you in a decent spot. You're able to compete on the wave push, and you've already got a lot of damage elsewhere on the map. So Fnatic setting up for a loss of poke, but you do already have a good amount of tools on G2 to try and alleviate that pressure, right? Rapid fire cannon gold cards, Sejuani ults, and I imagine Mickey gonna probably take something like the Nautilus or even Alistair now into this bottom lane.
I do think though that, well, I mean they have Sejuani, but when you have this much poke and range on the side of Fnatic, Engage is really valuable. I mean, my one concern with the Braum is that I don't really think Fnatic want to engage on you very often. Nidalee, Corki, Jhin, they have so much range to play with. Of course, Braum really good at mitigating some of that poke, right? His Unbreakable is a very effective disengage tool, can block a lot of damage. But I do quite like what Fnatic have drafted when you look at their comp in its entirety.
Yeah, I think that basically this becomes Broken Blade Engage. Essentially, the way you try and play this Twisted Fate is I am ulting heavily aggressively to start fights off, and I'm hoping that then whoever I gold card, we get the Sejuani follow-up, the Braum follow-up, and then suddenly we can just play through these double AD carries. Traditionally, when I've seen TFs play this style, though, it has been on an AP variant because you get the Zonyas, so you could start the fight, go invulnerable, keep yourself safe, it's going to be significantly more difficult to do that on an AD stall. So if Fnatic are able to play at range and play for like Deadly Flourish into Nidalee Spears and try and play for a lot of that poke, it's going to be difficult if G2 aren't able to start the fights off using things like the Sejuani ultimate effort.
High pressure on both sides. Razork especially, again, the Nidalee pick here. A lot of confidence from him. With the Braum locked in on the side of G2, their level 1 is powerful. See if they leverage it to disrupt this Nidalee early on. Both teams have been scrappy in Game 4. It was bloody. Frankly, it was messy in Game 5. They'll need to clean it up. Closer and closer as Berlin alive with the sounds of Fnatic and G2 fans on both sides. Game 5. Winner to finals, loser to the lower bracket to fight for another shot for a potential rematch.
And G2 have always looked comfortable when they've had pushing lanes, and this game is going to be no different. Across the board, each lane should in theory be able to get a decent push for themselves and continue to put that pressure on. But it's going to be Fnatic who are looking to disrupt that, to find a win in a best-of series that has been a long time coming for Fnatic over G2.
Important already. Mickey X going top, placing a ward. Not finding his support brother there this time around. Jun will place a similar ward in the bottom lane, making sure that Hansama and Mickey can't step up too far. Obviously, Braum level 1, very, very potent, especially with the range advantage that Caitlyn has. And now Fnatic maybe setting up something cheeky or just ready to punish if G2 try to make an aggressive play to interrupt the Nidalee. Instead, perhaps a delayed invade. Split the map, take control of bottom side.
Mickey not going to fall prey to any Fnatic shenanigans.
But he spots him, crucially.
Yeah. Now, let's keep track of Razork's pathing in the early game. Of course, AP junglers known for their very fast clear speed. Nidalee, no different. Of course, Zyra and Brand, quite novel in terms of how quickly they can clear.
It's a lot easier. Anyone can pick up Zyra and Brand and clear the jungle.
The advantage of Nidalee is mainly just your Cougar form gives you so much mobility in terms of invading the enemy jungle in particular. You can steal camps, take creative paths, you can navigate your way around vision, and you can be a big nuisance for a champion like Sejuani. We'll see at what point Razork looks to try and do that and try and create some chaos in Yike's jungle.
And that's why I like that they've hidden Razork's start. Knowing Jun didn't help them on the first clear, they didn't show, everyone walked into lane at basically the time that they should, so nobody knows where Razork is on G2. Already though.
Quick level 2, the Ignite already going down. Nice response done, but Mickey lower and lower. Lucky for him, Noah runs out of ammo. Can't follow up on the kill, but Mickey very low early on. Heal already down. Noah looking for the 4-shot, can't quite get it. It cost him his flash. Mickey still standing, instantly popping a pot. But Fnatic in control of the lane for now.
Yeah, it was that pot that ultimately kept Mickey alive. He's going to get level 2 now, a bit of extra HP back. But the bot lane off Fnatic doing some work there. We keep our eyes on the summoner spells. Both junglers pathing away from the bot side of the map for now. It's Oscar, whose HP is in dire straits. It's again, both junglers constantly surveying the map, looking for opportunities for a potential gank.
It's hard to try and make things happen though if you are Yike at the moment, because Broken Blade hasn't tried to push in too aggressively in that top side. A little bit nervous of Nidalee fast clearing into a potential play on that top end, so he's kind of keeping this wave like stacking well, but will slowly try to push it in as Yike gets onto this top side. And it means that then for Razork, I think it's just to try and get the Scuttle Crab. Maybe you can even run down to this bottom side and commit for a second one, as Mickey had to go for the reset, but Razork going to go for any sort of potential play
flash
here.
Forward, gets the lineup, instantly going to go for the kill, finishing the job. Textbook.
That is the Nidalee Renekton. Like, it's very straightforward.
Jun potentially stepping too far forward here. Concussive blows coming in, but luckily he's able to walk away.
Just flawless play from Fnatic. Razork following up from the flash stun.
Razork, where's the spear going to go? Hits Mickey. Mickey only level 2. Rue coming in from Noah. Now Mickey getting lower and lower. 3 stacks of the concussive blow. Razork trying to follow up and another kill in the mid lane. Stun back onto Razork, but Fnatic off to a fantastic start.
Mickey and Caps try to play off the Braum Lucian power spike, but unfortunately not really a thing where they're able to get that CC down. But now Yike trying to step up. Humanoid very low
again,
mana,
returning
but
Caps so damn low, looking to follow up. Yike queuing forward, Caps flashing out, and in this early game, Fnatic are getting every single advantage.
Razork picking this Nidalee. said, let me be the carry in this game. We asked the question, is he him? And he is having a great start. 2-0-0 on Nidalee, already an 800 gold lead. And he just walked up to Caps. He says, you don't have the HP, you cannot stop me. Forces another flash out. That's the level of confidence you need when picking a champion like this. And here in game 5, Razork is full of it.
Noah now potentially caught out here. Quick cleanse just to try to get rid of the movement speed slow, knowing he's probably dead if anything else comes through. Trap landing, G2, no slouch here in the bot lane exchange. Hansama grabbing that kill, Noah overstepping.
And how many times have we said it this series, when it looks like Fnatic are getting into a decent position, Noah overextends a bit too far and gets something back now. Jun, you can't really hold on to this wave. It should crash. Hans and Mickey going to make sure that it does so, and then look for the reset and a potential Void Grub spawn in 40 seconds as well.
Mickey trying to get that wave to crash. Starts to back away just to make sure that Jun cannot cancel his 80 carries recall. Hansama looking to spend that money. First base of the game. Jun, though, keeping the battle going. Knowing that Jin is eventually on the way. Mickey, though, has... Stand behind me. He can't just leap to the minion. And, gentlemen, again, the pressure on Razork stays the same, though, because he is the one with the big gold lead. Renekton gives his flash to make sure that that kill can come through from him. 2-0, 800 in the lead. He has to keep this pressure up because we've seen across this series, ease of execution has been a big deal. And ease of execution is not in favor of the Nidalee in this particular matchup, even if the power absolutely is.
Well, the thing for Fnatic's comp, though, is the later you go into the game, you've got to remember that G2 are very reliant on Yike to engage. Dagda was talking about how Broken Blade has options to help the team set up for picks, but when you're relying on this Braum to act as like a disengage tool against range and poke, it's not as effective.
But I think this is where we're trying to look at how Broken Blade wants to orchestrate himself on the map. Because you could look at where he was coming out of base. I think there's a lot of communication in G2 right now about how can we, well, look for the dive on bot for the cross map. They thought about bringing Broken Blade, they don't. But they're just going to look for the play regardless because Noah has nothing up.
Noah, no cleanse because of the previous exchange, uses to get rid of the slow. Still was taken down in the end. Any piece of CC lands, a trap will surely follow. Looking to lock up all those stacks. Mickey likely to fall here, but they'll at least get Noah in the exchange. Putting him further and further behind. Another trap connecting from Jun. Getting lower. Ace in the hole comes out, taking their time, resetting aggro, going back in. Flashback from Yike. Jun will finally fall. 3 kills for Hansama.
Well orchestrated by G2. Yes, he get one back, but Broken Blade just being a nuisance here to Razork on that top end. He knows that he can't really stay underneath the tower because, well, Oscar can come across and get the play. Mickey now stepping up to the top end to make sure Broken Blade can get back underneath the tower and try and get some of these as the spear just goes wide.
Mickey coming. Very valuable for G2, just because it means that Broken Blade has access to the wave once again. And as you rightly said, this game is becoming a very interesting dynamic where it's top side versus bot side. Fnatic playing through their strong side due to the early investment, the early gank, really paying off for them. But because Hansama was able to find that kill back onto Noah, now G2 have a lane that they can play through and punish as much as possible. You can see that represented in the gold differences as well. Why the gold at your top of your screen is very even. This Caitlyn is going to become a menace. We saw what Noah was able to do with it in Game 3. We'll see how Hansama can do for his team in Game 5.
This Caitlyn is a menace. That is boots to BF sword. Noah cannot walk up. He has less range. He has less damage. The isolated 1v1, similar to all these MF lanes we've been seeing, is once again so difficult for Noah and both supports. Still clearly looking to get out of lane, looking to pay attention elsewhere, and that just means that Noah really isn't going to get to participate much in this game. The good news is it's a similar story for Broken Blade on the top side. Oscar Renan taking control. Razork also incredibly far ahead. Means he's always going to have to be on the back foot, and now Mickey showing up in mid lane. Hansama on the way, something that has to be respected. 4 members of G2 in the area. Noah only now starting to move up, but no play to be had here yet.
And this is where you do have to be a little bit careful, because I agree with Betty that in initial trying to set up a play, Mickey's not great on the Braum. It's very difficult to land your stuff, but when you are playing follow-up, I think you are really strong, because if Yike lands a stun, suddenly you get Mickey's ultimate into a follow-up with the Winter's Bite, and suddenly you've got all this CC that's starting to compound upon itself, and I think that's where you've got to be very careful when Yike and Mickey start to work together. It's while these frail Yordian champions are so strong together.
Secure, could just be the 50. Razork goes in, a casual steal. They're now looking to follow. Mickey ready to body block as much as he can with the Unbreakable, but Yike incredibly low. Sidestep on the curtain call. Crucial. Hansama getting chunked out. Razork untouched though. This is one powerful Nidalee. Mickey forced to flash away. A confident maneuver into the pit to steal on the 50-50, so Fnatic happy with that one.
A nice steal from Fnatic. They've got the 3 grubs. They've got themselves the first dragon. The bot side of the map is supposed to be G2's strong side, but Razork, with a little contest, was able to walk in and steal that objective away. Of course, it does cost him his flash, and he was likely considering jumping out of the pit, but Fnatic did a good job of holding their own in the fight as well. We look back, no kills actually end up dropping, but look at this. Razork actually over the wall, nice fight steal. And then he has to flash, and at this point he's considering, do I disengage? But no, the damage is good enough that they can actually stay in the fight, and G2 is the one that's forced to retreat.
It was a great job from Jun, the engage, to dissuade G2 from being able to follow up from Razork as he initially got engaged on. But also then Humanoid being able to come in on the flank meant the Hans Sama couldn't really continue up, and Caps was so focused on getting Yike out, and may need to do it himself.
Body block there for Mickey. Stand behind me into the Unbreakable. Not going to be able to proc any concussive blow stacks. Early on, of course, the Corki burst damage much higher.
You still have to be very careful though, because one of the things that we used to see a lot when Lucian first got released was Lucian Braum together, because the passive from Lucian is so good at proccing the stacks from Braum. So if Humanoid does get hit, you know, one combo from Lucian, you're immediately CC'd. So Humanoid giving a lot of respect to just that alone on G2.
Look at the positioning of Razork though. The grubs have just respawned. He alone should be able to secure this as Fnatic have control over the mid wave. He knows that the Renekton, while likely not forcing that push early, can easily collapse. His wave is in a good spot, so Fnatic's setup is nice. The Caitlyn will, of course, be able to get another plate, though. Yike hovering around the bot side of the map. Grub secured, Dragon secured. Fnatic with a great early game.
Again, the pressure on Hans Sama to really carry this one, because 6 grubs coming through for the side of Fnatic. That attack speed steroid for Razork. Their tower taking threat. If anyone mispositions or takes a poor base timing, incredible. But G2 setting up on bot side, looking to play to the strong point of the map. Noah still bits and pieces here. Hans Sama hasn't had a chance to recall. Getting closer and closer to that first item.
But even if they don't get the dive, they're still getting damage onto these plates in the bot side. They're still extending Hans Sama's lead, but BB walks in.
Wandering in, Dominus waiting for the gold card, finds a bit of CC, good upfront damage. TP coming in, looking to punish Oscar for overstaying, but that means Caps leaves the mid lane tower unattended. Oscar trying to get out, how long on the dash cooldown? Flash out to safety, Coling now coming in, Bob with a gold card. Oscar taken down, Yike quick to cover the mid lane as well.
Oscar didn't manage to stack his rages. In the bot lane, Noah just managed to snipe out Mickey. Wasn't able to get away. The combo, it looks like with Jun CC being able to set up there. Now Humanoid going to be able to take this mid lane turret plates.
At least one. Obviously with 6 grubs, close to taking a second. You can see the power of the Corki early on. Yike really cannot step up here.
I mean, sure, you killed Oscar.
Full commit, nice ulti coming through, but Broken Blade is here. The semi-global pressure coming in. Hans Sama taking the kill, more gold for him. The collector completed, an extra 25 on top.
Okay, ultimately, I think that play was better for G2 because they were losing a lot of gold and control. Braum hit, backing in the brush, gets spotted out. Doesn't have the AD carry to jump to safety, of course doesn't have the flash. So ultimately, just a mistake there from Mickey. Fnatic rightly punishes it. But that kill onto Oscar, I thought to myself, Caps committing TP for just this, a kill onto a Renekton, this doesn't really feel worthwhile. But them also finding that pick onto Humanoid, I think made it much better.
And now the plates on bot lane as well. You can see Hans Sama able to move into position to get more pressure on this bot side turret. Will need to try and trade it because Oscar Innen has already taken that on the top side. This combo between Razork and Oscar Innen doing a lot of damage to the map state, but I don't really know if they're in a position to do so, especially since it's Humanoid who's on that bottom side to try and clear it out. Mickey looking to zone.
Can use the Unbreakable to block any more wave clear. They're going to be able to complete this in the wave instead, trying to go for the play, but Jun on the way in. G2 immediately pulled back. 2 more shots from the tower before the wave is cleared. Can they please stick around? One more auto, can't finish the job.
If the minion died, it may have even been 2 autos, which puts G2's bot lane at too much risk. And now Razork is on the bot side of the map as well. No minion wave for them to even play with. So that tower on the top side traded for nothing.
Oscar Innen's here as well, though. They really want to make the play on bot side.
Caps roaming back into mid lane. Yike waiting in the brush, needs to get out.
I mean, Fnatic just bullying their way back into the bot side of the map. Look at this immaculate vision control. Observers, if we can see what G2 see on the map right now, you'll see that there's very little.
They see that everyone from Fnatic is on the bottom side, though, and that's all they need to get BB to keep pushing in this top side. Humanoid
Caps.
should TP top, but actually
Full
play mid.
committing. Solo kill onto Noah in the mid lane. Caps needed to be the difference maker, needed to find that angle, but it might cost him. He gets the kill. Giving money over to Humanoid, though, would not be ideal. Once again, he did this once before. Hiding in a random brush, looking to dash over the wall, but Humanoid can follow quickly. Caps will get taken down here. Humanoid happy to grab that one.
At the very least, Fnatic trade 1-for-1. Caps also committed his flash, along with Noah, admittedly, as Razork has just continued to farm up. Notice he has a 30 CS lead over his jungle opponent. He is at level 10 right now, and he is a 1.4k gold lead. He's in a great position on this Nidalee.
The thing is, though, we're seeing a lot of trades on towers and 1-for-1 and kills over the last couple of minutes. But the big thing that you got to keep your eyes on is how Fnatic have been consistently getting onto the side of the map that has the objectives. Dragon is in their favor. They're now got those 6 Void Grubs. They were on the Rift Herald side if they want to try and accelerate this game as well. But we're just going to get a replay of, Noah just walking into Caps, and Caps is more than happy to punish him for it. Really well orchestrated by Caps.
Yeah, and the Dragon is alive, so hopefully we can get straight back into the game because, I'm not surprised to see Fnatic concede this because they know the Herald's alive as well, and they think that's a more important objective. They can use that to break open the mid tower. But I will say that Fnatic have definitely deprioritized the Dragon. The first one, to me, was a bit of luck, They tried to go for a steal, they made the steal work, and they were happy that they got it because it significantly reduces the risk of G2 trying to force a fight around a soul. But it's clear that their objective has not actually been playing for that. Instead, they've secured all 6 scrubs, they've got themselves the Herald, they can now secure the mid tower around the next Dragon if they want to, or pretty much whenever they want to. You can see Razork making a beeline straight towards mid right now, so I imagine that'll be their next game plan.
I don't even think you need the Herald for this, though. I think you can just push it over with enough brute force here with the way you position the map. They do have to be careful Broken Blade coming in with TP, which is why you're seeing Jun starting to get that vision down, but you have the wave control here for Fnatic, so look for the tier 2s with that Rift Herald instead of just looking for the mid lane turrets.
You're right, Dagda. Their eyes are set on a grander prize, given the damage that they've been able to do. They want to secure this tower. TP now committed.
Excellent read. Humanoid backing up. Initial charge is good. Just some damage in the end. Fnatic don't really have the tools to follow up. All of G2 called over. It costs them Caps' TP, however.
And of course, as you rightly said, so many drawn over now opens up the mid lane. Just a sequential setup play. Fnatic, maybe they can't secure the tower on this wave. Noah just going to clear out the minions and then back off as the rest of Fnatic choose to reset.
Yeah, I think they needed to leave Noah in mid to basically create that second point of pressure, so Noah could have cleared wave, and then you group onto the mid wave turret as G2 overcommit to the bottom side of the map. But now G2 kind of just get to defend too, and it's not like you're in a position to really threaten the tier 2 and bot, but again, numbers trying to push advantages here in the mid lane, use that poke to push back G2, but they're just not going to be able to get to the tower.
Broken Blade using his ulti to move down to bottom lane, take the last little tick of health off that bot lane, tier 1. Gold, still about 2,000 in the favor of Fnatic. 6 scrubs paying off for them as they've been able to knock down a lot of these objectives. Still 2-2 in the tower score overall, however.
The Destiny being down from Broken Blade off the back of that means that Fnatic can play way more aggressive on the map, though, and immediately you can see Oscar and pushing in top, and now they can move in towards the mid lane if they want to.
Notice how awkward it is for Caps. The last minute, he's just been walking around. Because the Twisted Fate went to the bot lane when top lane was already pushed in, he actually didn't have a wave that he could catch. Mid was also being caught. He tried to go for the Scuttle Crab, and then yikes, Red Buff ended up securing it. Only now can he actually catch this wave. If Fnatic were able to find a pick onto him right now, it could be a huge experience swing. But he is able to catch it. He's going to be perfectly safe. But it's been a bit awkward for him. The lane assignments have been... Well, the waves have been a bit awkward for G2 over the last few minutes as Fnatic has been controlling the map very well.
Walk up and delete the mid lane tower too. Third tower for them, breaking up the mid is massive for this Nidalee. Again, already such a threat from Fog of War. That much easier when you have so much passive vision control.
And Fnatic's threat in the map becomes so much higher. Well, one, when they can blow up Caps, but two, Broken Blade doesn't have the Destiny because he can't match or come in behind them on plays like this.
Going for the full in engage. Now TP coming in behind them. Unbreakable about to fade away. Caps for now untouched. Hansama does good damage, but can they delete Oscar in? And yes, they can. Traps laid down to punish the TP, but now curtain call. Broken Blade quick to body block. G2 disciplined.
And ultimately, a bit of an overcommitment from Fnatic. They still did secure the tower. It only cost them their top laner, so you could argue that's still a worthwhile trade. But that was definitely a situation where they tried very hard to kill Mickey, and he showed how durable he was. The backline was able to just melt through this Renekton, who didn't really stand much of a chance. And so G2 found themselves a kill, but the gold's still heavily in favor of Fnatic.
And you can see as they step up here, Mickey steps forward, finds that moment where he tries to buy space, so they will end up being able to pick off at least the TP Renekton. But G2 very low over the course of the back of that, and Broken Blade being able to block these last 2 shots is super nice. But it still is Fnatic getting control of the map. You're limiting Broken Blade's impact on the map by having these waves pushed in. You're limiting the options for G2 to find these engages. And if Fnatic continue to get presence on this bottom side of the map, you look at Dragon in 49 seconds where they already have a ton of vision there. They can play back into that and trying to get through choke points where you're running into Jun, Noah, Humanoid, and even Spears from Razork. It's very difficult for G2 to buy this space back.
I can tell that Fnatic fans are feeling, well, they're probably feeling mixed right now. They're like, we're in a good spot. Fnatic looks poised to win this game, but we've watched a lot of Fnatic games before, and we know how quickly the tides can turn. So I imagine the pressure and tension is very high for Fnatic fans.
I feel like both fan bases have to be in the same boat here.
Well, I feel like G2 fans never know what they're going to get, so they're just kind of riding the wave and seeing what happens.
That guy said hell yeah, so apparently he was a nail on the head.
One guy's hair is on the line.
That's true. Forget finals and worlds. That guy's hair is on the line right now.
And both teams grouping up in mid lane, mainly to gain access into the river. It's G2 that approach first. The mid tower for Fnatic still alive though, so they'll quickly catch that wave. The poke from Fnatic. This is where we get to see it in action though.
Hansama really hasn't been able to set up a trap line either. Mickey no Warmogs yet means it's hard for him to regain that life. Destiny for a bit of extra information. They know where Oscar is. They're looking to just lock down the Renekton, but they don't have vision in the brush, crucially. Now turning their attentions back, trying to kick the fight off, looking to delete jump before the fight even starts. Mickey backing up, body blocking as much as he can with the Unbreakable, but it's Oscar Rennen in the back line, deleting Caps. Now the rest of Fnatic ready to follow up. Hansama trying to get out, Broken Blade getting in front of that damage, but the Caitlyn as strong as she is not enough in the face of 3 carries. Noah with the triple, Fnatic with the fight.
That's an ace for Fnatic. 20 minutes in, the Baron will be theirs, the fight will be won, and Fnatic looking to finally take down G2 after so long.
Fnatic executes so well on their poke. We'll see it as we start in here, constantly forcing G2 into positions that are difficult. Broken Blade tries to go onto Oscar Rennen, but goes onto the pink ward, so they don't have vision anymore. Jun is just buying the space, and even though this looks somewhat bad because Jun goes down, you're just playing at long range this whole time, making sure that G2 are constantly in the back of Oscar Rennen, getting access onto the backline, even though he's tagged by the Braum stun, doesn't really matter. And Fnatic are able to run over G2 over the course of that fight.
Yeah, very small things at the end there, like Broken Blade trying to flash away from the 4th shot from Jin, and he ends up flashing into it, giving enough damage for the rest of Fnatic to clean him up at the end of the fight. Fnatic are in such a good spot. I don't think G2's composition gets any easier to play as the game goes on. This Twisted Fate has the ability to find picks in the late game, but we talked about it in draft. Fnatic have so much range. We get to see how much poke they have, and when they're ready, they can start the fight whenever they want, thanks to Jun.
And we have to give credit again to Oscar and Razork. B1 Renekton. Psycho. B2 Nidalee makes sense now, but now the jungle pick is crazy. And then that first kill. And every moment since then, 2-0-4. Yes, 3 deaths for Oscar, but in that fight he was clutch. G2 not able to stop that Renekton from flanking. And this has just been a massive problem. In a game 5, to use such volatile picks is a huge sign of confidence from this Fnatic lineup.
But it felt like this was the ace up the Fnatic sleeve, right? They pick Renekton saying, hey, you're going to take Sejuani, knowing they had the Nidalee prepared and available. So Fnatic setting the trap, and G2 walks straight into it. And now Fnatic trying to set up once more. See if they can trap G2 in their own jungle, get that wave pushed in and top, look towards these last 2 outer towers.
Oh, the edge of the sweeper. G2 can now look to step up. Unbreakable there, ready to body block. Old card down, fall damage is non-existent. Good ult coming in from Mickey. Oscar likely to give his life, but manages to live. Now Jun looking to turn it back, but it's Caps on the flank. Caps with the calling, trying to do some good damage. Already though, Yike down, deleted. Jun deleted. 2 kills in the favor of Fnatic thus far.
And they just didn't have the damage to kill Oscar Rennen. It was CC after CC. Every single member outside of Caps was hitting onto Oscar, and they just couldn't get him down. He has the TP. He's going to return to the mid-jungle, and he will secure Baron for his team. 4 members of Fnatic alive. No jungler with the smite on G2.
G2, can they contest 4K? Getting lower, gold card ready to go. Humanoid off to the side, locking down Caps. Excellent route from Noah, and they turn it in an instant. They get the Baron. Oh, and an extra helping of G2 on the side. Fnatic, 8K in the lead in game 5.
The Fnatic faithful, where were you when Fnatic rose to take down G2? In this brush, they make their stand as G2 think they can step forward. Mickey with the Unbreakable in the front line, but you're all set up for, again, just damage from Noah. Humanoid is able to come in too quickly from the top side. A great re-engage from Jun. And sure, Caps TP's mid to get this flank, but the damage is done. And again, that long-range poke coming in clutch for Fnatic.
Incredible team fighting from Fnatic, just utilizing their comp so well. Then look at this route that comes down onto Caps. He's trying to make the play. He knows he has to do something, but then the damage comes through. The route connects. And then it's just clean up. Fnatic have come up huge in this game 5. They are reigniting the rivalry, and they're looking to take down G2 to make their way to the semifinals.
The spear lands on Caps. The trap line does a little bit of work. Hansama's still relatively strong. Fnatic can't afford to falter now. The game's not over yet. Even if they're incredibly favored 10K lead, it should just be theirs. But how many times have we said that? The push coming in. Inhibitor will fall. 6 grubs just continuing to pay off in this composition. 3-0-8 for Razork. Career-defining performance in this game 5. Stun, good thing to kick off. Coling in the back there once again, just trying to delete Oscar. The damage finally going to be there. The gold card now coming in. Razork going to be in trouble. Caps off to the side, dueling Humanoid. Mickey there to try to body block. Looking for 4 stacks, looking for blows. Mickey now needs to get the hell out. Caps healing up as quick as he can. But this is it, the final stand of G2 in this best of 5. They've done it! They don't have enough left on the side of G2 to hold the line. Trying to break the base down. Caps moving in, 849 days. How long have Fnatic waited? How long have their fans waited? Victory over G2 Esports.
Fnatic stand tall against the wave of G2. They set a trap in draft. G2 walked into it, but Fnatic executed perfectly and now find themselves in our summer finals.
Fnatic, after their loss to G2 during the regular season, questions began to rise. But today, they were able to doubt those queries. A huge performance from them. They make their way to the Summer Split Finals. G2 will move down into the lower bracket. And after watching this series, many teams are going to be like, that's not going to be an easy road to make the Summer Finals.
Certainly not. Of course, you saw on the screen moments ago, Kia player of the series, Razork, Noah, or Jun. An incredible day for Fnatic, no doubt. G2 fans still trying to reassure their team, but I gotta say, incredible game 5. We saw in a recent interview from Sheep Esports with Yike, he said, yeah, at this form, you know, I think I'm ready to go toe-to-toe with Canyon. Well, he's gotta beat Canyon at home first. Razork, masterclass in the Italy.
It was a really great game. We rarely get to see such...
It was a great series.
The entire way through.
Yeah, it was just, rarely do we get to see that type of Italy performance, but you talked about it. It's something he's extremely confident on in Solo Queue, but to bring it out in game 5, Italy, of all things, in LEC was not something I would expect, but he deserves nothing but respect for a performance like that. And 9-3-7 for Noah, 6-1-8 for Humanoid, 3-0-12 for Razork. Just the Fnatic lineup having a clear game plan in game 5. I think they did outdraft G2 in the final game, and they executed it flawlessly.
And the absolute faith across the team and the coaching staff in a game 5 to lock in a Renekton that had looked so bad for most of the series. Put all your faith in Italy, a champion that once again doesn't do a lot historically at LEC. A gamble that paid off, and the confidence of their players, it's always good to see that rewarded on stage.
And I mean, I think the most exciting thing to me is we're finally getting to see a reignition of the rivalry. It feels like it's been so G2 favored for so long.
Let's rap about it. Give me a beat. No.
I mean, incredible stuff. Great series. We've had a great day. It's been a ton of fun. Thank you, G2 Fnatic, for delivering an incredible one.
Yeah, and of course, thank you to Razork for that Italy game in game 5. It's probably what all the Fnatic fans are saying as he's standing by with Lore and our Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Thank you so much, guys. And the Fnatic fans can be rewarded, as it's been 2 years and a half since they beat G2 in a best of 5. Razork, thank you so much for joining me. You made a lot of people. All right. Any first impressions after this series? You made a lot of fans happy tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. Today I actually woke up and I felt like we were gonna win. I mean, usually I feel like this many days.
Yeah.
But today I just had the extra feeling that today was gonna be a good day, and it was.
Yeah, it was indeed. And as Draco said, Canyon cosplay in Game 5. Tell me about the Nidalee pick.
Well, I mean, it's a champion that since last week I started spamming a lot in solo queue because I actually think that the champ is really good in the meta and against all the junglers. So I was spamming it. That's why they were banning it the whole series,
Yeah.
and they probably said, we will just leave it open Game 5. Let's see if they pick it. My coach told me, pick Sejuani, and I said, no, I want to go in Italy. And
Wow.
it worked.
Huge statement here, Spanish Canyon in the LEC. Amazing performance from you, honestly. But what did it come down to? Because when I think of games going to Game 5, usually people would give it to G2. But you were telling me you had a feeling today that you would make it. So what did this game come down to after all these nerve-wracking fights?
I think it was a wild series, not gonna lie. I think the first game we got mega stomp in early game, and the draft was also really hard. Second game, it was a bit more calm for us. The third game was, I don't know what was that game, honestly. I think G2 trolled a lot. They could have won that game. And I think overall it was like really good series. I had a lot of fun. So I'm waiting to meet them again in the final.
For sure. Or maybe someone else, we'll see. I saw a Jungle's Diff fan sign here in the audience. Do you feel like it was a Jungle Diff in Game 5?
I mean, I think the moment... Calm down. The moment you pick Nidalee against Sejuani and you get ahead in early game, it's kind of easy because you are always ahead in tempo, right? But I think I played pretty good. I also think that I got gapped by Jake many games too. I think the Maokai game, I got really stomped in early game. I was like a bit lost. But I think the 5th game, it could be a bit of jungle diff, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the fans chose you to be the player of the series today, Razork, so I feel like they all thought you had a pretty good performance. Tell me about the confidence level lately, because I haven't been talking to you guys that much, but after the last time you faced G2, all I kept on hearing was, G2 broke Fnatic, G2 broke Fnatic, and you guys kept on losing, so tell me about this new confidence that you guys have.
I mean, I think it's part of our identity as a team. I think like we're a very emotional team, and it can be good and it can be bad. I feel like not the way we lost against G2 or when we lost against them, but when we start losing, we tend to like lose a bit confidence, and then we start playing worse. And I mean, honestly, it's something that we are trying to fix because we're treating practice very seriously and making sure that we get the confidence back from scrims if we're not getting the results that we want in states. And I think the practice that we had after the tournament that we did away from here, I think it was very good.
I'm glad that you mentioned these tournaments that you did away from here, because you can beat G2, but you cannot beat Team Liquid.
I mean, I guess Team Liquid is so strong, I don't know. I mean, I actually think Team Liquid is actually a pretty strong team.
All right.
They are not bad, but I have to say that the moments we played against them, we were really running it down. And we picked Kassadin, and we didn't do anything. I couldn't hear you. What did you say? Okay.
It's fine. We'll discuss later.
I don't know what he said.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Razork. Anything to say to your teammates waiting in the fan zone? I think Perks is still here. He was watching the game. Any message for Perks, maybe?
Yeah, Perks, I saw you in the entrance of the game. You were on the side of G2. You didn't even say hi.
Oof.
That was a bit rude from you. But yeah, hello.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. Razork, thank you so much. Amazing interview here, and congrats on taking down G2.
Thank you.
Shocks, over to you, 50GL. In the fan zones, you should all join this way.
Thanks for the directions, Lore. Indeed, we're in the fan zone, joined by Noah and by Humanoid and by Perks.
I'm sorry, Razor.
And you still have your hair.
Yes.
Do you want to thank them?
Nah, 50-50.
But I feel like you really wanted to lose your hair, to be honest. Like.
Yes, because I really wanted that we win. Though.
Okay, so do you want to change it to maybe if they play again in the final?
If we play again in the final,
then
I get bald again.
But if G2 was to get to the final and they were to win, then you will get bald. Okay. Thank you.
This time, I think we didn't stop making G2 stuff.
Yeah, a lot of content games. I know.
A lot of content games.
Yeah,
so
you're right. Anyway, I have to talk to the players as well, but thank you so much. I just wanted an update for the bet. So, congratulations, Noah and Humanoid.
Thank you.
What a series. Noah, I didn't know you were actually playing with Canyon on the team.
Yeah, I think.
It's great.
Yeah.
You didn't know either, I guess.
Yes.
So how did you, what did you think of Resorx in Italy?
I mean, I think he was practicing Italy from 1 week ago, and I think now his Italy is mega good. And we didn't know either. I mean, he didn't know either, you know?
Oh, he didn't know either that he was so good?
So I'm mega proud of him.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about the bot lane during this series? Because we saw that it was a lot about the jungle and the support together, who can make the first move on the map. How did you feel you played in the series?
I mean, I think now, like, Hansama and me always 1v1 and jungle support around me, so I like to play 1v1 against Hansama, but I lost the 4 and 5 games, so it was good, yeah.
But you still won the series. Humanoid, congratulations. I don't think you've beaten G2 in the best 5 since you've been in Fnatic, right? Because
Probably not, yeah.
probably not, so you don't really think about it. So
No,
how
that
come-
once, no?
Once, maybe?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
Why do you think you could beat them today?
I mean, I think just our mechanics were on point today from everyone. I think usually in the previous best of 5s, we had a lot of stress as well. And just like, yeah, we did not play on our normal level. And I think today we played everyone individually well, which is, I think, the main reason why we won.
Ferks, what do you think?
Did you have fun laning mid against Leona and Rel and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, some games there was a lot of people on mid, I'm not gonna lie, but...
I guess from your side as well.
It was fun. I mean, in the last game it was fun because we won the 3v3 and then it's kind of easy.
That's true, yeah, that's true.
But yeah.
That's it? That's what it came down to? Everyone in the mid lane?
It's just interested about mid lane.
It's just
a
the way
party
it
in the mid lane. It's boring if it's 1-on-1, you have to bring the whole family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But of course, the big question is, can you do it again? It's not sure that you will be versus G2 in the final, of course, but is that the feeling that that's the opponent you are going to face next Sunday, or do you think another team has the possibility?
I mean, it's gonna be G2, probably. I think they are way better than all the other teams. I think
Well,
the other teams kind of suck, so... yeah.
Do you agree?
I can say that now because we finally won.
That's true, that's true. You're him now, you know, it's true. Let's take a look at the lower bracket to see. We got SK versus KC tomorrow and BDS versus GX. Perks, what are your predictions for those?
I think SK and BDS. Probably, I still think they looked better, even though KC has looked pretty good last few games. The one is like shaky, but I think BDS would be Giants, probably.
Noah, what do you think?
I think SK and Giantex can win.
Okay, but yesterday KC was playing really well as well, right? So do you not give them a chance?
I mean, I think KC's strongest lane is bot, but SK bot lane is good, so I think SK will win. And I think Giantex is mega good now, like according from my screen, our screen, no?
Yeah.
So I think GX will win tomorrow.
Okay. That's a good prediction.
Okay. That's hype.
You don't
yeah.
believe him, do you?
That's hype.
Do you?
I mean, I'm not sold. I think Giantex has not looked that good against TH. It was more like Jack is just like turning on his inner Jackie love, I guess, that last game and smashing with Zeri. But yeah, so I don't know. I think BDS is a better team.
Okay. Noah, you make it to the final once again next Sunday. You have a lot of time. How do you feel about the fact that on the one hand, you will watch every game and you will be able to rest, but on the other, you just have to be there on Sunday and you have to be ready, even though the other team maybe has warmed up already?
I mean, when I came from LEC, I lost against G2 every time, like 1 year, every game, but now, finally, I won, so I have confidence to win against G2 again in final, if they come.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, that's
right.
the way...
That's right.
That's the way momentum works indeed. Humanoid, do you also feel like there's a... I feel like Fnatic has been super up and down. I think you have been a little bit up and down as well, maybe.
I mean, I heard it's playoffs, so yeah, we'll start playing good. You know, before I didn't know it's playoffs yet, so.
You didn't know because of the format. I remember we had a PGL before where you also came back from being down match point, and then you said, I only start playing when I'm down 1-2 or 0-2. Was it again today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a joke, kind of, but Yeah, maybe it's not, but I don't think I'm just only playing in playoffs. But maybe I'm playing better. I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit a consistent
Yeah, you're
higher
for sure
level
trolling
of
the
it.
whole time, and then when it comes playoffs, you're just smurfing. It's just the narrative. You have to accept
After
it.
per win, he doesn't get regular season in my opinion.
No. Hey, Perks, what do you think about Humanoid as a mid laner?
I think Human is a great mid laner.
What is he good at?
He's good at everything.
You too.
Is he good
Thank
at?
you.
Okay, how good is he at ADCs in the mid lane?
ADCs?
Yeah.
Could be a bit better.
Got
I
it
think his
there.
Lucian is good. I misunderstood, I think, like the last few games.
Misunderstood.
I mean, just saying
I mean,
that
he just unlucky.
Lucian lost every game today, I think. So maybe it's not my fault.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Just
Yeah,
Lucian's
he
fault.
did, yeah, he did,
No,
yeah.
but it does lead me into a good topic. How do you feel about kind of your champion pool? Because we were talking in the beginning of the day about like, hey, because Caps used to play ADC, literally also in the team, that he's super comfortable in this meta. How comfortable do you feel in it?
I mean, I like this meta actually. I think Lucian used to be meta mid a long time ago,
Yeah.
for
Years
a
ago,
long
yeah.
time. And I think it was like one of my favorite champions. I think Corki is just the same as before, just more auto-attack based. So I think both are, I like playing both. And other than that, there's just like Azir and stuff after that. I like playing all of this, so I'm good.
You're good? Okay, we'll see indeed next week. Talk about G2 a little bit, Perks. What did you read out of their loss today and how they lost? And does it make you worried for them going into, the lower bracket final?
I mean, I think they got a bit cheesed by Varus, honestly. I think Varus top looked really OP today.
Yeah.
And
But they played it too, so.
yeah, actually I'm trolling.
Yeah, I think you're trolling.
No, I think they cheesed with Varus. Okay, I'm done. Cut the question. Go next question. Go next question. I'm done. No, this is complete joke, and I don't want to talk about it. I've been on the desk sleeping for 5 hours. Human, did you take it away?
I don't know what to say. I mean, we got cheesed by Varus, or I don't know.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
Wow,
That's what I
this
wanted
was
to
like
say.
reverse psychology to make him say that he got cheesed by Varus.
I think if it wasn't Varus cheese, they would like 3-1.
Yeah, it's hard, right, being on the desk all day.
I mean, I'm so
Admit it.
confused what's going on.
Okay.
Like the games were like too crazy as well. Like I couldn't focus after
No.
it.
Okay,
What was
I'll-
it? Game 3? Like I don't know. That one was a banger.
Sure. Anyways, so I'm going to send you home as well because it has been 5 games. So I want to know some final thoughts, some final words for the fans that are all here, for Fnatic, Noah, and the fact that you got immediately to the final in Summers.
I think I want G to win next week and Combiner because I need to win G2 in finals and I can really feel it. I win ADC, so I want G to win and I want to win again.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah, I have one more
And
question.
thank you to the fans.
I have one more question. I have one more question.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's an actual like we spoke about in Italy, and like so what did Riser actually say or do? He was just like, I'm gonna play this game because from my perspective, if my jungler wanted to like lock in or connect in Italy 1-2 in game 5, I would be like asking like, are you guys sure? Are you sure you want to do
I
this?
think he is just a Canyon fanboy and he's playing it all the time, so he wanted to play it.
I mean,
And,
respect. He played it like really good.
And
He
we
played really
actually
good.
had really good success in every single scrim. So
you guys were like, yeah, let's just do it, man.
yeah, I mean, I
Just
also
go.
think that Nidalee is pretty OP, to be honest, because the healing is just you
True,
know,
yeah, he got buffed.
it's really OP.
Yeah.
I just think it's a strong champ.
Yeah, it is strong. It can go wrong, but it went right. And it's super awesome for all the Fnatic fans to see you in the final. You get yet another chance to win the title here in Europe, and we'll all be looking forward to that. Thank you so much for joining us for PGL. Congratulations, Noah and Humanoid and the rest of Fnatic.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And
Good
don't
luck.
get cheesed by Varus.
Don't get cheesed by Varus, Tom.
And don't cheese with it as well, honestly. Like in
maybe
case you
cheese
do,
with
like just,
Or maybe,
just don't,
yeah.
just
Anyways, thank you all the fans for being here for this entire
Thank you.
Best of 5. This was so much fun. And we'll be back, of course, tomorrow with the rest of the lower bracket. So don't miss it. Get some sleep, and we'll see you then.
Yesterday, someone said to me, let's go, Noah.
Your mom?
Yes, my mom said. Your mom too.
You know what your mom said to me?
Be able to finish the kill.
Here comes the Ike though. Gonna see if he can try and stop him before he resets. Should have the pillar played. There it is!
Oh, that's the combo, baby! Q flash E. Landed not as good as electricity in this game. Oh, no!
No flash, no flash, no flash, no flash. Light is coming, but I can help you out.
Nice. Very nice.
Come on.
I used him. Kill Varus, one shot Varus, he's trolling. Kaisa?
Where's the flash out from Hansama? Jun Q flash forward, W going in, well-timed cleanse, but there you go, ace in the hole. Oh, the combo from Noah!
Nice one, Noah. Let's
Nice.
boy.
That's Noah Caitlyn.
Does he flash?
I think we kill him. They're coming, okay?
Nice. Look at Syra.
No flash.
And Syra after, guys. Syra after.
Nice.
Okay, we understand.
For calling coming in, but Razor there as well. From Humanoid, confidence as Noah tries to complete the kill. Instant ulti. Noah the flash both sides. Hansama remains standing. Humanoid can step up here. Ulti from Broken Blade not quite available. Nice side step on the piercing light. Broken Blade just gets the solo. He's going to look to take down Oscar too.
MF is dead. We win. I killed them all, by the way.
It's not stolen. Let's have my time. I'm out. Nice. Dash. I have more box. Let's go. Can we go? Look.
I can follow maybe.
No.
Don't push the storm. Ramos dash.
Lucia is dead.
Don't push Caitlyn.
No flash Caitlyn.
Don't push Caitlyn. Don't push Caitlyn.
Nice.
Go nas after, guys. I can heal up.
Just up.
No mana. Lucia.
Thank you, Raisa!
Thank you.